Hey, welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Check out our playlist for more amazing novels and don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new audiobook. Now, let's dive into today's story. Chapter 321, The Ancient City of Life in the Ancient Land of Taichu. That was a cultivator who had died for who knows how many years. From his decayed face, some clues could be seen. Although his body was decayed, his bones were lightly golden, and the Tao rhyme of heaven and earth was flowing in it. Saint Gu Qingfeng understood. Saints control the power of heaven and earth, so the bones all over their bodies are stained with the Tao rhyme of heaven and earth. Obviously, the corpse in front of him was a powerful saint in his lifetime. What a pity, as powerful as a saint. He eventually fell here. The corpse turned into an ominous sign, but now he is freed. Then, Gu Qingfeng took off the storage ring on the corpse. His mind fell into it, and it can be seen that there are many resources in it. However, some of the spiritual medicines have lost a lot of power due to the speed of time, and Gu Qingfeng turned them into ashes with a light touch. Even so, some things have been preserved. What a pity. Most of the things are useless to Gu Qingfeng. Only 2 jade slips attracted Gu Qingfeng's attention. When Gu Qingfeng's mind fell on one of the jade slips, a message suddenly emerged. My name is Yan Feishuan. I started practicing at the age of 10, broke through the divine transformation realm at the age of 50, entered the Tao Palace realm at the age of 300, and finally successfully broke through the Saint realm at the age of 5360. I have had many opportunities in my life, but I was trapped by my talent and stopped at the 9th level of the Saint realm. Now that my life is coming to an end, I am unwilling to give up. I heard that there is an immortal elixir in the Taichu ancient land, which can give people another lifespan, so I took the risk to go in and look for it. However, the Taichu ancient land is dangerous, and even saints find it difficult to set foot in it. I was cursed by the Taichu ancient land, and I knew that my life would not last long, so I left behind what I learned in my life, hoping that future generations can inherit my inheritance and not let it be submerged in the long river of time. In addition, if future generations get this inheritance, I also hope that they can hand it over to the Tianshuan sect of the East region. Yan Feishuan. From the information left in the jade slip, Gu Qingfeng could clearly understand the identity of the cultivator in front of him. Entered the Tao Palace realm at the age of 300. At the age of 5000, he attained the Saint realm. Strictly speaking, Yan Feishuan's talent is not bad. After all, those with poor talent may not be able to successfully break through even the divine transformation realm, let alone enter the Saint realm 9 heavens. However, Yan Feishuan's talent is not that good. If it were good enough, the other party would not stop at the Saint realm 9 heavens. But no matter what, the path of cultivation is long and difficult, and those who can truly climb to the top step by step, whether it is talent or opportunity, are indispensable. Yan Feishuan entered the Taichu ancient land for a fight, but the other party eventually died here, which shows that the other party's blessings and opportunities are not that deep. However, what really concerned Gu Qingfeng? It was the immortal elixir mentioned by Yan Feishuan. It is said that the immortal medicine can allow cultivators to live another life, and it is something that even quasi-emperors are jealous of. But the outside world says that the immortal medicine is just a legend, but since Yan Feishuan has entered, it means that the immortal medicine is very likely to exist. Gu Qingfeng's eyes flickered slightly. Live another life. This temptation is not ordinary. He had heard about the existence of the immortal medicine from the ancient Qin family. This kind of magic medicine, whether it is taken by a quasi-emperor or a cultivator below the quasi-emperor, it can produce an effect. The so-called living another life is based on the cultivator's own lifespan. If it is taken by a quasi-emperor, based on the quasi-emperor's lifespan of 10,000 years, then living another life is equivalent to adding 10,000 years of life out of thin air. But if it is taken by a saint, because the saint's lifespan is 7,000 years, the so-called living another life is only adding 7,000 years of life. It can be seen from this. The higher the cultivation level, the better the effect of taking the immortal medicine. But, Although the immortal medicine is against the sky. But at most, it can only be taken by the quasi-emperor. For the strong men in the realm of the emperor, taking the immortal medicine has no effect. According to the records of the ancient Qin family, the emperor is too powerful. Even with the heaven-defying effect of the immortal medicine, it is difficult for such a being to live another life. Otherwise, with the strength of the emperor, the so-called forbidden ancient land can be set foot at will, and he can search for many immortal medicines so that he can live forever. But no matter what, the power of the immortal medicine is unquestionable. Even with Gu Qingfeng's current cultivation level, it is difficult to resist the temptation of the immortal medicine. After all, who can ignore the temptation of living another life? Living a few thousand more years. It is an extra chance. How many geniuses and monsters are obviously qualified to step into a higher level, but because of the limitation of lifespan, they finally stop at a certain stage and then fall sadly. So, after learning that there was an immortal medicine in the Taichu ancient land, Gu Qingfeng naturally wanted to get this medicine. Even if he couldn't use it, the descendants of the Gu family could use it. You know, for Gu Qingfeng, the longer the descendants of the Gu family live, the more opportunities he has to reach a higher realm. But, although Yan Feishuan knew that the immortal medicine existed in the Taichu ancient land, he didn't know where it existed. In the vast Taichu ancient land, it is not that easy to really find the immortal medicine. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Then, his mind fell into another jade slip. Among them, this is the inheritance left by Yan Feishuan. A top technique that points directly to the ninth heaven of the saint. This level of skill is not common in the outside world. Tianxuanzong, the name of the sect came to Gu Qingfeng's mind, and he quickly had some impressions. There are many sects, large and small, in the eastern region. The total number of these sects is at least 1 million, if not tens of millions. That is the existence of Tianxuan sect. The reason why he knew about the Tianxuan sect was because when the Shenwu dynasty suppressed the Guiyuan dynasty, Gu Qingfeng learned about some of the 373 houses and sects of the Guiyuan dynasty. Tianxuanzong. It was a sect belonging to the Guiyuan dynasty. But, today's Tianxuan sect has long declined and cannot compare to its heyday. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng just continued to go deep into the ancient land of Taichu. As he went deeper, Gu Qingfeng saw many people like Yan Feishuan who had fallen in the ancient land of Taichu, and were eventually contaminated by the power of the ancient land and turned into ominous existences. These exist. Some are not strong, some are comparable to great saints, or even exist in the realm of saint kings. The most powerful one, Gu Qingfeng had to use the power of the imperial army to kill him. These ominous mummies are all powerful men who have gone deep into the ancient land of Taichu over the years, trying to find opportunities, or like Yan Feishuan, who want to obtain the elixir of immortality. So, there are also quite a few of these powerful people who carry inheritance. Come all the way, Gu Qingfeng already has dozens of additional techniques. There are 26 techniques for the Saint Realm, 13 techniques for the Great Saint Realm, and 9 techniques for the Saint King Realm. This is it. It can be said that Gu Qingfeng has solved the problem of lack of top skills to a great extent. Original. The only Holy King Realm Kung Fu mastered by Gu Qingfeng is the 9 Heavens Scripture. But even the 9 Heavens Scripture is just a low-grade technique of the Holy King. And this is still the weakest among the Holy King's low-grade skills, and can only allow people to practice to the first level of the Holy King. But among the 9-door Saint King Realm skills that he has obtained now, there are top skills that directly point to the 9 heavens of the Saint King. Take a step back, even without the fusion panel. With these skills, Gu Qingfeng doesn't have to worry about anything before entering the 9th level of the Holy King. Please, you, collect _6, 9, book, 6, 9, book. Only by truly going deep into the ancient land of Taichu can we understand how many opportunities there are in these ancient restricted areas. No wonder. The reason why so many monks still insist on going here despite knowing that the ancient land of Taichu is dangerous. But, the ancient land of Taichu had many opportunities, as well as many dangers. The danger here refers not only to the ominous corpses and strange shadow-like existences, but also to the immortal charm of the avenue that remains in the ancient land of Taichu. The emperor fell. The charm of the avenue remains forever. And as the emperor's corpse became ominous, the charm of the avenue inside also changed accordingly. The deeper you go, this weird charm of the avenue is becoming more and more obvious. This kind of power is like gangrene attached to the bones, constantly corroding the monk's mind, and even makes him sink further. That is to say, Jiyu Qingfeng's character is strong enough to be able to withstand the erosion of the charm of such a great avenue. Boom! The blood-colored sword slashed through the void, and a mummy covered in strange green hair was cut in half in an instant. A large amount of black blood scattered down, causing countless holes to be corroded on the ground. The Holy King realm is ominous. Jiyu Qingfeng's boiling blood calmed down and his eyes closed, as if he had entered some kind of epiphany state. After a long time, Jiyu Qingfeng opened his eyes, divine light burst out, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, by fighting with the strong, you can get some benefits that are difficult to get in seclusion in the past. Just now, he has gained another level of understanding of the heavenly sword he created, allowing this magical power to take a half step towards the saint level. The former heavenly sword, it's just the magical power of divine transformation. Later, Jiyu Qingfeng went into seclusion for many years, gradually improving his magical powers to the level of Taoist palace. And then, that's it now. Jiyu Qingfeng sharpened himself with the ominous nature of the forbidden area, allowing the heavenly sword to transform again. If there is another epiphany, Jiyu Qingfeng believes that the heavenly sword will definitely be promoted to a saint's magical power. Different from other saints' supernatural powers. The heavenly sword laid the foundation for Jiyu Qingfeng to integrate hundreds of martial arts schools, and then gradually comprehended the heaven and earth, allowing the charm of the great avenue to reflect on his body, allowing him to further transform into a powerful supernatural power. If the heavenly sword could transform into a saint's magical power, then the effect that this magical power can exert is bound to be stronger than other saints' magical powers. At this point, there is no doubt about it. At the same time, these battles also gave Jiyu Qingfeng a deeper grasp of his own strength. Overall, although Jiyu Qingfeng's cultivation base has not broken through, his strength has improved a lot. This change illustrates one thing. Although Jiyu Qingfeng has reached the third level of the Great Sage, he has not yet fully tapped into the potential of this realm, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. When he taps out all his potential at this level, Jiyu Qingfeng believes that his strength can at least rise to a big level. Set a small goal. At the third level of the Great Saint realm, he has the strength to rival the first level of the real Holy King. Jiyu Qingfeng thought to himself. His current strength, when not using other trump cards, is only equivalent to a half-step Holy King. From the half-step Holy King to the first level of Holy King, there seems to be only half a step difference. But this is half a step. Really want to come out. But it's not that easy. But the ancient land of Taichu in front of him gave Jiyu Qingfeng hope to go further. Sometime later, Jiyu Qingfeng didn't even remember how long he had stayed in the ancient land of Taichu. It is dark all year round here, and a strange and ominous force shrouds the entire sky, making it difficult for the light of the sun and moon to truly shine through. Coupled with the remaining charm of the avenue here, it affects the monk's own judgment. Therefore, even Jiyu Qingfeng found it difficult to know the passage of time. Fortunately, it has properties panel. Just by looking at your own age, you can roughly understand how time has changed. Boom! As Jiyu Qingfeng struck out with another sword, the vast sword seemed to be able to overturn the world, and even cut down the sun, moon, mountains and rivers. Such a terrifying sword made an ominous being who had entered the Holy King realm let out a roar, and then was cut directly under the sword. The mummy fell to the ground. Blood splattered. Jiyu Qingfeng's various understandings of the heavenly sword emerged in his heart, and immediately after, a shocking sword intent erupted from his body, sweeping across the world like a violent wind. Saint's magical power. Finally it's done. Ji Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with sparkle, and an irrepressible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After fighting for many years in the ancient land of Taichu, the heavenly sword, which was originally only half a step of the saint's magical power, has finally completed the last step of transformation and grown into a true saint's magical power. But soon, Ji Qingfeng calmed down. It is true that saints have powerful supernatural powers. But at his level, even if it is a saint's magical power that is incomparably suitable for him, it is just that. Don't talk about the magical powers of saints. Even if it's the great sage's magical power, Ji Qingfeng's own strength will not change much. Unless, if the heavenly sword can break the barriers of the great sage and truly be promoted to the level of a holy king, then that is another matter. After a while, Ji Qingfeng continued to move forward. I don't know how much time has passed. Ji Qingfeng stopped. In front of him, an ancient city appeared in his sight. I saw bloodstains on the city, filled with the ancient atmosphere, and a terrifying Taoist rhyme permeated the air, as if it could suppress a void. The ancient city of life. Looking at the ancient city in front of him, Ji Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. The ancient city of life. It is a means for saints and monks above to seal themselves. In every ancient city of life, there are ancient existences of sleepers. The ancient city of life in front of him gave Ji Qingfeng the feeling that it was as difficult to fathom as an abyss. It could be seen that the ancient existence sleeping inside was definitely not simple. But then I thought about it. Ji Qingfeng felt normal again. How could an existence that could sleep in the ancient land of Taichu be so simple? If it were really simple, there would be no right to sleep here. Naturally, Ji Qingfeng did not want to compete head-on with such an unknown existence. So, Ji Qingfeng took a deep look at the ancient city of life, then changed direction and left. End of chapter. Chapter 322, Emperor Black Abyss. Unknown strong man. Ji Qingfeng didn't want to provoke him. This ancient city of life had been in the Taichu ancient land for who knows how many years. The opponent's strength. Even if he was not an emperor, he might have entered the quasi-emperor level. In this case, Ji Qingfeng had to be cautious. But, half a day later, Ji Qingfeng stopped. He saw the ancient city of life appear again 100 feet in front of him. Quote. Ji Qingfeng was silent, and then turned and left again. Result. In less than half a day, the ancient city of life appeared again. The difference was, this time, Ji Qingfeng was only 80 feet away from the ancient city of life. Once, twice, 3 times. Every time Ji Qingfeng changed direction, he would eventually encounter the ancient city of life, and the distance was getting closer and closer each time. When Ji Qingfeng saw the ancient city of life again, he was less than 10 feet away from the city gate. The huge city gate was tightly closed, and there were dried bloodstains on the heavy bronze door. The air was filled with a bloody smell that made people palpitate. At this moment, the tightly closed city gate slowly opened, revealing the strange darkness inside. Quote. Ji Qingfeng suddenly smiled, but his eyes became fierce. Since you don't let me go, let's see how capable you are to try to keep me here. As soon as the words fell, Ji Qingfeng did not step into the ancient city of life, but directly drew out the evil-slaying sword, and all the blood and energy rushed into the blade. In an instant, the power of the imperial weapon was stimulated. The 10,000 feet fell down and fell heavily on the ancient city of life. Boom! Such a domineering and unparalleled sword, even the powerful ancient city of life could not bear it. The ancient city wall collapsed, causing the huge ancient city of life to tremble violently, and an ancient and terrifying breath burst out from the depths of the ancient city. Buzz! The monstrous black energy turned into a big hand and fell towards Ji Qingfeng to suppress him. Although he didn't really see the other party in person, Ji Qingfeng could also feel the anger in the depths of the ancient city of life. In response to this, Ji Qingfeng smiled coldly. Aren't you going to let me go? Today, I will do as you wish. Just let me see what you are hiding in the ancient city of life. The blood-colored sword light cut through the sky and earth, and collided fiercely with the black big hand. The next breath, the black big hand could not stop the power of the blood-colored sword light and was directly torn apart. The remaining power once again blasted into the ancient city of life. But this time, the ancient city of life did not shake again. It was as if the huge city was in a dead silence. The existence in the ancient city seemed to have seen Jiyu Qingfeng's strength and no longer made any other moves. However, the other party did not want to make a move. Jiyu Qingfeng had no intention of stopping. Since we have to fight, then we must fight to the death. Immediately, Jiyu Qingfeng took a step forward, and the terrifying blood and qi rose like the sun, dispelling the darkness of the entire Taichu ancient land. Destroy! Jiyu Qingfeng uttered a word, and the evil killing knife suddenly chopped down towards the ancient city of life. Buzz! At the same time, a mysterious wave emanated from the ancient city of life, and then a finger suddenly appeared, trying to resist the attack of the evil killing knife. When the two touched each other, the power of destruction swept over. I saw that the finger suddenly broke, and golden blood with a strong Taoist rhyme dripped from the wound, and the terrifying pressure seemed to be able to suppress the ages. When Jiyu Qingfeng saw this, his eyes moved slightly, but he did not have any intention of stopping, and continued to attack the ancient city of life. 3 major heavenly veins. At this moment, they were all activated by Jiyu Qingfeng. At that moment, Jiyu Qingfeng's strength instantly went from the level of a half-step Saint King to the 4th level of Saint King. Then, the power of the imperial soldiers was aroused. The terrifying power even made the entire Taichu ancient land tremble slightly. The ancient beings sleeping in the Taichu ancient land were now awakened by this power and cast their eyes towards the direction of the ancient city of life. Another foreign cultivator has broken into the Taichu ancient land. This boy's bone age is not big, at most 100 years old, but the aura on his body is a little unusual, as if he is in the great saint realm, and seems to be able to match the Saint King. Now should be the end of the Law era. Even the ancient emperors can't prove the way to become a saint. What is the origin of this boy? When these ancient beings saw Jiyu Qingfeng, their hearts were shocked. They knew very well, now is just the end of the Law era. In the end of the Law era, no one can become a saint. Even the ancient emperors can't break such rules of heaven and earth and then prove the way to become a saint. But Jiyu Qingfeng's appearance broke their cognition. Others may not be able to see Jiyu Qingfeng's depth, but how could these ancient beings not find Jiyu Qingfeng's unusualness? The aura on the other party is clearly that only the great saint realm can possess. Although the other party did not know what secret method he used to make his cultivation level comparable to the Saint King realm, his essence can be seen at a glance. Becoming a saint in the Dharma ending age. 100-year-old great saint. If any of the two were applied to other people, they would be shocking. But it is a bit incredible that both of them are concentrated in one person. Immediately, the ancient existence thought of something. A few years ago, outside the ancient world, in the universe, the aura of the Great Holy Tribulation suddenly appeared. At first, I thought I was wrong, but now it seems that it is this boy who has overcome the tribulation and attained enlightenment. To become an immortal in this world, could this child be the opportunity to break the situation? Some ancient beings thought of certain rumors, and a crazy look suddenly emerged in their eyes. Just when they were thinking this, they saw that Jiyu Qingfeng had used all his strength to chop the huge ancient city of life into pieces. The ancient existences that were sleeping in the ancient city of life are now unable to hold back. Junior, you should do things in moderation. An old and domineering voice came out, and then a stalwart phantom was seen condensing from the ancient city of life. The Wangwang Emperor's power burst out from his body, and in an instant it swept through the 8 wastelands. When this imperial power appeared, the entire ancient land of Taichu trembled violently. It's more than that. Many monks in the eastern region seemed to have sensed something, and they all turned their attention to the ancient land of Taichu, their faces full of horror. There was something strange happening in the ancient earth at the beginning of time. Could it be that there is a restricted area that cannot be revived? Some powerful men who had mastered the ancient inheritance suddenly became ugly when they thought of certain rumors. The ancient land of Taichu. It's a real taboo for them. Inside, there are too many dangers. Even a saint would not dare to step into the ancient land of Taichu easily. Some veteran strong men looked up to the sky and sighed. There were evil spirits and chaos in the past, and now there are changes in the ancient land of Taichu. Is it really God who wants to destroy our human race? Regarding the movements of the outside world, Qingfeng ignored it. He looked at the majestic phantom in front of him. The majestic power of the emperor was infinitely more powerful than the Qidian emperor of Yuezhou back then. Such power. It's not just about strength. Please, you, collect _6, 9, book, 6, 9, book. It is also a transformation in quality. It comes from the different levels of life. Emperor. This thought came to Qingfeng's mind, and when he looked at the tall silhouette, his expression became much more solemn. I didn't expect that in the ancient land of Taichu, there is still a great emperor sleeping here. All the time, Qingfeng thought so. The ancient land of Taichu was the burial place of the original Taichu imperial clan. But now it seems, the ancient land of Taichu was not as simple as one imagined. Qingfeng looked at the other party and asked, "Is Your Excellency the great Emperor Taichu?" "I am the Black Abyss Emperor." The stalwart shadow spoke slowly, his eyes as good as the sun. When his eyes fell on Qingfeng, a terrifying pressure suddenly came down on him. That moment, Qingfeng felt his shoulders sink, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. But in the next breath, Qingfeng's aura exploded, instantly breaking through the pressure. "I have been practicing for hundreds of years, but I have never really seen the Emperor's methods. Today I will experience the Emperor's magical powers." Qingfeng laughed loudly, his fighting spirit rising into the sky, and there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Facing an ancient emperor, Qingfeng's fighting spirit that had been dormant for many years was now truly revived. This moment, Qingfeng seemed to have returned to the time when he was weak, facing powerful evil spirits and warriors. The instinctive trembling in his heart was the nourishment that turned into a monstrous fighting spirit. Buzz! The evil destroying sword trembled slightly, and the terrifying edge was swallowed, as if it felt the belief in the master's heart that longed for a battle. See this scene. Emperor Black Abyss's face suddenly darkened. He didn't expect that. His identity as an emperor was revealed. The other party just surrendered and tried to attack the emperor with a knife. For a moment, Emperor Heiyuan wanted to take action directly and kill Qingfeng on the spot. But the Black Abyss Emperor restrained this impulse again. His face was gloomy and his voice was sullen. "Junior, I don't want to be your enemy, so you must not be ignorant of good and evil." The words have not yet finished. Qingfeng had already struck out with a knife, and the terrifying power came down, causing Emperor Heiyuan's expression to change, and he could only raise his hands to resist. However, no matter how powerful the phantom of the emperor is, it is not that easy to block Qingfeng's attack that is comparable to that of a quasi-emperor after using the emperor's weapons. I saw terrifying power erupting in the ancient city of life. The emperor's shadow became slightly illusory. The remaining fluctuations made the already broken ancient city of life even more broken. Large areas of the city wall are crumbling, as if they will collapse at any time. You can take action if you want to, and stop if you want to. You really think that I am easy to bully? Qingfeng struck out with a knife and immediately smiled disdainfully. His words, "Let the Black Abyss Emperor be silent." A long while, the other party said slowly, "Tell me, how are you doing?" This sentence, "The Black Abyss Emperor is already showing signs of submission." He didn't want to do anything. Just because his body is still sleeping in the ancient city of life. Once born at this time, there will be endless troubles. Even if it is enough to kill the young man in front of him, he will have to pay a huge price. In the eyes of the Black Abyss Emperor, it is not worth paying such a price for an ant. Hearing the other party's words, Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, and then spoke lightly. "I heard that there is an immortal medicine in the Taichu ancient land, so take out 180 immortal medicines, and I will leave without saying anything." 180 immortal medicines. You are not afraid of your tongue being blown away by the wind? The Black Abyss Emperor laughed directly in anger. 180 immortal medicines, even if he dreams of it, he dare not think so. Do you know that the immortal medicine is precious and can allow those below the Emperor to live another life? This seat knows it. If you know it, you should understand that this immortal medicine is rare. Even if you search the entire Taichu ancient land, you may not find many. If you are willing to retreat, this Emperor can give you one immortal medicine. The Black Abyss Emperor said in a deep voice. Qingfeng shook his head. 10 immortal herbs. 2 immortal herbs, this is the limit of this Emperor. If you don't agree, then even if I risk leaving the ancient city of life, I will kill you here. The Black Abyss Emperor said with murderous intent. You must know that the Emperor cannot be insulted. Some things don't go too far. Facing the threat of the Black Abyss Emperor, Qingfeng's expression did not change, and he raised 3 fingers on his right hand. 3 immortal herbs. 1 Emperor scripture. As long as you agree to my conditions, I will turn around and leave without saying a word, but if you don't want to, then I also want to see the Emperor's strength. After all, if I can let an ancient Emperor walk out of the ancient city of life and be buried with me, it is also worth it. Hearing this, the Black Abyss Emperor stopped talking, just waved his sleeves, and saw 4 streams of light flying towards Qingfeng. When they came in front of Qingfeng, the 4 streams of light stopped. An ancient ginseng that has a complete human form. A blood-red fruit. A colorful lotus. And an ancient stone tablet. Each of the 3 things above is filled with the mysteries of the Great Way, and contains an extremely amazing vitality. Qingfeng simply sniffed it, and his body became much more comfortable, and his blood was faintly boiling. Immortal medicine. Qingfeng's eyes flashed with brilliance. He understood. This is the rumored immortal medicine. After taking it, it can make people live another life. Only such an amazing vitality can prove the power of the immortal medicine. And just relying on the terrifying power contained in the immortal medicine, if you can swallow it, not only can you live another life, but even your cultivation can be greatly improved. For this kind of rare treasure, Qingfeng also saw it for the first time. The remaining stone tablet obviously carries in supreme divine scripture. Qingfeng only needed to let his mind enter a little bit, and he could feel the terrifying power contained in the stone tablet. Then, Qingfeng waved his sleeves. He put all 4 things into the Divine Emperor Cauldron, and then put the Divine Emperor Cauldron into his own dantian. Senior, you are straightforward, and I will fulfill my promise. I am sorry for disturbing you, so I will take my leave first. Qingfeng bowed slightly to the Black Abyss Emperor. Hearing this, the Black Abyss Emperor said sinisterly, Junior, you are the only one who dares to threaten me. You should know the consequences of doing so. If you walk out of the ancient city of life in the future, I will be waiting for you. End of this chapter. Chapter 323. Suppression by the rules of heaven and earth. Qingfeng knew that doing so would offend the Black Abyss Emperor. But so what? Others feared a great emperor. Qingfeng was not afraid. These great emperors were sleeping here, and they must be waiting for a certain opportunity. But no matter what, the Dharma ending age, the Black Abyss Emperor and others had no chance of truly coming out. In this way, things were different. Now there was at least 1 or 2,000 years before the great struggle prosperity. For other cultivators, it would be difficult to make any progress in the 1 or 2,000 years of the Dharma ending age. But Qingfeng was different. With the attribute panel, if he really gave himself such a long time, he might have been able to directly enter the great emperor realm. If he really reached that step, who would be afraid of who among the great emperor realm? Therefore, Qingfeng was not afraid of offending the Black Abyss Emperor. Compared with the preciousness of the immortal medicine and the emperor scripture, the hatred of a great emperor was not worth mentioning in Qingfeng's view. What's more, from the moment Qingfeng made his move, he was destined to break up with the Black Abyss Emperor. Qingfeng could be sure. Even if he did not blackmail the other party, but turned around and left, the Black Abyss Emperor would not let it go. Since he had already offended him, what was there to worry about? The difference between the two. It was just a matter of whether the offense was thorough or not. Watching Jiyu Qingfeng leave, the Black Abyss Emperor looked at him deeply, and then disappeared. The huge and ruined ancient city of life was wrapped in a strange force and gradually became impossible to spy on. On the other side, Jiyu Qingfeng did not continue to go deeper into the Taichu ancient land, but went outside the Taichu ancient land. After meeting the Black Abyss Emperor, Jiyu Qingfeng already understood. The water in the Taichu ancient land was much deeper than he had imagined. Since there was a Black Abyss Emperor sleeping in the Taichu ancient land, there might be other emperors sleeping here. You must know, from ancient times to now, the years that have passed are hard to measure. Even though it is difficult for a strong man of the level of the great emperor to be born. But with the accumulation of long years, I think there are quite a few. Moreover, when fighting with the Black Abyss Emperor, Jiyu Qingfeng also vaguely discovered that there were other ancient beings secretly spying on him. This is enough to explain. The water in the ancient land of Taichu is very deep. Although Jiyu Qingfeng is confident in his own strength, he still has no chance of winning if he really fights against the ancient emperor. Don't look at the previous battle. Jiyu Qingfeng seems not to be afraid of the Black Abyss Emperor. But, not afraid or not afraid. If the Black Abyss Emperor really walks out of the ancient city of life, then Jiyu Qingfeng will also die there. The reason why Jiyu Qingfeng is so tough is that he is betting that the Black Abyss Emperor dare not die with him. After all, the reason why the ancient emperor is sleeping here is because his lifespan is not much, and he has survived until now entirely relying on the ancient city of life. If he leaves the ancient city of life, I'm afraid that the Black Abyss Emperor will also face the problem of lifespan, and will eventually have to fall sadly. Obviously, Jiyu Qingfeng made the right bet, although it is not clear why the Black Abyss Emperor wanted to attack him in the first place. But the result now has shown that the other party really dares not leave the ancient city of life. In addition, Jiyu Qingfeng has been in the Taichu ancient land for more than half a year, and he has also experienced fighting. His cultivation of the third level of the Great Saint has been developed to an astonishing degree. Now the real combat power is only a hair's breadth away from the Saint King realm. This hair's breadth. It's not the hair's breadth between the half-step Saint King and the Saint King. Jiyu Qingfeng has already stood on the watershed of the Saint King. As long as he goes back and settles down, it will be easy for his combat power to truly enter the Saint King realm. Or in other words, if Jiyu Qingfeng has another perfect saint technique, he can also make his own strength truly enter the Saint King realm. Once he breaks this barrier and uses the three major heavenly veins again, Jiyu Qingfeng's strength will be able to surpass the fourth level of the Saint King and enter a higher level. Half a month later, Jiyu Qingfeng returned to Zhou. Compared with more than half a year ago, the current Shenwu dynasty has not changed much. Since the fall of the Guiyuan dynasty, the Shenwu dynasty has been recuperating, quietly digesting the gains brought by the war, and further strengthening itself. Now anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Shenwu dynasty is ambitious and will never be willing to stop here. But, even if they understand this, there is nothing they can do. If the Shenwu dynasty is just an ordinary dynasty, then there must be a top force to take action and kill this threat in advance. After all, the territory of the East region is so large, and the emergence of one more major force means that the interests of other forces will be affected. However, the existence of Jiyu Qingfeng. Let these forces all stay away. Especially when Jiyu Qingfeng went to the central region and joined forces with the four great emperors to defeat the evil spirits in Jiyu Yuezhou, the former became famous all over the world. In this way, these forces naturally have no confidence in dealing with the Shenwu dynasty. Even if the ancient existence of their own forces is revived, what does it matter? Unless a quasi-emperor is born. Otherwise, even if a holy king is revived, it may not be able to do anything to the other party. But the problem is, a strong person at the quasi-emperor level is the top existence in any era, and it is the last realm before the great emperor. The emperor will not come out. The quasi-emperor is an invincible existence. Even among the many ancient emperor forces, there may not be a quasi-emperor sleeping. So, for various reasons, the Shenwu dynasty is unshakable. After returning to Gujiazhuang, Jiyu Qingfeng ordered someone to summon Jiyu Yang and ask him to come and pay his respects. Less than half a day, Jiyu Yang came in casual clothes. The child has seen his father. You're here. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the person in front of him. After more than half a year, Jiyu Yang didn't change much either. Although the aura on the opponent's body was slightly stronger than before, it was not enough to break through the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm. Subsequently, Jiyu Qingfeng just turned his palms. A vivid ginseng full of mysterious Taoist charm appeared in front of Jiyu Yang. When this ginseng appeared, Jiyu Yang's eyes were involuntarily attracted to it. The refreshing smell in the air made him just take a whiff, and the energy and blood in his body surged violently. Father, what is this? Jiyu Yang looked shocked. Just a simple sniff can have such amazing effects. If you really take the ginseng in front of you, what amazing changes will it bring? Although Jiyu Yang, as the head of the dynasty, had seen many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, none of them could compare with the elixir in front of him. This is the elixir of immortality. Elixir of immortality. Jiyu Yang's face was startled, and then he seemed to understand something, with a look of horror in his eyes. Father is saying that what is in front of me is the elixir of immortality that is rumored to allow people to live another life. Jiyu Yang thought of many things, but he did not expect that this would be the rumored elixir of immortality. With the power that the Shenwu dynasty has developed now, it is natural that Jiyu Yang has not heard of the existence of the elixir of immortality. However, Jiyu Yang was not sure whether such rumored heaven-defying magic medicine really existed. Result: Jiyu Qingfeng told him now. The elixir of immortality really exists. And it's right in front of you. In this way. Please, you, collect 6 books. How could it not shock Jiyu Yang? Jiyu Qingfeng said, there is an elixir of immortality in the ancient land of Taichu. My father went to the ancient land of Taichu some time ago and was lucky enough to get 3 elixirs of immortality. Just right. 3 strains of the elixir of immortality, 1 for each of your 3 brothers, doesn't mean you are favoring one over the other. The elixir of immortality, and there are still 3 plants. A flash of passion flashed in Jiyu Yang's eyes, and he suppressed his inner impulse and shook his head. The child is still young and does not need to take the elixir of death. What's more, as far as the child understands, the elixir of immortality is effective if taken by any monk under the emperor. The child is only in the palace realm, so taking such magical medicine is a waste. Quote, given my father's advanced cultivation level, it would be most appropriate to take the elixir of immortality. Hearing his words, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. The elixir of immortality is in front of your face. After all, not everyone can resist such temptation. Not to mention the elixir of death, some top elixirs may cause father and son to turn against each other. So, Jiyu Yang was now able to resist the temptation of the elixir of immortality, and Jiyu Qingfeng was naturally very satisfied. Although, even if Jiyu Yang didn't shirk anything, Jiyu Qingfeng wouldn't care. But if you don't care, you don't care. But Jiyu Yang was able to consider this aspect, and Jiyu Qingfeng was deeply pleased. Since my father can get 3 immortal medicines from the ancient land of Taichu, I will have the opportunity to get more in the future. What's more, my father is not troubled by longevity for the time being, so the elixir of immortality is unlikely to be of much use to me. Quote, in addition to extending lifespan and allowing monks to live another life, the immortal medicine contains surging power and can also greatly increase people's strength. You are the lord of the dynasty, but your cultivation is not at the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm. You are still a little behind. Taking this immortality medicine is believed to be enough for you to reach the semi-saint level. When the great age of great struggle comes in the future, you can also use this to achieve enlightenment and become a saint. Quote, having said this, Jiyu Yang no longer resisted, but took the elixir of immortality respectfully with both hands. Father gave me the elixir of immortality today, and I will remember it in my heart. There is no need to say anything unnecessary. Just take the elixir of immortality here and protect your path as a father. Qingfeng waved his hand and said bluntly. Hear the words. Ji Yang did not refuse and nodded. Then I'll thank you, father. Inside the knife-sharpening hall, Ji Yang sat cross-legged. I saw him raising his body to the highest level, then looking at the elixir of immortality in his hand, wrapping it with power, and then compressing it directly into his mouth. The moment the immortal medicine entered his stomach, a terrifying wave of aura suddenly erupted from Ji Yang's body. Great vitality, it seems like life is endless. Under the impact of the powerful medicine, the skin all over Ji Yang's body cracked and a large amount of blood spurted out. But the next moment, there is a terrifying vitality emerging, constantly repairing its broken body. It's more than that. The terrifying charm contained in the immortal medicine also made Ji Yang instantly enter a mysterious state of enlightenment. Qingfeng watched Ji Yang's changes all the time. Although he was a little surprised by the changes brought about by taking the immortality medicine, he was not too worried. At the same time, he also looked at his own information panel. Your heir, Ji Yang, takes the elixir of immortality, and his body is tempered by the majestic vitality, transforming towards a higher level. Your heir, Ji Yang, took the elixir of immortality. Thanks to the properties of the elixir of immortality, his lifespan was successfully increased by 6,000 years. Your heir, Ji Yang, took the elixir of immortality and was able to understand the ancient Taoist charms, and he fell into a state of enlightenment. Your heir, Ji Yang, has broken through to the 7th level of the Tao Palace realm. Reward improvement points 900. Reward of nourishing pill 100. Reward enlightenment pill 100. Your heir, Ji Yang, has broken through to the 8th level of the Tao Palace realm. Reward improvement points 900. Reward of nourishing pill 100. Reward enlightenment pill 100. Your heir, Ji Yang, has broken through to the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm. Reward improvement points 900. Reward of nourishing pill 100. Reward enlightenment pill 100. Reward the perfect saint Kung Fu, all spirits Taoist scripture. Your heir, Ji Yang, wants to reach the realm of saint, but is suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth and cannot break through for the time being. Your heir, Wanling Dao Jing. After seeing the reward on the information panel, a smile suddenly appeared on Qingfeng's face. Really, Ji Yang's improvement in cultivation is always accompanied by surprises occasionally. For example, the exercises given on the information panel are basically top-notch exercises at the current level. For example, the Wanling Taoist Sutra belongs to the highest level of saints. If you practice it to perfection, you can directly enter the 9th heaven of saints. For Qingfeng, the perfect Wanling Tao Sutra naturally cannot make any breakthrough in cultivation. But a perfect level of saints' best skills can also improve Qingfeng's strength a lot. The most important point is, this means that if Qingfeng integrates higher level skills in the future, he will have to upgrade a saint's best skills to a perfect level. This way, it will save a lot of time and improvement points. But when he saw the last line of text that appeared on the information panel, Qingfeng shook his head secretly. The rules of heaven and earth suppress. It seems that the elixir of immortality is as powerful as the rumors say. If it were not suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth, my Gu family would have produced a saint. Pity, this is the end of the Dharma era. Ordinary people cannot become saints. Unless someone like Qingfeng masters mysterious means, he can break this restriction and forcibly attain enlightenment and become a saint. Otherwise, even if other monks get the chance, they will eventually be like Ji Yang, suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth, and can only stop at the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm. Although the accumulation at the peak of the 9th level of the Taoist Palace is relatively strong, he can be respected as a semi-saint. But in fact, there is no such thing as a semi-saint. The so-called semi-saint, in fact, it is just the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm. The difference is, Semi-saints belong to the strong ones in the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm. As Ji Qingfeng's thoughts fell, the mighty aura on Ji Yang's body gradually calmed down. Then, the opponent's tightly closed eyes opened, and divine light suddenly appeared in the sharpening hall. The powerful pressure of the semi-saint level naturally spread from Ji Yang. But soon, Ji Yang just reacted and restrained all the aura he was emitting on his own initiative. End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 324. Comprehending the Imperial Scripture. Father. There was an uncontrollable smile on Ji Yang's face. The peak of the 9th level of Tao Palace realm. No, strictly speaking, he was already at the peak of the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm and had taken half a step forward again. This level should be called a semi-saint. Before truly entering the semi-saint realm, it was difficult for Ji Yang to understand the power of this level. But after truly entering this realm, Ji Yang just understood. Why can a semi-saint monk be superior to ordinary Taoist palaces? Saint and strong man can control the power of heaven and earth. The so-called semi-saint, he initially sensed the power of heaven and earth. Although he could not really control it like a saint, he gradually gained powerful power that was difficult for ordinary people to master. Therefore, only at this level can one be respected as a semi-saint. At the same time, Ji Yang also felt the bottleneck coming from the suppression of heaven and earth. This feeling made him quite uncomfortable. Immediately, Ji Yang just put this question out. Ji Qingfeng looked at this with his usual expression. This is the restriction of the end of the law of heaven and earth, so no semi-saint can become a saint in the age of the end of the law. Only when the great struggle comes and the suppression of heaven and earth dissipates can we achieve a successful breakthrough. Quote. Hear the words. Ji Yang nodded, and then he looked at Ji Qingfeng again. What about father? The path to fatherhood cannot be duplicated. Ji Qingfeng was not surprised at this question and gave a simple answer. His path is truly irreproducible. After all, not everyone has a property panel. Although Ji Qingfeng was curious about the existence of the attribute panel, he had no intention of exploring it. Or rather, he knew how much he weighed now. With the power of the attribute panel, it is definitely not something that I can spy on now. Even if he becomes a great emperor one day, Ji Qingfeng believes that it will be difficult for him to understand the secret behind the attribute panel. After all, the power of the properties panel. I don't know how much stronger than the so-called great emperor. At least, the great emperor has no means for people to become saints in the age of ending Dharma. But, Ji Qingfeng also understood. As long as you improve your cultivation, you will one day be able to figure out the origin of the attribute panel and all related secrets. Of course, as for the attribute panel, is there any plot or conspiracy behind it? To be honest, Ji Qingfeng didn't care much about this. When he didn't have an attribute panel, his qualifications were low and he was just an ant who had practiced martial arts for several years before barely entering the realm of cultivation. If it hadn't been for the appearance of the attribute panel, he might have died in the hands of the Junxi division. Even if he was lucky enough to leave Lingxian, he would not be able to survive the troubled times like the last years of the previous dynasty. Any evil spirit can kill you. Therefore, Ji Qingfeng has never forgotten. He was able to get to this point, and the attributes panel played a major role in it. And, in Ji Qingfeng's opinion, there might not be any conspiracy behind the attribute panel. After all, how could a being capable of such means plot against himself who was just a mortal at the beginning? So, Ji Qingfeng just thought that everything was just a coincidence. Naturally, Ji Yang would not know such inner thoughts. The child is quite curious about what state his father is in now. Let's consider him a great sage. Ji Qingfeng said calmly. Great sage. Hearing these words, Ji Yang nodded slightly. He did not doubt that Ji Qingfeng would deceive him about his realm, because there was no need for it. But, although his father was a great saint, in Ji Yang's view, the opponent's strength could never be as simple as a great saint. The realm is the realm. Fighting power is fighting power. These are two different things. As someone who has also practiced the Heavenly Meridian Sutra, Ji Yuyang knows that there are many ways to improve strength in the world. Don't say anything else. Let's talk about Tianmai Junjing. Ji Yuyang believed it. Ji Yu Qingfeng must have reached an extremely advanced level in cultivation. This realm, it's not something I can compare to. Ji Yuyang looked down upon many of the top geniuses and monsters in the ancient world. In his opinion, no one's talent can compare with his father's. As the person who has been with Ji Yu Qingfeng for the longest time, Ji Yuyang can be said to have witnessed Ji Yu Qingfeng's legendary road step by step. Ji Yuyang has never heard of anyone, no matter how evil the genius is, who can directly step into the great sage realm in less than 100 years. No one at all be able to become a saint in the age of the end of the Dharma. Subsequently, Ji Yuyang consolidated his cultivation in Gujazhuang before saying goodbye and leaving. A visit to Gujazhuang will make his personal cultivation improve by leaps and bounds, and Ji Yuyang will be in a good mood. The cultivation level of semi-sacred realm. Let him be ranked among the top strong men in the end of the Dharma era. And, if you use the Heavenly Meridian scripture to double your strength again. Ji Yuyang had a premonition. That level of myself. Even if it's not as good as a saint, it probably won't be much worse. Half-saint, the elixir of immortality is truly heaven-defying. Ji Yuyang took a deep breath, now fully understanding the power of the immortal medicine. After taking the elixir of immortality, not only did he achieve a breakthrough in cultivation, but his lifespan also increased significantly. At this point, although Ji Yuyang couldn't really see clearly where his lifespan was, he could clearly see the majestic vitality in his body. 6,000 years of life in the Tao Palace realm. Take the elixir of immortality and gain another 6,000 years. That is to say, Ji Yuyang can live for at least 12,000 years unless something unexpected happens. This 12,000 years is on the premise that he will not make any more breakthroughs. If he makes a breakthrough and is promoted to the saint realm, then his longevity can be further improved. It is said that the great emperor can live for 12,000 years. To a certain extent, there is not much difference between me and the great emperor now. Ji Yuyang thought to himself. Certainly, this refers to longevity. But, it is unknown whether the existence of the great emperor realm can break the shackles of 12,000 years of life and live longer. Other side, inside Gujazhuang, when Ji Yuyang left, Ji Yu Qingfeng also announced his retreat. 3 strains of elixir of immortality. He handed one to Ji Yuyang, and put the remaining 2 away temporarily until he had the opportunity to hand them over to Ji Yuzan and Ji Yushu later. This time we went to the ancient land of Taichu. For Ji Yu Qingfeng, his biggest gain was not the 3 immortal elixirs. It was the Emperor's Sutra given by Emperor He Yuan. Emperor Sutra, great scripture. This is a supreme skill that can directly lead to the realm of the great emperor. Great imperial powers such as the ancient Qin family naturally have emperor scriptures, but even direct descendants may not be able to obtain these emperor scriptures, let alone others. Ji Yu Qingfeng took out the stone tablet. Moment. The grinding hall is under pressure. When all the divine soldiers felt the Wangwang Emperor's power in the stone tablet, they trembled violently, producing an uncontrollable fear. After all, although the magic weapons of Modao Hall feel the power of Ji Yu Qingfeng's true meaning day and night, they undergo mysterious transformations. But in front of the Emperor, it is still not worth mentioning. Ji Yu Qingfeng's spiritual thoughts fell into the stone tablet. Boom! A terrifying coercion swept over and submerged him like the world was overturned, making Ji Yu Qingfeng's head buzz and his sea of consciousness tremble violently, as if someone had hammered him hard. This book was recently updated in ##. Updated. Fortunately, Ji Yu Qingfeng's sea of consciousness was stable, and even though he was subjected to such pressure and impact, he was still able to maintain his mind as before. Then, it was under the pressure of the Emperor that Ji Yu Qingfeng began to understand the mysteries of the great road hidden in the stone tablets. Time passed little by little. Ji Yu Qingfeng paid no attention to the outside world. The emperor's scripture is so obscure that it is countless times more powerful than all the techniques Qingfeng has practiced. That is to say, he has now entered the great sage realm with his own cultivation and has observed many magical skills and magical powers, so he is barely qualified to comprehend the emperor's sutra. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for an ordinary monk to understand the emperor's sutra from the stone tablet. That's not to say, ordinary monks cannot practice the emperor's sutra. The difference is, someone to guide. Just rely on yourself to understand the emperor's sutra. These are two concepts. The imperial scripture carried in the stone tablet is the most original imperial scripture created by Emperor Heiyuan. The great emperor is as powerful as prison. The monks who obtained the stone tablet not only understood the mysteries of the emperor's sutra, but also had to withstand the pressure of the emperor. And the rhyme of the great emperor's Tao is obscure and unpredictable. It is not easy to truly understand this. Maybe half a year. It could be a year. More likely 10 years. Qingfeng even forgot how long it took him to realize the last bit of Emperor Daoyun. So far, in his mind, there is just one more supreme emperor scripture. Yuan Jing. This is the name of the great scripture. Deep. It is the abyss of the Black Abyss Emperor. Subsequently, Qingfeng calmed down and looked at his attribute panel. Name, Qingfeng. Age, 128,000. Realm, 3rd level of the Great Saint Realm. Martial Arts, Heavenly Meridian Sutra, 3rd level. Heavenly Sword Perfection, Dawang Fist Sutra Perfection, Wanggu Heavenly Sword Perfection, Ziji Dao Canon Perfection, Lifeng Junjing Perfection, Nirvana Dao Jing, Dao Palace Chapter, 9th level, Tianfeng Divine Art Perfection, 9 Heavens Heavenly Scripture, 1st level of the Great Holy Chapter, Shenshao Tianlei Perfection, 9 Yang Dao Jing Perfection, Wanling Dao Jing Perfection, Yuan Classics, not yet started, omitted. Promotion points. 69,000. 18 years. Qingfeng's pupils suddenly shrank. Although he knew that it would take a lot of time to comprehend the emperor's scripture, he never expected that it would take 18 years to comprehend it in one go. 18 years of seclusion. This is probably the longest time I've ever spent in seclusion. Qingfeng couldn't help but shake his head. Although he often retreated in the past, the time in retreat was usually not too long. Every few months, or every year or so, I would go out once in a while, which is not considered true isolation. Like now, I have been in seclusion for 18 years without leaving the knife-shaping hall. This is the first time in so many years. This time of retreat, let Qingfeng understand more and more. As his cultivation level improves, the subsequent retreat time is expected to become longer and longer. If I can't improve the cultivation of my descendants, maybe one day when I come out of seclusion, everything will be completely different. But it's okay. The lifespan of a cultivator is long. Even a great master can normally live for 4,000 years, so 18 years of seclusion is nothing. If it's a mortal, 18 years is too long. Take a deep breath. Qingfeng looked elsewhere again. 18 years of accumulation. Let him break through 69,000 points. This is the first time that Qingfeng has accumulated so many points. If all the 69,000 points are used for improvement, I believe that the 9 Heavens Sutra can be completed and directly enter the Saint King realm. Such a thought emerged in Qingfeng's mind. Great Saint level. Each breakthrough only requires 5,000 points. And the breakthrough of the Saint King level, even if there will be more, will definitely not be too much more. More than 60,000 points, let oneself break through the Saint King realm, is more than enough. If it were in the past, Qingfeng would naturally practice the 9 Heavens Heavenly Scripture to perfection without saying anything. But now, Qingfeng looked at the Yuan Scripture and had different thoughts in his mind. The 9 Heavens Heavenly Scripture is, after all, just a low-grade Saint King technique, while the Yuan Scripture is the real Emperor Scripture. No matter what level this Emperor Scripture is at, it is still not comparable to the Saint King technique. Even if it is the same level, the Emperor Scripture is far more powerful than the Saint King technique. When Qingfeng thought of this, he had a plan in his mind. Since the Emperor's scripture is in hand, then he will practice the Emperor's scripture first. As for the 9 heavens heavenly scripture, he will wait until there are extra points for improvement later. How to choose between a Saint King technique and an Emperor's scripture is not a difficult matter. Anyone with a normal mind will choose the Emperor's scripture. Although the Emperor's scripture is difficult to practice, once it is successfully practiced, it is truly terrifying. Make a decision. Qingfeng did not use the upgrade points immediately, but relied on his own aptitude to start practicing the Yuan Sutra. As Qingfeng began to practice, the terrifying spiritual energy of heaven and earth was attracted and gathered towards him frantically. Even though the Emperor's Sutra was obscure, but with Qingfeng's cultivation of the 3rd level of the Great Saint, it was not difficult to practice the Emperor's Sutra. It took less than a breath. Qingfeng was the 1st level of the body refining chapter. Then, the 2nd level of the body refining realm. The 3rd level of the body refining realm. In less than a quarter of an hour, Qingfeng practiced the Yuan Sutra to the level of perfection of the 5th level of body refining. However, this level of improvement, it didn't mean much to Qingfeng. After all, he had already practiced to the true extreme in the body refining realm. This foundation, it was difficult for the Emperor's Sutra to compare. So, after Qingfeng perfected the 5th level of body refining, he directly broke through to a higher level. Grandmaster Realm, Divine Transformation Realm, Dao Palace Realm. Qingfeng's cultivation seemed to be on fire. It didn't take him many days to cultivate the Yuan Sutra to the 9th level of Dao Palace Realm. Qingfeng was not surprised by this change. After all, Qingfeng had already polished the realm of the saint to the extreme. Even if the Yuan Sutra could create a supreme foundation, it was not as good as the ultimate foundation forged by Qingfeng by melding various techniques. When a cultivator has developed to the extreme at a certain level, the techniques at this level will not be difficult for him. So, it was not until the Yuan Sutra was cultivated to the 9th level of Dao Palace Realm that Qingfeng encountered a bottleneck. This bottleneck, it is his own bottleneck. It is also the bottleneck caused by the suppression of heaven and earth. End of this chapter. 1 day off. I will update as usual tomorrow, don't worry. End of this chapter. Chapter 325. Entering Taoism through martial arts. Promote. Following Qingfeng's thought, the 2000 improvement points disappeared, and in an instant, the Yuan Jingzidao Palace chapter directly entered the Saint chapter. Boom! The Emperor's Sutra has entered the level of a saint, allowing Qingfeng's originally imperfect body to completely reach the level of perfection at the level of the 1st heaven of a saint. Counting Yuan Jing, who has entered the saint level, Qingfeng has already practiced many techniques to enter the saint level. The shortcomings of these exercises complement each other, which naturally allows him to achieve perfection on the 1st level of the saint's heaven. Then, Qingfeng continues to improve. 2nd heaven of saints. Saint 3rd heaven, the 4th heaven of saints. Saint 9th heaven. After Yuan Jing entered the 9th level of the saint, he broke through to the level of the great saint without any pause. Great sage 1st level, the 2nd heaven of the great sage. The 3rd heaven of the great sage. When Yuan Jing was promoted to the 3rd level of the great sage and reached the same level as Qingfeng, a tyrannical force suddenly emerged from Qingfeng's body. This moment, Qingfeng's strength has truly reached a level comparable to the 2nd level of the Saint King. Originally, Qingfeng spent 18 years in seclusion to meditate on the Emperor's scripture, and when he promoted the Yuan scripture to the 9th level of the saint, his combat power had already broken through the shackles of that line and truly entered the level of a Saint King. Now, Yuan Jing's breakthrough to the 3rd level of the great sage naturally made Qingfeng's strength even further. But, look at your remaining improvement points. Qingfeng understood. The 3rd heaven of the Holy King. It's not your own end. Subsequently, Qingfeng just continues to improve. The 4th heaven of the great sage. The 5th heaven of the great sage. The 6th heaven of the great sage. The 7th heaven of the great sage. The 8th heaven of the Great Sage. The Great Sage 9 heavens. When the cultivation level entered the 9th level of the Great Sage, the terrifying aura on Jiyu Qingfeng's body caused the huge sharpening hull to be under pressure. Visions of heaven and earth appeared above Jojo, and a large amount of heaven and earth's spiritual energy gathered crazily towards the capital, looking like a terrifying aura vortex. This moment, the entire spiritual energy of Kyushu seemed to be drained out in an instant. All the cultivating monks suddenly woke up due to these changes. They looked in the direction of the capital with horror in their eyes. The change in that moment shocked all the monks in Jojo. For 18 years, as the Shinwu dynasty continued to grow, there were more and more monks in Kyushu. Many powerful people from the ancient world came to live in Kyushu. What's more, directly establish a sect in Kyushu. Of course, the whole world is not the land of the king. Kyushu was ruled by the Shinwu dynasty, and even if he wanted to establish a sect, he had to get the approval of the imperial court. Otherwise, a sect is established today. Tomorrow, the imperial army will invade the territory and directly crush the sect. Even some semi-sacred beings did not dare to provoke the majesty of the Shinwu dynasty wantonly. Just because it was 10 years ago, a half-saint from the southern region came to Kyushu and directly opened a sect without the consent of the imperial court. Such practices. Naturally, the imperial army pressed on the territory. But, as a strong person in the semi-sacred realm, his strength is not ordinary. After a battle, the imperial court lost tens of thousands of troops. When news of this battle came back to the court, Ji Yuyang was furious. Subsequently, the emperor of the Shinwu dynasty personally took action and killed the southern territory semi-saint with 10 moves in front of everyone. His head hung on the gate of the capital for 3 months. So far, only the monks in the world understand. It turned out that the emperor of the Shinwu dynasty was actually a being who also aspired to become a semi-saint. And he is also the top expert among semi-saints. After all, to be able to kill a half-saint of the same level with 10 moves, only the top beings in this realm can do it. More importantly, rumors from outside. The emperor of the Shinwu dynasty has been practicing for less than 100 years. Not only did he become a semi-saint in such a short period of time, but he was also the most powerful semi-sage. It can be seen from this. How terrifying is the opponent's talent. Many monks secretly speculated whether the ancestors of the Jiyu family had ever produced a powerful emperor. All the people in the Jiyu family had the blood of the emperor. Otherwise, why are all the family-oriented people so talented? So, there are also many monks who want to explore the secrets of the Jiyu family. This is another reason why there are so many foreign monks in Kyushu. Kyushu. In a new sect, there was an old man with white hair and a Taoist robe. His aura was calm and upright, as if he was in perfect harmony with heaven and earth, and his eyes were full of energy. But when the spiritual energy vortex appeared, the other party just looked in the direction of the capital, with a look of horror in his eyes. Plunder the spiritual energy of Kyushu. It makes it difficult for me to detect even the slightest bit of spiritual energy. Looking at the entire Kyushu, I'm afraid there is only one person who can do it. The head of the Jiyu family. The owner of Gujazhuang. Jiyu Qingfeng. Taoist Hefa asked himself that he had been a semi-sage for thousands of years and had reached the state of cultivation. Unless there were ancient saints, there were definitely not many strong people in the world who could truly rival him. He also heard a lot about Jiyu Qingfeng's existence. What a pity. Since Taoist Hefa entered Jojo more than 10 years ago, Jiyu Qingfeng has been in seclusion for a long time, so he has never had the chance to see him. Now, visions of heaven and earth appear. Taoist Hefa can be sure. Jiyu Qingfeng definitely cannot be as simple as a half-saint. Enlightenment and becoming a saint in the age of ending Dharma. How on earth did this person do it? The Hefa Taoist looked a little unsure of himself. He really wanted to ask Jiyu Qingfeng, but he restrained the urge. The secret that exists like this is not something he can explore. The capital of the country. In the imperial city, Ji Yuyang, who was listening to the reports of other ministers, suddenly stood up from the throne and looked in the direction of Gujazhuang, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Father is going out of prison. 18 years. Jiyu Qingfeng is finally out of seclusion. Jiyu Yang was also a little worried about the fact that Jiyu Qingfeng had been in seclusion for more than 10 years and had never taken a step out of the knife grinding hall. But now it seems, Jiyu Qingfeng has been in seclusion for 18 years, and his strength has greatly improved. Jiyu Yang was very curious. How far has Jiyu Qingfeng reached now? The Supreme Emperor has left seclusion. When the officials heard Jiyu Yang's words, their expressions changed, and their spirits immediately became high. Jiyu Qingfeng is the true Dinghai Shenzhen of the Shenwu dynasty. If the other party comes out of seclusion, that meant that the former backer of the Shenwu dynasty was back. This way, the Shenwu dynasty can definitely go one step further. Now, the spiritual energy vortex gradually dispersed. Inside the knife-sharpening hall, Jiyu Qingfeng looked at himself. Read the error-free version at 6.9. Book 6.9. Shuiba publishes a novel for the first time. Read at Luju Book Bar. Name, Jiyu Qingfeng. Age, 128 thousandths. Realm, 9th level of the Great Sage Realm. Martial Arts, Heavenly Meridian Sutra, 3rd level. Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Dawang Fist Sutra, Perfection, Wanggu Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Ziji Dao Canon, Perfection, Lifeng Junjing, Perfection, Nirvana Dao Jing, Dao Gong Chapter, 9 levels, Tianfeng Divine Art, Perfection, 9 Heavens Heavenly Scripture, the 1st level of the Great Holy Chapter, Shenshao Tianlei, Perfection, 9 Yang Dao Jing, Perfection, Wan Ling Dao Jing, Perfection, Yuan Jing, Chapter 9 of the Great Holy Psalm, omitted. Promotion points. 6,000. The Great Sage 9th Heaven. Jiyu Qingfeng showed a satisfied look on his face. 18 years of accumulation. Let yourself be able to enter the 9th level of the Great Sage in one breath. Such speed. Jiyu Qingfeng had no reason to be dissatisfied. For other great saints, it is a question whether they can break through the 1st level of the Great Saint realm after 18 years of seclusion, let alone break through from the 3rd level of the Great Saint level to the 9th level of the Great Saint realm in one go. If I continue at this speed, I may be able to enter the realm of the Great Emperor without having to wait until the Great Age of Great Struggle comes. The 9th level of the Great Sage chapter of Yuanyuan Sutra has broken through to the 1st level of the Holy King chapter. It just needs 10,000 improvement points. So far, Jiyu Qingfeng already has 6,000 improvement points left. It won't be long. He should be able to break through to the Holy King realm. The cultivation of the Great Sage 9th Heaven. My strength should be above the level of the 6th Heaven of the Holy King. However, because I have just broken through, my strength has not yet been fully utilized. After I have digested all my cultivation, my strength should be able to go even further. Jiyu Qingfeng compared his current self with the self when he used the 3 major heavenly veins. There is no doubt about it. Him now, he is much stronger than he was before. If the power of Tianmai is used again, Jiyu Qingfeng believed it. Even without the use of imperial soldiers, he might be qualified to compete with the quasi-emperor. I just don't know, my current strength is equivalent to the primary level of quasi-emperor, or the intermediate level of quasi-emperor. Jiyu Qingfeng thought to himself. The quasi-emperor realm is no longer divided into 9 levels like other levels, but is simply divided into 4 levels after junior high school. Only, at the moment, there are no strong men in the quasi-emperor realm to join forces with him, so Jiyu Qingfeng doesn't have an accurate idea of what level his strength is at the moment. This time, Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the information panel. 18 years apart, the information panel has accumulated a huge amount of information. Your heir, Jiyu Yang, issued decrees and won the hearts of the people, and his prestige among the people is increasing day by day. Your heir, Jiyu Yang, is touring the 9 provinces, sweeping away all disloyalty in the world, with great momentum and shocking everyone. Your heir, Jiyu Zan, accidentally entered the ancient secret realm and was seriously injured. He only managed to escape with the help of a mysterious and powerful man. Your heir, Jiyu Zan, practiced in seclusion, fell into an epiphany, and his strength increased significantly. Your heir, Ji Yuzan, has broken through to the 4th level of Dao Palace Realm. Reward improvement points 500. Your heir, Ji Yushu, was attacked by demons 1,236,523. Your heir, Ji Yushu, was attacked by demons 3,659,366. Your heir, Ji Yushu, made a blood sacrifice to the incomplete imperial soldiers and killed the ancient demon king in full view of everyone, causing huge waves in the demon world. Your heir, Ji Yushu, was chased by a big demon and was seriously injured. Your heir, Ji Yushu, was chased by a big demon and was seriously injured. Your heir, Ji Yushu, desperately mobilized the power of the incomplete imperial soldiers, cut off one of the demon's arms, and finally left with severe injuries. Your heir, Ji Yushengnan, received guidance from a mysterious and powerful person, and his cultivation level has reached the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Reward improvement points 300. Your descendant, Ji Yushengnan, entered a small world under the guidance of a mysterious and powerful man, and found that all life here was extinct and demons were rampant. Your heir, Ji Yushengnan, trained himself with demons, and the Green Lotus Sword Sutra broke through the barriers and created a new Green Lotus Sword Sutra. Your heir, Ji Yushengxing, has reached the 6th level of Divine Transformation. Reward improvement points 300. Your heir, Ji Yushengnan, has reached the 8th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Reward improvement points 300. Your heir, Ji Yushengnan, led the army to suppress the evil spirit, but was accidentally severely injured by the evil spirit and almost died on the spot. Your heir, Ji Yuyang, learned that his brother was seriously injured, so he took action with anger and used the power of thunder to suppress the evil spirit, which shocked the world. Your heir, Ji Yushengnan, has sharpened himself in battle and his strength has been greatly improved. Your heir, Ji Yushengnan, accidentally took Tiansai Dabao, and his qualifications were greatly improved. Your heir, Ji Yushengnan, has reached the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Reward improvement points 300. Your heir, Ji Yushengnan, has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the 1st level of the Dao Palace Realm. Reward improvement points 500. Your heir, Ji Yushengxing, learned about his brother's breakthrough and felt deeply that his qualifications were mediocre, so he went into retreat to think. Your heir, Ji Yushengxing, has been in seclusion for 3 years to understand his own path. Your heir, Ji Yushengxing, has finished his retreat and transformed into a commoner to walk around the 9 states. Your descendant, Ji Yushengxing, has observed the rise and fall of the world, seen the sorrow and joy of the people, experienced the world of mortals, and understood the true meaning of Confucianism and Taoism. Therefore, he entered Taoism through martial arts, condensed his literary heart, cultivated his awe-inspiring righteousness, and made great progress in his cultivation. Your heir, Ji Yushengxing, has reached the 7th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Reward improvement points 300. Your heir, Ji Yushengxing, has reached the 8th level of Divine Transformation. Reward improvement points 300. Your heir, Ji Yushengxing, has reached the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Reward improvement points 300. Your heir, Ji Yushengxing, has reached the 5th level of Dao Palace Realm. Reward improvement points 500. Your heir, Ji Yuyang, was overjoyed when he discovered that Ji Yushengxing had entered Taoism through martial arts, which increased the fortunes of the dynasty, and he canonized the latter as a great sage. Your heir, Ji Yuyunu, has reached the 3rd level of Divine Transformation. Reward improvement points 300. Your heir, Ji Yuyunu, was influenced by his father and secretly had a crush on a Confucian scholar and recruited him as his consort. You have a new heir born. Your heir. You have a new heir born. Ji Qingfeng looked at the information panel, and numerous words appeared in his sight, which made him a little dazzled for a moment. But, at Ji Qingfeng's current level, it is easy to see 10 lines at a glance. Less than half an hour. Qingfeng went through all the information accumulated over the past 18 years. Until this time, only then did he understand. Why have I been able to accumulate so many improvement points in 18 years? 18 years. The third generation of the Gu family is also starting a family and raising children. So far, there are already 36 members of the fourth generation, counting members of the first 3 generations. At present, the number of Gu family bloodline has almost exceeded 50. With such a large base, Qingfeng's improvement points will naturally increase dramatically. End of chapter. Chapter 326 The Origin of Confucianism and Taoism. For 18 years, the Gu family bloodline has grown stronger. 50 people. It's not the Gu family's upper limit. After all, monks live long lives. If you really want to give the monks time, no matter how low the probability of conceiving an heir is, there will still be offspring. After all, the probability is low, the number goes up. Then the overall probability can be increased accordingly. It would be completely different if the Gu family's bloodline rose to 500, 5,000, 50,000 people in the future, or even spread throughout the entire ancient world. So, Qingfeng has enough confidence. You can step into the realm of the great emperor before the great war comes. But what really concerns Qingfeng right now are some changes in the descendants of the Gu family. To be precise, he is the second generation of the Gu family. It turned out to be the second generation of the Gu family. What Qingfeng saw most was Gu Shengnan. It turns out, Gu Shengnan is indeed good. If you go out to practice on your own and do not rely on the resources of the dynasty, you can get many opportunities and step into the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. And, judging from Gu Shengnan's situation, the opponent was fully capable of breaking into the Tao Palace realm, but in order to build his own foundation, he did not break through rashly. In comparison, the other second generations just seem a bit average. Even the 2 brothers Gu Shengxing and Gu Shenggen are not very talented. If there are no big opportunities, future achievements will be limited. However, what Qingfeng didn't expect was, just over 10 years, these 2 brothers just opened his eyes. The first is Gu Shenggen. As the most talented of the 2 brothers, when he got the opportunity to further change his qualifications, he entered the Tao Palace realm before Gu Shengnan. And then, it was Gu Shengxing. Use martial arts to enter the Tao. Gather your literary heart. Practice great righteousness. In a short period of time, the opponent's cultivation has reached the 5th level of the Tao Palace realm, making him the first person among all the second generations. Heoran is upright, Qingfeng murmured, and then he looked upward, his eyes able to see the outside world. I saw that after more than 10 years, the fortune of the Shenwu dynasty had improved to a terrifying level. But, when it comes to being promoted to the imperial dynasty, there is still a long way to go. After all, the promotion from dynasty to imperial dynasty is an astonishing transformation. Such transformation, it is not comparable to the dynasty promotion dynasty. So, even though the Shenwu dynasty had used the resources of the Guiyuan dynasty to develop rapidly over the years, and strong men emerged one after another, it ultimately failed to advance into the ranks of the imperial dynasty. In Qingfeng's view, judging from the current fortune of the Shenwu dynasty, it will take at least another 100 years to accumulate wealth before it is possible to be promoted to the imperial dynasty. Get out. Qingfeng immediately made love to Xu Yulan. The 2 haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, and it can be said that they are inseparable. Although Qingfeng has reached this level of cultivation, many of his inner desires have been reduced a lot, but his feelings for Xu Yulan have not changed. And then, Qingfeng summoned Ji Peng. Is it in the Tao Palace realm? Looking at the middle-aged monk in front of him, Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. After more than 10 years, not only does Ji Peng show no signs of aging, but he has become slightly younger due to his breakthrough in cultivation. The slight gray spots on the temples that used to be invisible have now disappeared. But, the other person's bearing, but he became more and more calm. It's just that this calmness is in front of outsiders. When standing in front of Jiyu Qingfeng, Jiyu Peng's so-called calmness was gone, and his face was full of excitement. My subordinates' qualifications are dull. Without the resources within the village, there is no possibility of a breakthrough. Speaking of which, I would like to congratulate the master of the village for his great achievement. Naturally, it was impossible for Jiyu Peng not to miss the strange phenomena of heaven and earth in the capital ahead. It was precisely because he could see that he understood that these visions were related to Jiyu Qingfeng. Obviously, the person in front of me has been in seclusion for more than 10 years, and his strength has improved to a terrifying level. It's not a great achievement, it's just something gained. Jiyu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. Subsequently, he asked Jiyu Peng again about the current situation in Guzhazhuang. More than 10 years. Guzhazhuang is also developing rapidly. The strength of many disciples has improved to varying degrees. Most of the disciples who came out of Guzhazhuang became officials and served the imperial court. In particular, there are many disciples of the Jiyu family among the suppressing evil division, Zuntian Guard and Jinyi Guard. It can be said, the Shenwu dynasty could grow, and the disciples of Guzhazhuang also played a big role. The addition of a large amount of manpower will naturally allow the Shenwu dynasty to alleviate the problem of shortage of manpower. But, inside, there is another problem. That is, above the court, there are too many people from Guzhazhuang. If Guzhazhuang was from another force, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the royal family. Fortunately, Guzhazhuang is run by Jiyu Qingfeng, and strictly speaking, it is inseparable from the royal family. This way, even though many people in the court are from Guzhazhuang, there is no need to worry about any hidden dangers. On the contrary, only when you use your own people can you feel at ease. Seeing Jiyu Peng taking care of the Jiyu family village in an orderly manner, Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly spoke. Jiyu Peng, if I ask you to take over the position of the owner of Guzhazhuang, would you be willing? As soon as this statement came out, Jiyu Peng looked startled, then his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly lowered his head and replied. My subordinates' abilities are limited and not enough to run the Jiyu family village. Besides, my only wish is to be with the owner of the village. These words, Jiyu Peng didn't lie. His current status depends on Jiyu Qingfeng's respect. So, Jiyu Peng naturally hopes to be able to follow Jiyu Qingfeng and support him. And then, there is another problem here. That is, the current position of Guzhazhuang is quite delicate. If Guzhazhuang falls into the hands of Jiyu Qingfeng, then there will be no problem. But if it falls into the hands of others, it will be different. Seeing Jiyu Pengcheng's fearful look, Jiyu Qingfeng shook his head and laughed. If you don't want to, just don't want to. Why did this? Well, you can go ahead and let Shengxing and Sheng'an come to see me. Yes. Jiyu Peng immediately bowed and accepted the order. Half an hour later, I saw Jiyu Shengxing and Jiyu Sheng'an coming hand in hand. Jiyu Shengxing was wearing a blue gown, and his aura was much more restrained and gentle than before. There was a subtle and mysterious fluctuation emanating from his whole person, which made people feel inexplicably at ease. Looking at Jiyu Sheng'an's words, the opponent now has an iron-blooded aura, which shows that he has killed many people over the years. But no matter what, the moment they saw Jiyu Qingfeng, they both saluted respectfully. I've met Grandpa Huang. You are here, sit down. Jiyu Qingfeng said lightly. When the two heard this, they didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly found a place to sit down. Subsequently, Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes lingered on the two of them for a while, and finally looked at Jiyu Shengxing. Shengxing, your aura is quite extraordinary. It seems that you have found your own path. Even without the information panel, Jiyu Qingfeng could see the difference in Jiyu Shengxing at a glance. There is a weak and mysterious aura hidden in the opponent's body. This aura is different from the warrior's qi and blood. It must be the rumored Heoran righteousness. Such power. Tell the truth. It was also the first time for Jiyu Qingfeng to see it. After hearing what Jiyu Qingfeng said, Jiyu Shengxing answered truthfully. Read the error-free version at 6:9. Book 6. 9 Shuiba publishes a novel for the first time. Read at Luju Book Bar. Reporting to Grandpa Huang, my grandson luckily gained enlightenment and developed great righteousness. He has finally found the path he wants to take in the future. It is indeed extraordinary to enter Taoism through martial arts, but as far as I know, Heoran Zhengqi does not exist in the current world of cultivation. If you want to take this path, I'm afraid it will be quite difficult. Quote. Gu Qingfeng reminded, no one practices Heoran Zhengqi, which means that all roads must be explored step by Gu Shengxing himself. There is no previous guidance. You can only open the way forward yourself. Do this. It is quite a test of the monk's understanding and opportunity. If you are not careful in the slightest, you may stop at a certain level throughout your life and never make any progress. Gu Shengxing. My grandson once entered the secret realm of the ancient times and learned that Confucianism and Taoism were at their peak in that era, so he found the inheritance of Confucianism and Taoism. I see. Gu Qingfeng looked clear. Subsequently, he just glanced at the information panel and quickly found the relevant records. Obviously, Gu Qingfeng had too much information in front of him, and he accidentally missed some places. Subsequently, Gu Shengxing talked about some Confucian and Taoist matters again, and Gu Qingfeng also listened silently. The so-called Confucianism and Taoism. It means to be familiar with the meaning of the scriptures, educate all people, understand the great ways of heaven and earth, and cultivate the awe-inspiring righteousness in your chest. The difference is, other monks focus on tempering the physical body's energy and blood, while Confucian and Taoist monks focus on cultivating awe-inspiring righteousness. But strictly speaking, in fact, both of them have different approaches but similar results, but they focus on different places. But 3,000 roads lead to the same destination by different paths. In the end, both are pretty much the same. On the level of divine transformation, the monk's qi and blood transform, and the Confucian scholar gathers his literary heart. On the Taoist palace level, monks open up the Taoist palace and the soul, and Confucianism and Taoism also open up the soul. The difference is that the Taoist palace of Confucianism and Taoism is called Wen Palace. And then, the former is developed through the power of qi, blood and true meaning, while the latter is developed through the awe-inspiring righteousness and understanding of one's own body. In the same situation, it is still unclear which one is stronger and which one is weaker. And on the other side, after listening to the other party's words, Gu Shengxing gained an in-depth understanding of Confucianism and Taoism. Wait until Gu Shengxing finished speaking. Gu Qingfeng nodded. Confucianism and Taoism are mysterious, and indeed they are not vulgar. Since you have received the inheritance of Confucianism and Taoism from ancient times, and you have gathered your literary heart and opened up a literary palace, you may become the first Confucian and Taoist saints since ancient times. From Gu Shengxing's words, Gu Qingfeng understood that Confucianism and Taoism were ancient cultivation methods. However, since the ancient catastrophe, many inheritances have been cut off, and Confucianism and Taoism have naturally disappeared into the dust of history. The Confucianism and Taoism inheritance that Gu Shengxing received was related to the Tai divine dynasty. To be precise, that ancient secret realm, it is what was left from the Tai divine dynasty. To this, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but wonder. How many things did the Tai divine dynasty leave behind? But thinking about the ancient times when the Tai divine dynasty suppressed the entire ancient world, Gu Qingfeng soon felt relieved. It is not surprising that the Tai divine dynasty is so powerful and has left many inheritances in the ancient world. Then, Gu Qingfeng just looked at the two of them and said slowly, I called you two here today because I want you to wait for them to take over the position of the owner of Gujiazhuang. The location of the owner. The expressions of both of them changed. Gu Shengxing even asked anxiously, is it possible that Grandpa Huang wants to leave? Not leaving. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. It's just that the Gu family's bloodline has grown stronger, so I plan to separate the Gu family village for the purpose of training other disciples. As for the Gu family's bloodline, all of them will belong to the Gu family. In addition, I have spent most of my time in seclusion these past few years, and I rarely interfere in the affairs of the village. Therefore, I plan to let you take over Guzhazhuang. Quote. The words fell. Both of them were visibly relieved. Subsequently, Ji Shenggen was the first to shirk. My grandson, although I am the master of the law enforcement hall, I am only good at killing people and not good at management. So in my grandson's opinion, it is better to let the second brother do it. Anyone with a discerning eye can understand that Guzhazhuang's position is extraordinary. If he can take charge of Guzhazhuang, it will be of great benefit in the future. Say something ugly. If Ji Yuyang abdicates one day, whoever among these princes can take charge of Guzhazhuang will have a greater chance of getting the throne. At this point, Ji Shenggen naturally understood. But even so, he refused without hesitation. In Ji Shenggen's view, the throne was not very attractive. On the contrary, lead the army in battle. A fight to the death. This is the life Ji Shenggen really wants. Years of fighting and life and death fights have made him fully understand what he wants, so he naturally shirks it simply. Before Ji Shengxing could speak, he noticed Ji Qingfeng's eyes falling on him. Immediately, he just smiled bitterly. Grandpa Huang has a destiny, and your grandson must obey it. Okay, then from today on, you will be the owner of Guzhazhuang. My grandson obeys. Ji Shengxing took a deep breath and clasped his fists to accept the order. He actually didn't have much hope for the position of the owner of Guzhazhuang. But, Ji Shengxing also understood. Except for himself, no one is suitable to be in charge of Guzhazhuang. Originally, Ji Shenggen can do it. But the other party refused. So, only he can take charge of this position. After all, the power of Guzhazhuang is complicated and even affects the court. If someone else is in charge, it will inevitably cause a lot of twists and turns. As a descendant of Ji Yuyang and a prince, it would not be a problem for him to take charge of the Ji family village. The position of the owner of the village has changed. I will inform you tomorrow and then hold the succession ceremony. After all, our Guzhazhuang is not a third-rate force now. For such a big thing as changing the owner of the village, we still need to have the due respect. Ji Qingfeng smiled lightly. The position of the owner of Guzhazhuang was passed to Ji Shengxing, and he was happy and relaxed. Just like Ji Qingfeng said before, although he is the owner of the village, he rarely interferes in the affairs of the village. Rather than sitting empty-handedly as the banker, it is better to give this position to others. Just right. Ji Shengxing was a 5th-level Taoist monk and the #1 Confucianist and Taoist. If he could take charge of the Ji family village, he would not be much more suitable than Ji Shenggen. Hear the words. Ji Shengxing held up his hand and said, "My grandson must obey Grandpa Huang's orders." End of chapter. Chapter 327 Eastern Region Map. The news that Ji Qingfeng had stepped down from the position of the owner of Guzhazhuang and was replaced by Ji Shengxing also spread. For a time, the whole of Zhou was also shocked. The current Guzhazhuang is different from the past. The position of the owner has changed. It can even be compared to the change of the emperor's power. In particular, many ministers in the court seem to smell something unusual here. There is no way. The position of the owner of Guzhazhuang is really too subtle. Now that Ji Shengxing has taken over the position of the owner, others can't help but think about it. Father asked Xinger to take over the position of the owner of Guzhazhuang. Is there any intention? In the imperial study, Ji Yuyang looked at the information in his hand and his expression was a little surprised. In front of him, Ji Yuyi, the leader of the secret guards and the commander of the Jinyue, is now watching his nose and heart, and he doesn't say a word at all, as if he didn't hear what Ji Yuyang said. These topics are too sensitive, and not everyone is qualified to interrupt. Ji Yuyi understands this. Ji Yuyang had never thought that he could get an answer from Ji Yuyi. Looking at the information in his hand, Ji Yuyang pondered for a moment, and he had some ideas in his mind. Over the years, the position of the crown prince has been vacant, and there are many complaints in the court. Now it seems that this matter must be decided as soon as possible. Establishing a crown prince. It is also helpful to stabilize the imperial power and allow the country to continue longer. But, Ji Yuyang was also investigating in secret and did not make a rash decision. You know, the lifespan of a cultivator is long. Establishing a crown prince too early may not be a good thing. After all, not everyone can bear to stay in the position of crown prince for thousands of years. However, the crown prince must be established. As long as the position of the crown prince is not determined, it will inevitably make many princes and grandchildren have inappropriate thoughts. At that time, open and secret struggles are inevitable. In fact, as the royal bloodline grows stronger, this problem has gradually emerged. It's just that Ji Yuyang is now suppressing the world, and Qingfeng is in the heyday, so there is no trouble. Because everyone knows that as long as Qingfeng and Ji Yuyang are alive, no one has the qualification to compete for the throne. At this moment, when Ji Yuyang learned about the Jiyu family manor, he decided to put this matter on the agenda. Xinger entered the Tao with martial arts, and inherited the great Confucianism of the ancient times. He is less decisive and ruthless in his actions, and more gentle and kind. If the king of the revival can't do it, it's not a problem to be a king who maintains the status quo. 1 month later, in Jiyu family manor, various forces came to pay homage and congratulate Jiyu Shengxing on becoming the third owner of Jiyu family manor. The first owner Jiyu Qingfeng. The second owner Ji Yuyang. The third owner Jiyu Shengxing. These are the 3 owners of Jiyu family manor now. Needless to say, the first owner. The other party is known as the strongest man in the Dharma ending age. He caused the phantom of the emperor to appear in Qindi city and was called the future emperor by the ancient Qin family. As long as the other party does not die unexpectedly, he will definitely be able to prove his Tao and become an emperor in the next great era. As for Ji Yuyang, although he is not as good as Jiyu Qingfeng, he has also established a top dynasty. In less than 100 years, the Shenwu dynasty has been famous in the East region. Now, Jiyu Shengxing is also good. The other party entered the Tao through martial arts, condensed his literary mind, and revived the glory of ancient Confucianism. He has reached the 5th level of the Tao Palace before the age of 100. Such qualifications, comparable to the top genius of the ancient family. It can be said, the 3 owners of Gujazhuang are all real heroes. Moreover, the Jiyu family behind Gujazhuang can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. As long as Jiyu Qingfeng does not die, the Jiyu family will surely become a great emperor family. Now making friends with Gujazhuang in advance is to show goodwill to the Jiyu family in disguise. This approach, there are only benefits and no harm. Not only Ji Yuyang will attend this ceremony, but even Jiyu Qingfeng will come out. Half a month later, the enthusiasm just subsided. In the imperial study, Jiyu Qingfeng and Ji Yuyang appeared here. Father has been in seclusion for 18 years. I think his cultivation has improved a lot. Ji Yuyang asked tentatively. Jiyu Qingfeng, it has improved. As long as it is not the ancient existence in the Taichu ancient land, your father should be able to deal with it. What is in the Taichu ancient land? Ji Yuyang couldn't help asking. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Jiyu Qingfeng got the immortal medicine from the Taichu ancient land, but Ji Yuyang didn't know what was in the Taichu ancient land. He only knew the Taichu ancient land was related to an imperial clan. More, there was nothing. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng only uttered 2 words. The Great Emperor. The Great Emperor. Ji Yuyang's expression changed drastically. Is there a great emperor alive in the Taichu ancient land? This news, it was completely beyond his expectations. Jiyu Qingfeng said, there are ancient emperors sleeping in the Taichu ancient land, and there are more than one. As for how many emperors there are in the Taichu ancient land, your father has no way to tell you. But these emperors are sleeping in the ancient city of life, as if they are waiting for a certain opportunity, and they will not wake up easily. But if these emperors are born, I am afraid that the ancient world will usher in unpredictable changes. For those emperors sleeping in the Taichu ancient land, Jiyu Qingfeng thought it was definitely not that simple. It was just that with his current means, he had no way to understand such secrets. Ji Yuyang fell silent upon hearing this. For a long time, he asked again, if there are emperors sleeping in the Taichu ancient land, are there any in other forbidden ancient lands? Maybe, maybe not, but you don't have to worry too much. These ancient emperors will never come out before the Great Struggle era. When the Great Struggle era arrives, the emperors are not out of reach. Qingfeng smiled indifferently, and his words made Ji Yuyang feel inexplicably at ease. He did not ask Qingfeng why he was so confident. He only knew. Qingfeng never speaks without words. Since the other party said it, he must be sure of it. Then, Ji Yuyang said, the Shenwu dynasty has been accumulating for more than 10 years, and its strength is gradually increasing. Zhou is stable, and the influence of the Guiyuan dynasty in Shenyuanzhou has been reduced to the minimum. Especially in recent years, the remnants of the Guiyuan dynasty have been greatly reduced. The Shenyuanzhou mentioned by Ji Yuyang is the 373 prefectures that originally belonged to the Guiyuan dynasty. Now, in order to facilitate management, Ji Yuyang renamed it Shenyuanzhou. Over the years, the Shenwu dynasty has continuously sent troops to Shenyuanzhou, and all forces and monks who attempted to subvert the rule of the Shenwu dynasty were suppressed by thunder. This is why the Shenwu dynasty was able to completely control the huge Shenyuanzhou in just over a decade. The evil spirits in the ancient world are causing more and more serious troubles. There are rumors in the world that now the evil spirits appear. It is very likely that the scene of the ancient catastrophe will be repeated. No mistake, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619. Although the foundation of our Shenwu dynasty is in Zhou, once the catastrophe breaks out, it will inevitably be difficult to remain unscathed. So I think that only if the Shenwu dynasty is promoted to the imperial dynasty, or even the rumored divine dynasty, can it truly resist the catastrophe. Ji Yuyang's words did not surprise Qingfeng. Just do whatever you want. When evil spirits emerge, the chaotic world begins. Perhaps, as you said, the reappearance of the catastrophe in the ancient world is inevitable. The disappearance of the Tai divine dynasty in the past should also be related to the evil spirits. It is not a bad thing to improve strength as much as possible. If the Shenwu dynasty can be promoted to the imperial dynasty, Ji Qingfeng will support it. Although Ji Qingfeng has been in seclusion for these years, it can be seen from the information panel that the current situation is chaotic. Many of the dead soldiers sent out were ambushed by evil spirits, and countless people died. This shows that the evil spirits in the ancient world are now more serious than before. Even worse, Ji Qingfeng even saw the news about the Qidian emperor. That's right, it's the Qidian emperor. In the Battle of Gaiweizhou, the Qidian emperor was seriously injured and fled. After leaving the central region, he went to the southern region to lie dormant and secretly heal his injuries. If it weren't for the dead soldiers who encountered the Qidian emperor and eventually fell into his hands, Ji Qingfeng would not have known that the Qidian emperor would be lurking in the southern region. Thinking of this, Ji Qingfeng said, in addition, I got the news that the Qidian emperor of Gaiweizhou in the central region had appeared in the southern region and was lying dormant, secretly accumulating strength, trying to set off a great evil disaster in the southern region. You can have someone spread this news secretly. Could it be that the Qidian emperor is not dead? Ji Yuyang was shocked. Ji Yuyang had also heard about this evil spirit. In the Battle of Gaiweizhou, it was heard that the 4 great emperors all took action. The 4 saint kings carried 4 emperor weapons and joined forces with their father to attack Gaiweizhou together, intending to kill the Qidian emperor. But in the end, Emperor Qidian escaped with a serious injury and disappeared. After that, many forces, led by the ancient Qin family, were trying their best to hunt down Emperor Qidian. They found the other party's hiding place several times and a fierce battle broke out. Unfortunately, Emperor Qidian's methods were really unfathomable. Every time he was surrounded by the ancient family, he finally let the other party escape. Not only that, the ancient family suffered even more casualties. Later, This incident made the ancient family completely furious. They would sacrifice the blood of the emperor's soldiers to completely kill Emperor Qidian. That battle, Emperor Qidian disappeared. Ji Yuyang always thought that Emperor Qidian had been killed by the ancient family, but now he heard what Qingfeng said. He found that things seemed not so simple. How could Emperor Qidian be killed so easily? The Tai divine dynasty could not wipe him out back then, which shows that such evil means are weird. Qingfeng shook his head. He didn't know much about the affairs of the ancient family. But Qingfeng could conclude that the Qidian emperor was definitely not dead. Hearing this, Ji Yuyang was silent for a moment, then said, "To spread this news, there must be substantial evidence, otherwise it will be difficult to attract the attention of these forces. You don't need to say too much, just spread the news and let the forces of the ancient world know that there is the whereabouts of the Qidian emperor in Wangyan Mansion, Yunzhezhou, southern region." Ji Qingfeng believed that as long as this news spread, these forces would go to Wangyan Mansion more or less. As long as the other party entered, they could find the whereabouts of the Qidian emperor. Seeing Ji Qingfeng's firm attitude, Ji Yuyang didn't say anything else. Following the other party's instructions, he asked the Jinyue to spread the news secretly. After Ji Qingfeng left, Ji Yuyang's expression was complicated. "It seems that the power in my father's hands is much more terrible than I imagined. Even the ancient family can't find the whereabouts of the Qidian emperor, but my father has been in seclusion for 18 years and knows everything." Thinking of this, Ji Yuyang was also a little shocked. Fortunately, such a power is in the hands of his father. If it is in the hands of others, Ji Yuyang will feel uneasy. After all forces think that the Qidian emperor has fallen, even the ancient family thinks so. As a result, Ji Qingfeng can know that the Qidian emperor is not dead, and he knows that the other party is hiding in Wangyan Mansion. Such means are simply appalling. With this thought, Ji Yuyang looked at Ji Yuyi in front of him again. "Send someone to Wangyan Mansion to see if there is any trace of Emperor Qidian there." "I obey your order." Ji Yuyi clasped his fists and accepted the order. He waved his hand. Ji Yuyang asked the other party to leave first. Then, he waved his sleeves, and a red disc suddenly appeared. When his own power was poured into the red disc, all kinds of phantoms appeared immediately. If you look at these phantoms carefully, you can find that they are maps of the entire eastern region. All the mountains and rivers are reduced by 1,000,000 times and presented in this small space. There are 108 states in the eastern region, and 3,600 prefectures in one state. Such a vast territory is so vast in comparison that the territory controlled by the Shenwu dynasty is really too small. Ji Yuyang looked at the phantom of the map in front of him. There were two faint lights on it, which represented the location of Zhouzhou and Shenyuanzhou. It is worth mentioning that Shenyuanzhou is just the name of the Shenwu dynasty, and it is not recognized by other forces in the East region. So, Shenyuanzhou naturally cannot join the ranks of the original 108 states and become the 109th state. This is also a very normal thing. One state has 3,600 prefectures, which has been fixed since the ancient times. During this period, even if some forces occupied one or half of the state and made some changes, everything returned to normal with the destruction of that force. Unless the Shenwu dynasty can become the second Tai dynasty one day and dominate the entire ancient world, then it can divide the 5 regions and states independently. But now, the Shenwu dynasty cannot do this. In the huge map of the East region, the territory occupied by the Shenwu dynasty is just the tip of the iceberg. If you look at the 5 regions of the entire ancient world, it is even more insignificant. Then, Ji Yuyang drew his finger in the air, and light rose from the 9 states, instantly connecting with Shenyuanzhou. Many territories along the way were assimilated and swallowed by the light. In just a moment, the territory of the Shenwu dynasty was expanded several times. What the Shenwu dynasty needs to do now is to completely connect Zhouzhou and Shenyuanzhou, and use the two as the base to expand the territory of the dynasty. Once this step is completed, the Shenwu dynasty can further expand outward. What the court needs to do now is to suppress all the forces that hinder the dynasty's progress. When Ji Yang thought of this, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 328 Spiritual Beast. Zhou. Outside the capital of Guangyang Prefecture, a mountain villa quietly appeared. This is where the Ji family is. Since Ji Shengxing took charge of Gujia Manor, Ji Qingfeng found a beautiful place outside the capital and directly used it as the foundation of the current Ji family. This matter, naturally, there is no difficulty at all. As long as Ji Qingfeng is willing, any place in Zhou can be the location of the Ji family. Ji Yang has no possibility of objection. It is worth mentioning that, when the new site of the Ji family was established this time, Ji Qingfeng did not bring the original things from Gujia Manor. Among them, it includes the grinding knife hall. This place where Ji Qingfeng has been in seclusion for 100 years has long been stained with the charm of various great ways. For other cultivators, it is a rare opportunity. And this, it can be regarded as an opportunity left by Ji Qingfeng for Ji Shengxing. The other party can enter the Dao through martial arts, which shows that he has a good understanding. The charm of the Great Way in the grinding knife hall may allow the other party to gain something. In addition, this is also a trump card of Gujiazhuang. Now, inside Gujia, pavilions and towers, rocky mountains and waterside pavilions. It is a peaceful scene. In today's Gujia, Ji Qingfeng did not hire too many people, but only brought some of the servants who were more convenient to use here. In addition, it is Ji Peng, the former head of the outer hall. Now he has entered the Gujia and is the general manager of the Gujia. This is also Ji Peng's strong request, and Ji Qingfeng will not refuse. Gujia is not bad here. Although it is less lively than in the city, it is more quiet. Xu Yulan looked at the lotus and koi in the pond, with a smile on her pretty face. Obviously, she is quite satisfied with the current environment of Gujia. Ji Qingfeng accompanied her and smiled calmly. It would be best if Madam is satisfied. But I think this place is a little plain. After some time, let the younger generations come to live here. It would be good to have more people and more life. Hearing this, Xu Yulan nodded. What my husband said is exactly what I want. Speaking of which, I haven't seen them for a long time. Xu Yulan thought of something and agreed with Ji Qingfeng's approach. Just then, Ji Qingfeng watched a golden koi in the pond swim in front of him, opened his mouth and spit out bubbles, and circled in place, as if he was deliberately trying to please him. Seeing this scene, Ji Qingfeng's expression moved slightly. This koi seems to have been brought from Gujiazhuang, right? That's right. Xu Yulan nodded. In my spare time, I have raised some koi, but over the years, most of the koi have died one after another. Only this koi has remained the same for decades, and has become more and more spiritual. So this time I moved here, I brought it with me. So, this fish is indeed quite spiritual, and it has already shown signs of transformation into a spiritual beast. Ji Qingfeng nodded slightly. A normal koi can only live for a few decades at most. The koi in front of me, although its lifespan is not 100 years, it has also exceeded the normal lifespan of ordinary koi, so it is naturally extraordinary. Moreover, Ji Qingfeng felt a vague spirituality in it. As Xu Yulan said, this fish is already quite spiritual. If it continues to grow, it is not impossible for it to become a spiritual beast. Spiritual beast. In fact, it is similar to a fierce beast. The difference is, fierce beasts are bloodthirsty, while spiritual beasts retain their spirituality. Therefore, some top forces would raise spirit beasts, either as mounts or as the foundation of their sects. Like the ancient Qin family. According to Ji Qingfeng's understanding, they raise powerful spirit beasts that are comparable to saints. However, Ji Qingfeng has never seen that spirit beast. But it is undeniable that spirit beasts are quite useful at some times. After all, the lifespan of a cultivator is limited. But relatively speaking, the lifespan of a spirit beast is much longer. So, when seeing the koi in the pond, Ji Qingfeng had an idea in his mind, which was to train a spirit beast for the Ji family. Not for anything else. Just so that this spirit beast can be used as a trump card of the Gu family in the future. If one day he is not in the Gu family, this spirit beast can also play a role. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng took out a blood and qi pill, crushed the pill directly, and sprinkled it in the pool water. The koi in the pond seemed to have smelled something delicious, and immediately opened its mouth and greedily swallowed the pill residue. In less than a moment, most of the fragments of a qi and blood pill were swallowed up by it. Okay, I want to see how much you can eat. Gu Qingfeng smiled immediately. This time, he did not crush the qi and blood pill again, but directly threw the whole pill into the pond. The koi tasted the sweetness, and before the pill fell into the water, it jumped up and swallowed the pill directly into its stomach. Qi and blood pill is taken by cultivators in the first stage of body refining, so the medicinal power is naturally not too strong. But it also depends on who is taking this pill. If you look at it from Gu Qingfeng's perspective, qi and blood pill is naturally a trivial thing, and the power contained in it is not even as useful as breathing casually. But for monks who have never set foot in practice, or who have just set foot in practice, the role of qi and blood pill cannot be underestimated. Especially the former. If you take a qi and blood pill rashly, you may be unable to withstand the power of the medicine and eventually explode and die. But the koi carp in the pond swallowed a whole pill, but nothing happened and it was still happily spitting bubbles in the pond. Such a change naturally surprised Gu Qingfeng. Next breath, Gu Qingfeng's spiritual thought fell on the koi, and he immediately discovered the clues. I saw that the body of the koi fish is filled with all kinds of spiritual energy, which has already distinguished it from other members of the same race. It can be seen from this. This koi has been tempered by spiritual energy day and night, and has undergone some subtle changes. And this is also the reason why the opponent can withstand the qi and blood pill. Let me see how much you can eat. Gu Qingfeng took out another batch of qi and blood pills, threw them into the pond one by one, and fed them directly to the koi. Gu Qingfeng simply didn't need too many pills of this level. Although there are only a few qi and blood pills provided by the information panel, there are many qi and blood pills obtained through other channels. Such elixirs. It can be said that Gu Qingfeng grabbed a lot of them. Seeing that after feeding dozens of qi and blood pills, the koi were still active and showed no signs of indigestion, Gu Qingfeng's expression became increasingly curious. He now wants to see where the limit of this fish is. So next, Gu Qingfeng did not feed the qi and blood pills again, but directly went up a level and threw the blood refining pills taken by the blood refining realm monks into the pool. This time, after the koi swallowed the blood refining pill, its body swayed as if it was drunk, and it was no longer as active as before. After observing the fish for a moment, Gu Qingfeng averted his gaze. He can be sure. The blood refining pill is not harmful to the koi. The opponent's body has been tempered by spiritual energy for decades, and it is enough to withstand the power of such pills. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, take a look. 1 month from now, Gu Qingfeng often comes to the pond to feed the fish. From the blood refining pill at the beginning, to the bone refining pill, marrow cleansing pill, and zang refining pill, Gu Qingfeng fed them all. A month. The koi have also changed a lot. The body size is about 3 to 4 times larger than that of ordinary koi. At the same time, the opponent's body is so powerful that he can shatter rocks with a flick of his tail. If you are in a group of koi, it is not an exaggeration to say that you are the king of koi. And then, it's the spiritual aspect. A month of elixir feeding has greatly increased the koi's spirituality. Although it is difficult for the spirit beast to refine and utter human words, it can still comply with some of Gu Qingfeng's instructions. When the last zang refining pill was thrown down and fell into the belly of the fish, the koi suddenly stood still in the pond, and its scales dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, pieces of scales fell off, and then new scales grew. Unlike heading to scales, nowadays, the newly grown scales are much brighter and fuller, like a battle armor made of gold, which makes the koi fish feel more majestic out of thin air. And there is The two dragon whiskers near the koi's mouth are now a little longer. The whole fish now looks clearly different from other ordinary koi. Just then, koi suddenly opened his mouth, and a ray of light flew out of his mouth and headed towards Qingfeng. The latter stretched out his palm to grab the light, and felt a warm and cold feeling in his hand. Then he opened his palm and saw a piece of golden scales lying there quietly. This scale is different from ordinary scales. I saw that the golden scales were mixed with a little scarlet blood, and the texture was quite hard. It is the most powerful and hard scale among the scales that the koi fish has just shed, which is produced by condensing the essence of the whole body. Or rather, this should be called reverse scale. But this level of reverse scale is useless to Qingfeng, but for ordinary monks, this thing is considered good. Especially when refining some body armor, adding this scale into it can also improve the grade. From today on, you will be called Carp Emperor. Qingfeng chose a name for the other party. Carp King. He is the king of the koi family. It is said that koi fish can leap over the dragon gate and transform into 9 heavenly dragons. But Qingfeng didn't know whether this rumor was true or not. At least, he has never seen the so-called dragon gate exist. Qingfeng also had no idea how far the koi carp in front of him could grow. But, for now, after being fed a large amount of pills for a month, in terms of strength, the koi in the pond is actually no weaker than the average Zhang refining realm monk. But for now, apart from finding that this koi was physically powerful and spiritually profound, Qingfeng had not discovered anything magical about it. After hearing Qingfeng's words, the Carp Emperor happily wandered and swam in the pool, splashing waves of water. Then, as if receiving some kind of call, the koi carps in the pond swam towards the Carp King, guarding it like guards. It seems that the name is not wrong. You can really be the emperor of the koi family. This scene made Qingfeng smile dumbly. He didn't expect. The carp can really order the koi in other pools. It is worth saying, because Qingfeng has been feeding a large number of elixir to the carp in the past month, which leads to the pond water in the lotus pond, it has also contaminated the power of many elixir. These pools of water are absorbed by other koi, which has also been greatly improved. At least, many koi in front of Qingfeng's eyes, the smallest one is 3 or 4 feet long. Like a carp, there is almost a bunch. That is, the lotus pond built by the Gu family is not small, so that these koi can be accommodated. Otherwise, a lotus pond is squeezed. But looking at the scene in the pool, Qingfeng's heart was also moved. Lotus pond is to expand it. It is best to get through the outside and let the entire water system surround the entire Gu family. It is good to have these koi dormant. It is good to think about it. Quote. Qingfeng had some ideas in his heart. Do it if you have an idea. For Qingfeng, it is simple to open a water system. I saw him step by step, and then thought about it, with Gujazhuang as the center. Then, Qingfeng even opened the undercurrent of the ground with amazing means, making a large amount of groundwater spray out. Within a few breathing, the dry riverbed was completely filled with the river water. Seeing that the groundwater continued to surge, Qingfeng suppressed it with his own strength, and an invisible prohibited system dropped, so that the river water no longer increased. After doing this, Qingfeng practiced an arch bridge separately, spanning 20 feet in the river for others to travel to and from the Gu family. Although the width of 20 feet is said to be, some cultivation is not worth mentioning. Even if you can't do the imperial air, you can easily go. But the facade is naturally necessary. Later, Qingfeng opened the lotus pond and river water system in Gu's family again. This is the case. The carp and other koi have enough room for survival. Even if the number of koi is now over 100 and thousands of times, it is more than enough to accommodate. Wait until the next day. Many people of Gu family found that I did not know when it started, and outside of their family, there was a water system. Rivers with 20 feet like these wide feet are not so much a small river. One time, many people are shocked, but when they learned that this matter was Qingfeng, they took their minds and changed their respects. The main means of the family are really amazing, and the silence is to open up such rivers, so magical power. Ji Yupeng looked with emotion. He is a monk of Daogong, and it is not difficult to do this step. Really difficult. There was no motion. If it wasn't for his own eyes, Ji Yupeng couldn't find such a change outside the Ji Yu family. At the same time, the changes outside Gu's family also attracted the attention of many people. The news about Ji Yu Qingfeng's opening a rivers and rivers was heated to discuss many people. Some people also came in person and wanted to see such a landscape. This chapter is finished. Chapter 329 Ji Yu Zan returns. Ji Yu family. Ji Yu Zan, dressed in white, looked at the scene in front of him with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. Since he left home, it has been decades. Over the years, Ji Yu Zan was practicing in Taishu Holy Land and had hardly returned to Kyushu. Until now, Ji Yu Shuenkai returned from Taishu Holy Land. For Dao Palace monks, decades are naturally nothing. But that's the case. Ji Yu Zan is also a little shy now. Subsequently, his eyes fell on the river in front of him, and the river water 100 feet deep could not block his gaze at all. This is a spiritual beast. When he saw the koi at the bottom of the river, Ji Yu Zan looked slightly surprised. Spirit beast. He had also seen it in Taishu Holy Land. So, Ji Yu Zan is naturally no stranger to spiritual beasts. However, the spiritual beasts cultivated by Taishu Holy Land are not weak, but are comparable to existences at the semi-saint level, and can be regarded as strong at the level of ancestors. This is also the foundation of some ancient holy places. Now, in Ji Yu Zan's view, the carp emperor lurking in this river is just a spiritual beast in the spiritual awakening stage. The so-called enlightenment. The target is the 5 realms of body refining of the human race. Qiling goes back. It is the transformation of the world that is comparable to that of a master. As well as a demon-turned-monster comparable to a great master. Further up, they are demon generals, demon commanders, demon kings, etc. Strictly speaking, the hierarchy of spiritual beasts is actually similar to that of demons. In Ji Yu Zan's opinion, the carp emperor in front of him was a spiritual beast in the spiritual enlightenment realm, and was considered the weakest among the spiritual beasts. But, everything must be viewed from different aspects. Undeniable, the carp emperor is indeed just an ordinary spiritual beast in the spiritual enlightenment realm now. But Ji Yu Zan could see that this river seemed ordinary, but in fact it was connected with the earth's veins, and a steady stream of spiritual energy was gathering here. With such an improvement in spiritual energy, ordinary river water is contaminated with rich spiritual energy. It is a unique blessing for spiritual beasts to grow here. It can also be seen from the side that the Ji Yu family also values this spiritual beast quite highly. Otherwise, how can they be allowed to live here? Except for the carp emperor who has already entered the spiritual enlightenment realm. The remaining koi are also in a stage that is about to enter the spiritual realm and transform into spiritual beasts. Subsequently, Ji Yu Zan withdrew his gaze, crossed the arch bridge, and walked directly to the door of Gu's house. The second young master is back. The 2 Ji Yu family guards looked happy when they saw Ji Yu Zan arriving. Obviously, these guards were all old men of the Ji Yu family and were very familiar with Ji Yu Xuanzi. Uncle Wang, Uncle Zhang, long time no see. Ji Yu Zan also smiled and nodded in response. Ji Yu Zan is no stranger to these 2 people. The group of people who initially followed Ji Yu Qingfeng were called Ji Yu family guards, but they were not weak in strength. They were supported by the resources of the Ji Yu family, and now they have entered the realm of divine transformation. See here, Ji Yu Zan also sighed secretly. The monks of the divine transformation realm guard the gate and act as guards. Our own foundation is getting stronger and stronger now. In the Taishu Holy Land, those in the divine transformation realm are considered to be powerful masters. If they can be promoted to the Dao Palace realm, they can even be promoted to the ranks of elders. Second young master is back. My subordinates will go and report to the family master. The guard who was called Uncle Zhang by Ji Yu Zan walked towards Gu's house, and the remaining one respectfully invited Ji Yuzhan in. After learning that Ji Yuzhan was back, Xu Yulan showed up to meet him immediately. Shuiner, mother. Ji Yuzhan looked at the woman in front of him, his face full of excitement. But soon, Ji Yuzhan realized that he couldn't see through Xu Yulan's cultivation. This change. Ji Yuzhan was a little shocked. As one of the 9 holy sons of the Taishu Holy Land, and possessing the divine body of the heavenly phoenix, Ji Yuzhan reached the 4th level of the Tao Palace realm before he was even 100 years old. And this, or is it because Ji Yuzhan has been polishing his foundation as much as possible over the years and is not in a hurry to make a breakthrough? Otherwise, even entering the 7th or 8th level of the Tao Palace realm is not a problem. But even so, the monks at the 7th or 8th level of the ordinary Taoist palace did not give him the illusion of unfathomable depth in front of Ji Yuzhan like they did when facing Xu Yulan. I don't know how much cultivation my mother has now, but her child can't see through it. Ji Yuzhan couldn't help but ask. When Xu Yulan heard this, she replied casually. I am now considered to be at the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm. 9th level of Tao Palace realm. Ji Yuzhan was shocked. He knew that his mother's qualifications were average, and he thought that when he came back this time, he would give her some elixirs from the holy land of Taishu, so that his mother could further improve her cultivation and extend her life. Result. Now Xu Yulan told him that she was already at the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm. This change. How could it not shock Ji Yuzhan? Tao Palace realm 9th level. Even in the Taishu Holy Land, they are all rare. Without sufficient qualifications, it is absolutely impossible to rise to this level. Seeing Ji Yuzhan's changing expression, Xu Yulan couldn't help but smile. This is all thanks to your father. If he hadn't provided resources, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm so quickly. However, staying in Gu's house all year round is also a secondary. What I want to see most is that you have grown up peacefully. Quote. Xu Yulan's face was kind, and she was a little angry. You are too, for decades without a sound, even if you don't come back, you will not let people bring a letter. The child knows it is wrong. Ji Yuzhan hurriedly admitted. In the face of Xu Yulan, he dare not have any disrespect. One of the 9 saints of the holy land of the Tang dynasty is now respectfully stood aside, and let the former reprimand. Looking at him like this, Xu Yulan's heart was furious again, and his face showed a little distress. Forget it, since I came back this time, live more days. In addition, if it is possible, it is better to stay directly at home. After so many years of cultivation, it is still the Daogong realm. The sacred place is not the same as that of the Holy Land. Your elder brother has already been in the Tao Palace, and your nephew is also 5. Look at you again. Speaking of which, your 3rd brother is equally not worrying. After so many years of news, there is no news. The daily worry of being a mother. Quote. Xu Yulan was somewhat stunned. Ji Yuzhan did not interrupt the other party, but his expression was a little embarrassed. At the same time, there was a lot of shock on him. Ji Yuyang broke through the Tao Palace 9. This matter. Ji Yuzhan was not surprised. Although he stayed in the East China all year round, he also knew about Ji Yuyang's deeds. My elder brother has a combat power, which is enough to compare the existence of the half-sharing. But thinking that the direction has always been the best of the 3 brothers. Now it is the dynasty in charge of one side. It is normal to have such a cultivation. But, what is the nephew? The oldest one of his nephews is also 20 years younger than himself. At this age, it broke through the 5-way Tao Palace, giving Ji Yuzhan a feeling of heaven and night. Well, the holy sacred land is an ancient sacred place in one side, and the heritage is naturally extraordinary. Ji Yuzhan can reach this step, and it is inseparable from the cultivation of Taishu Holy Land. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Now that he has practiced success, if he directly abandon the holy land and come back to the Jiyu family, can my Jiyu family be such ungrateful people? Quote. At this moment, a slightly majestic voice came. Ji Yuzhan looked along the voice, and immediately respectfully. I have seen my father. Dao Gong's realm, the foundation is also consolidated. It seems that in recent years, it has not been slack. Ji Yu Qingfeng looked at the person in front of him, and looked at a little, just nodded. At the same time, in Ji Yu Qingfeng's eyes, Ji Yuzhan only felt a horrible pressure suddenly, so that his body and blood and souls were stagnant, as if the sky was falling. The four-way practice of the Daogong realm is enough to be compared to the top combat power of the 7 or 8 shoulder palace. At this moment, it seems like it. Such a change made Ji Yuzhan's heart horrified. But he didn't wait for him to be shocked too much, and the pressure was disappearing suddenly. Until this time, Ji Yuzhan only discovered his back, and he didn't know when he was soaked with sweat. At this moment, Ji Yuzhan deeply understood how horrible his father's strength was. The strength of his pride is not worth mentioning before the other side. If Ji Yu Qingfeng is an enemy, the other party wants to kill himself, it is estimated that it is a thought. Looking at Ji Yuzhan's calm expression, Ji Yu Qingfeng nodded secretly. Good. It can at least resist your own pressure and have not been developed by too much holy sacred land. In fact, from the information panels of these years, Ji Yu Qingfeng can also be seen that Ji Yuzhan is not a greenhouse flower that is carefully protected by the holy land. Nympho. The next few days, Ji Yuzhan stayed in Gu's house, most of the time with Shu Yulan. The mother and child are deeply affectionate. For decades, you have to get along well. 5 days later, Ji Yuzhan came to Musao Hall and met Ji Yu Qingfeng. As soon as he entered the milling hall, there was a terrifying atmosphere on his face. The strong pressure made Ji Yuzhan sinking his shoulders, as if he was carrying an invisible mountain, making him almost hard to walk. At the same time, the scenes in the grinding hall also appeared in Ji Yuzhan's eyes. I saw that inside the lobby in front of you, the furnishings were simple. Only the left and right walls were placed on the left and right walls. Any weapon here was placed in the outside world, which belongs to the level of the soldiers. And in the center of Mushuang, it is a god sword inserted there. Emperor Wangwang exuded from it, as if it was overwhelmed by the world. The pressure that Ji Yuzhan felt was precisely from this. Behind the sword, above the futon, Ji Yu Qingfeng sat on his knees. Come here, do your best. Hearing Ji Yu Qingfeng's words, Ji Yuzhan looked firm and walked step by step under the pressure. Each step, all made him feel heavy. It's just 3 steps. Ji Yuzhan seemed to be fighting with the strong, and his spirit was very tired. But thinking of Ji Yu Qingfeng, Ji Yuzhan gritted his teeth and continued to step forward step by step. Step 4. Step 5. Step 6. Nympho. Step 13. When he took the 20th step, Ji Yuzhan's aura suddenly surged. His soul seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. He was originally at the 4th level of Dao Palace realm. At this moment, he finally made a direct breakthrough and was promoted to Dao Palace realm in one go. 5-fold. The moment he broke through, all the pressure suddenly dissipated, as if it had never appeared before. But his soaring cultivation level made Ji Yuzhan understand that what just happened was not an illusion. Yes, I can withstand the pressure of the evil killing sword and advance 20 steps, and use this pressure to break through directly. Ji Yu Qingfeng nodded with satisfaction. I have to say, Ji Yuzhan's current performance is considered good. Ashamed, kid. Hearing Ji Yu Qingfeng's appreciation, Ji Yuzhan's face was full of shame. In front of his father, there is no difference between the 4th level and the 5th level of Dao Palace. Just because the gap between the two sides is so huge that it is completely unimaginable. Ji Yuzhan knew it very well. The evil killing sword is just his father's sword. The pressure of the magic weapon following his father was almost too much for him to bear, let alone his father's true strength. Seeing Ji Yuzhan like this, Ji Yu Qingfeng smiled dumbly. Don't underestimate the evil killing sword. This sword has been with my father for many years and has been promoted to the ranks of the imperial soldiers. If you can activate the pressure of this sword with all your strength, even the great emperor can fight. Quote, "It's pretty good that you can withstand the pressure of such imperial soldiers. If it were any other monk in the same realm, whether he could take 7 steps would be a problem." Gu Qingfeng's words. Ji Yuzhan felt relieved, and when he looked at the evil killing sword again, his face was full of shock. Imperial soldier. He never thought that the evil killing sword would be an imperial weapon. Ji Yuzhan knows very well what the concept of imperial soldiers is. Even though the Ether Void Holy Land is powerful, it only has one great holy weapon. Even so, that great holy weapon is also the most powerful foundation of Taishu Holy Land. But soon, Ji Yuzhan just calmed down his mind. Since returning home, he has been shocked too many times. Now, even if he sees the imperial soldiers face to face, he can calm down quickly. "I asked you to come here today because I have something to give you." Ji Qingfeng took out a plant of immortality and held it up in front of Ji Yuzhan with invisible force. The latter looked at the elixir of immortality in front of him. Although he could not recognize its true origin, the vigorous life breath contained in the elixir made Ji Yuzhan understand that the treasure in front of him was definitely not simple. This is the elixir of immortality. Taking it can allow a monk to live another life. In addition, the medicinal power contained in it is enough to allow you to reach the semi-saint level. The elixir of immortality. Father is saying that this is the elixir of immortality that is rumored. Ji Yuzhan's face was filled with horror. He looked at the elixir of immortality in his hand with a look of disbelief in his eyes. The elixir of immortality. He has stayed in Taishu Holy Land for many years. How could he not understand the existence of such magical medicine? When the great saint of Taishu Holy Land was old, he wanted to find an elixir of immortality to extend his life and live another life. But eventually, the great sage had exhausted the entire Taishu Holy Land, but could not find any trace of the elixir of immortality, so he could only die in depression. This also illustrates the preciousness of the elixir of immortality. Ji Yuzhan also didn't expect that Ji Qingfeng would have such a heaven-defying magical medicine in his hands, and he would also give this magical medicine to himself. End of chapter. Chapter 330 The Breath of Demons. Undead medicine is obtained from the ancient. Your elder brother has taken magic medicine. You should be able to take it earlier, but he retracted the father in the future, but it has fallen this matter. But now it is not too late. These divine medicines create a foundation as enough to make you a semi-sacred level. Then it is to polish myself and wait for the arrival of the prosperity of the great times, and I can prove the sanctuary. Quote. Ji Qingfeng's words make Ji Yuzhan's face. I see. No wonder his elder brother's strength can improve so fast. As early as 10 years ago, it was already the realm of the sacred saint. Compared with Ji Yuyang's cultivation speed, Ji Yuzhan doubted whether his Tianfeng Xin was fake. But now understand, Ji Yuzhan's heart is a lot better. Rotate immediately. He looked at the immortal medicine, and couldn't help but say, the rumor that the immortal medicine is more important to take the effect, the better it is. For the father, the immortal medicine is optional, and these undead magic medicines only have some effects on the great below of the emperor. If it is promoted to the great emperor's realm, all the characteristics of all immortal medicines will be eliminated. Ji Qingfeng shook his head. This is the domineering emperor. Even before he was promoted to the emperor, he took more immortal medicine, and how could it be piled up your life for several reincarnation? As long as you enter the great emperor's realm, lifespan is completely fixed. 12,000 years. This is the limit of the great emperor. If you say, below the emperor, if there is a massive amount of immortal medicine supplement, he can barely achieve half a longevity. Then once you step into the great emperor's realm, there is no possibility. But so Rao is so. There are still many strong men who have been in a long time to prove the great emperor's realm. This is because it is rare because the immortal medicine is rare, not everyone can find it. There are. Become a immortal. Whenever the strong person who has the great emperor's realm wants to extend his life, it is only to go one step further and make the rumors in the fairyland. Even if the hope of Chengxian is slim, it still makes these strong people yearn for. After all, just a long life. No meaning. Faced with a strong existence than yourself, even if it is long, it is not a ants. Of course, some emperors who cannot become immortal either sit or enter the ancient land, and they seal themselves like Heiyuan Emperor. Now that Jiyu Qingfeng wants to come, these sleeping emperors are afraid of waiting for the opportunity to become immortals. Otherwise, will these emperors sleep in the ancient times? It's just that nothing is absolute. Maybe some emperors are purely afraid of death, so they would rather live half-death in the ancient city of life, and they would not be willing to do that last fight. How about it? Jiyu Qingfeng is unknown. He didn't know so much. As long as you have enough strength, everything is not a problem. On the other, Jiyu Zan heard Jiyu Qingfeng's words, and his mind was also stunned. Emperor, this is the level he dare not think. After all, even if you are in a god, you can do it so easily if you want to set foot in this level. Like the last Tianfeng Xin, it only stopped in the Grand Holy Realm. Visible, although the god is strong. But if you want to say that the emperor, it is still very slim. Later, Jiyu Zan also stopped saying more, it was to take the immortal medicine directly. Jiyu Qingfeng protects the road, even though the power of immortal medicine is strong, it cannot really threaten Jiyu Zan. On the contrary, the power of a large amount of immortal medicine was absorbed and refined by Jiyu Zan, and the opponent's cultivation was also rising. Dao Gongjing 6. Daogong Realm 7. Daogong Realm. Daogongjing Zhouzhong. Nympho. Under the medicine, Jiyu Xuanshou was like breaking bamboo. It didn't take too much time, and it was already directly entering the Dao Palace 9 peak. Like Jiyu Yang, after breaking through this level, the breath on Jiyu Zan's body was still growing. Behind him, there was a fire and Phoenix's imaginary shadow, and the horrible and hot breath broke out, accompanied by a vast pressure. Fire Feng showed wings, want to break through the sky. But next, Jiyu Qingfeng noticed that there was a terrible avenue force in the heavens and the earth suppressed, making Huofeng a sorrow and eventually dissipated invisible. The moment the fire and Phoenix dissipated, Jiyu Zan's breath is also completely stable at the peak of the Daogong realm, at the level of a half-sanctuary. Tiandao suppression. Jiyu Qingfeng was clear. This is from the suppression of heaven. Just as Jiyu Yang had impacted the realm of saints at the beginning, he finally ended with failure. As Jiyu Zan broke through the 9 heavies of Daogong, Jiyu Qingfeng's improvement point also entered the ranks of 8,000. Thank you, Father. Jiyu Zan opened his eyes, his face was full of emotion. Breaking through the peak of the Dao Palace, and entering the semi-holy realm, he can truly understand the strength of this level. Compared to breaking through his previous self, now he is more powerful in strength. If you have not broke the previous self, Jiyu Zan has a confidence to kill him directly. It is the difference between the semi-saint and Daomongjing. The monks who have the same level of qualifications, the higher the more terrible, the more terrible. Think of this. Jiyu Zan looked at Jiyu Qingfeng and his eyes were burning. My son has just broken through in his cultivation. I want to ask my father for advice. Is it possible? Looking at Jiyu Zan's expression, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled slightly. As you wish. After a while, Jiyu Zan walked out of the grinding hall with a dull expression. When the breeze blew, he suddenly woke up. Looking at the scene outside, Jiyu Zan had the illusion that he was in a dream. After a long time, he smiled bitterly. This is my father's strength. Thinking back to the battle in the grinding hall, Jiyu Zan was a little terrified. No, that should not be considered a battle. Just because he didn't really make a move from beginning to end. Jiyu Qingfeng just gave him a look, and he felt like he was falling into the abyss. Now when he thought of that scene, Jiyu Zan couldn't help but smile bitterly. After all, he was a little ignorant of the world. I thought that after breaking through the semi-saint realm, I would be qualified to fight with my father. But now it seems, the gap between him and the other party has not changed at all. Whether it is before the breakthrough or after the breakthrough, in front of such an existence, one is no different from an ant. Looking at Jiyu Zan's back, Jiyu Qingfeng didn't care too much. It's better to teach this kid a lesson, otherwise he really thinks that he can run rampant after breaking through the semi-saint realm. Qingfeng shook his head slightly, and then retracted his divine sense of observing Ji Yuzhan. He was not worried that this battle would make Ji Yuzhan unable to recover. On the contrary, this battle allowed the other party to see the means of a truly powerful person, which would stimulate his desire for strength. Facts proved. Qingfeng's view was not wrong. It was only 3 days. Ji Yuzhan walked out of his room. Unlike 3 days ago, Ji Yuzhan now has a vigorous body, and at the same time has a sharpness that he didn't have before. When he came to Qingfeng again, the latter looked at him and nodded. It took 3 days to break through the inner demon, so it seems that the immortal medicine is not wasted. Last time, I was just looking at the world from a narrow perspective. When Qingfeng mentioned what happened a few days ago, Ji Yuzhan also smiled bitterly. Then, he asked curiously again, "What is the cultivation level of Father now? You can regard it as the great saint realm for the time being." Qingfeng glanced at him and spoke lightly. Finally, he added another sentence in his heart. "It won't be long. I should break through the Saint King realm. This is not a joke. Break through the Saint King. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1/6, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look. Just 10,000 improvement points." Qingfeng now has 8,000, and with another 2,000 improvement points, he can directly break through the Saint King realm. When he breaks through, his strength will undergo another transformation. Great Saint. Ji Yuzhan took a deep breath, his face full of shock. Qingfeng, it's just a great sage, don't be so surprised, the water in the world is deeper than you think. Many ancient forces and even ancient families have the foundation of great sages. And some ancient forbidden areas have great emperors sleeping. It's just that in the Dharma ending age, these beings will not wake up easily, but this does not mean that they don't exist. Hiss. These words made Ji Yuzhan take a breath again. He thought that as the son of the Holy Land of Taishu, his vision was broad enough. But until now, Ji Yuzhan understood. I am short-sighted after all. The water in this world is unfathomable. Especially some hidden strongmen. Ji Yuzhan suspected that even the Taishu Holy Land might not know it. But when these words came from Qingfeng's mouth, Ji Yuzhan certainly would not have any doubts. After all, his father is the great sage of the world. The things that can be touched by the existence of this level are naturally not what other cultivators can imagine. Afterwards, Ji Yuzhan also asked the same question as Ji Yuyang. That is the Dharma ending age. How did Qingfeng achieve the status of a great saint? In this regard, Qingfeng found a random excuse to get away with it, and Ji Yuzhan did not ask any more questions. For the next 6 months, Ji Yuzhan stayed in Guzhazhuang, sometimes being filial to Shu Yulan, and sometimes asking Qingfeng some questions about cultivation. Although Ji Yuzhan has already reached the level of a semi-saint in terms of cultivation, there is no room for improvement in the Dharma ending age. But the strength of a cultivator is not only reflected in the realm of cultivation, but also in many magical powers, which are also part of his own strength. However, it is difficult to achieve magical powers. Even if Ji Yuzhan is extremely talented, it is not so easy for him to truly cultivate the magical powers of the Taishu Holy Land to a high level. But with Qingfeng's guidance, this problem is naturally solved. With Qingfeng's current realm of cultivation, looking at the magical powers of the Taishu Holy Land, it is easy to see the essence. A casual remark. It can make Ji Yuzhan suddenly enlightened. Then, it is about the cultivation of Qingfeng magic. Ji Yuzhan has inherited the Qingfeng Great Sage after all, and naturally has the Great Sage's magical powers. It just so happens that Qingfeng has already cultivated the Qingfeng magic to the perfect level. In this way, Ji Yuzhan's progress in cultivating the Qingfeng magic is also quite amazing. This day, Qingfeng's expression moved slightly. He looked towards a certain place in Zhou, and saw a terrifying aura rising into the sky, and at the same time, there was a bloodthirsty and violent spread, which shocked the entire Jojo cultivators in an instant. At the same time, in the ancient world, such strange phenomena suddenly appeared in many places. For a while, many ancient beings were awakened one after another. Central region. In the ancient Qin family, Qin Shangdao, who was in retreat to heal his wounds, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction in the void, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his serious face. This aura, demon. In an instant, Qin Shangdao came out of retreat. At the same time, many powerful people of the ancient Qin family appeared one after another. When they saw Qin Shangdao, they all looked relaxed and bowed to greet him. "Greetings, ancestor." After a round of greetings, Qin Zhenshin asked. "The strange phenomenon was born. Do you know why it happened?" "Demons. Demons." Hearing this, Qin Zhenshin and many senior members of the ancient Qin family all changed their faces. Obviously, this result shocked and surprised them. Qin Shang said, "I happened to be in the chaos of demons in those days, and I am very familiar with this kind of aura. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, demons also appeared suddenly like now, and then set off a monstrous disaster in the ancient world. Many forces rose up to resist at the first time, and used many resources to barely repel the demons. But even so, my human race suffered heavy losses. Many of my brothers, the ancestors, died in the war with demons." Speaking of this, Qin Shangdao's eyes were filled with a cold murderous intent. Such a blood feud, even if it is separated by hundreds of thousands of years, it is difficult to really dissipate. So, when the demon aura appeared, Qin Shangdao thought of the scene in the ancient memory. The same scene, the same breath, it's obvious. After many years, the demon clan has come back again. Pass the order, the demons are invading, let everyone be prepared for a battle, and I will go to see the specific situation. After leaving a word, Qin Shangdao tore through the void and left. Seeing this scene, many senior members of the Qin family were worried. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The ancestor just fought with the Qidian emperor in Wangyan Mansion not long ago, and his injuries have not healed. If he meets the demon clan now, will there be any problems? An elder said. Hearing this, Qin Zhenshin looked firm. The ancestor's power is comparable to that of nature. How can a mere demon threaten him? And with the ancestor's means, even if the demon clan really has a peerless strongman born, it will definitely be no problem to retreat unscathed. Now follow the ancestor's instructions and spread the news of the demon invasion, so that all parties can be prepared. The demon invasion. It must be an extremely difficult battle. This battle, it is even more serious than the evil spirits in the chaotic world. In the records of the ancient Qin family, every invasion of demons was a catastrophic disaster, and countless human beings perished. Take the last invasion of demons as an example. The power of the entire eastern region was almost exhausted, and it has not been able to truly recover until now. This shows how great is the threat of demons. So, even with the background of the ancient Qin family, Qin Zhenshin dared not be careless when facing demons. If he was not careful, maybe the ancient Qin family would be severely damaged. As the head of the Qin family, Qin Zhenshin would not take it lightly. End of this chapter. Chapter 331 Demonic Invasion. Void Oscillating. Emperor Qi Changshao. When Qin Shangdao came along the demon atmosphere, he saw the bloody altar in the ancient altar, and one party did not know how many years of formation. The large number of demons came out of the way, making it turn into a ghostland. Demon invasion. Qin Shang's eyes were cold, and the horror atmosphere of the Holy King burst out, and his palm bombarded towards many demons below. For a moment, tens of thousands of demons have burst into blood fog. Sudden change suddenly made the monster's strong face change. No, some people are coming. Kill. The half-sanctuary of many demon clan rose into the air, but when they saw Qin Shangdao, the coercion that belonged to the Holy King came down, making all the demon in the half-holy realm change. The Holy King. Holy King. This is the strong who is equivalent to the demon king level. And the demon king. In the demon world, it is the supreme existence. After all, it can be called king, which is enough to explain the terrible of the demon king. Now, the birth of a strong man than the Demon King naturally made these semi-holy monsters heart-horrified. But without waiting for them to escape, Qin Shangdao was slapped, and the terrorist power instantly killed all the monsters. In the face of absolute strength, half-saint is just ants. And, no different from other ants. Dozens of monsters and half-saints in the town, and then Qin Shangdao made a fierce shot to kill all the demon monks from the formation method. A bloody slaughter. It's the end. It is the advantage brought by strength crushing. When the town killed all the demon, Qin Shangdao raised his hand again, and all the ancient altars and arrays were broken. So far, the correlation between this side space and the demon world is completely disconnected. Qin Shangdao did not enter the demon world. Because of the unpredictable world of the demon world, Qin Shangdao did not dare to enter it even if he was an ancient king. Although, now is the last era. Many ancient demons should be in a sleeping stage. But nowadays, the demon world suddenly invaded, and no one was sure whether there was any change in the demon world. So, Qin Shangdao did not rush into it. He can live to the present because he acts enough. In the original era of Qinshang Road, there were many evils that claimed to be talented, but in the end, they could really live longer than him. After all, there were very few. After all, it is because these arrogances are not stable enough, they like to take risks, and they even like to live in death. But it's a pity, most of the Tianzhao who hits himself with life and death, the end result is that it is really dead. So, before the planning of the demon world, Qin Shangdao would naturally not be involved in danger. The invasion of the demon world will definitely not just enable a formation method. If the demon will come to the earth, I am afraid it will be a big robbery that is no less than evil. Qin Shangdao's expression was dignified, although the altar array in front of him has been broken. But he was very clear. In countless years of war, there are no ways to hide in the ancient world. Over the years, many forces in the ancient world are looking for these ancient arranges, but they are not completely destroyed. This inside, it is because the formation method is hidden and wants to find difficulty. Then, even the strong people of the people also stared at the demon world secretly. They wanted to use this array to locate the existence of the demon world, and then found the opportunity to counterattack. After all, the demon inner Dan is also a great supplement for the human monks. As long as there is enough demon Nidan, a large number of strong men can be given. Similarly, humanity flesh. For demons, it is also a treasure. This reason alone is destined to be an endless situation. The human race wants to suppress the demon, and the demon also wants to slavery the people. Later, as soon as Qin Shangdao's thoughts were, the Nidan in all the demon corpses in front of him was excavated. For Qinshang Road, this level of demon Nidan has no meaning. But, for other monks in the Qin family, it is quite useful. Intersection. Kill. Winning the demon king. Beheaded. Kill. The moment the Qinshang Road defeated the formation method, as he thought, there was a monster wherever he thought, and some of the more remote places had a large number of demons formed an army to slaughter the human race. The forces of many people were caught by surprise. One time, people, it can be described as a heavy injury. In Jingyanfu, as the top Zongmen, Qidian mountain is now in a scene of the blood of corpses. A large number of demons followed up, making Tian Yingshan die seriously. As a mangosteen, Sha Yunchuan, now he was besieged by several monsters, and his body was also dripping on his body. And other demons killed me Tian mountain, even though this seat was dead, let the price pay. Sha Yunchuan roared, and his body was qi and blood-shocked. He belonged to the powerful power of the half-footed palace, but he couldn't have the several devils in front of him. No way. Half-walking palace realm. After all, it's just half a step. Over the years, as Jingyan League captured Jingyanfu, and then he was submitted to the Shenwu dynasty, and Qidian Mountain also received many benefits. Therefore, in just 2 or 3 decades, Sha Yunchuan was from the 830 or 3 decades, and he entered the level of the semi-trail palace in one breath. Go up. You can break the barriers and prove the Dao Palace. At the same time, the strength of Qidian Mountain has also increased significantly, which has already surpassed the prosperity of the past. However, Just when the Qidian mountain was booming, the demon suddenly invaded, and he was caught off guard by Qidian mountain. The demon is strong. There are 3 or 5 strong men in the half-trail palace, let alone the demon in other realms. So, from the beginning, Qidian mountain was defeated and instantly entered the disadvantage. Oh, Sha Yunchuan only felt the pain in his left shoulder. The big piece of flesh was dug away by a demon. The latter swallowed the flesh and blood, and the scene looked terrible. Such injuries, if it is normal, is naturally nothing for Sha Yunchuan. But now, the weakening of any point will change the battle. Soon, the injuries on Sha Yunchuan became more and more serious. The flesh and blood in many places disappeared, revealing the bones inside. Swallow. Sha Yunchuan's breathing became heavy. The injuries on his body gradually made him feel his vitality, and he was passing a little bit. Seeing that they were about to defeat the body, when these demons were completely divided. Boom! There is a horrible knife light to break the void, and instantly is to kill the demon in the half-footed palace. This scene shocked the demon. It also inspired Sha Yunchuan's spirit. After seeing the coming clearly, his face suddenly showed joy. League Lord, come people or not others. It is the Lord of Tianwu Zongzong today, Ji Yu Wu, the leader of Jingyan League. Seeing Ji Yu Wu's arrival, Sha Yunchuan's hanging heart finally fell. Tianwu Zong arrived. Then the demon is not enough. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Sure enough, Ji Yu Wu Gong took a shot, and he was divided by 3 times and 5, and he directly captured all the monsters of Sha Yunchuan's half-step palace realm. Looking at the tragic injury in front of him, Ji Yu Wu frowned. Sha Shan is okay. It's okay, a little skin trauma. Now the demon strikes, and ask the alliance leader to kill the demon and save me Qidian mountain. Sha Yunchuan is nowhere to face any face, and it is directly asking for help. In this regard, Ji Yu Wu Shan's head. Rest assured these demons let them come back. This battle, not only Ji Yu Wu arrived. Even the strong people with other Tianwu Zong arrived. The current Tianwu Zong is already a strong man in the palace. It is not a problem to deal with some demons. It's just a moment. All demons were beheaded, but with the aftermath of the war, Sha Yunchuan's face became ugly. This battle, Qidian mountain has suffered heavy losses. Disciples have been damaged by 70%, especially the backbone of God's changes. It can be said, this battle directly returned Qidian mountain back to the state decades ago. No, it is even worse than decades ago. Looking at his complexion, Ji Yu Wu said, although this battle Qidian mountain was robbed, it was not entirely a bad thing. The demons fell to the remaining Dan, which was a great supplement for the monks. Sha Shanju is now only half a step away from the Daomong realm. If these demon inner Dan impacts his own realm, it is believed that breaking through the Daogong realm is not a problem. Quote, if Sha Shan can break through the success, it is just a matter of time to revive Qidian mountain. These words, Sha Yunchuan finally eased a lot. Later, he puzzled, why did the demon appear here, but the leader knew. The existence of the demon clan, Sha Yunchuan also understands. But what made him unexpected was that the demon clan would appear abruptly, and he directly attacked himself without saying a word. If some preparations for Qidian mountain, this battle may not be so much injured. According to the news obtained in this seat, there are monsters in Jingyanfu, even if I have been attacked by the demon. Fortunately, these demons are not strong, otherwise it is difficult to support Qidian mountain. Quote, 100,000 years ago, there was a demon invasion in the eastern regions, and a tragic war with the outbreak of the human race caused most of the forces in the eastern regions because of this destroying, and the number of strongs decreased sharply. Now after 100,000 years, the demon has reappeared, maybe a scene of 100,000 years ago. Quote, Ji Yu Wu's expression was also extremely dignified. Although he did not experience it 100,000 years ago, he also knew from many ancient books. Fighting that year. It is the nightmare of the entire East China. If it wasn't for Zhongyu to come out of a great emperor at that time, and the help of the eastern region would help the East China, maybe the forces of the entire East China region would be completely eliminated. So, now the demon clan is coming. Ji Wu naturally feels great pressure. He is not only worried about the future of Tianwuzong, but also to worry about the impact of this matter on the Shenwu dynasty. After all, Ji Wudi did not forget that he was from the fact that he came from the Shenwu dynasty. Big robbery 100,000 years ago. Xia Yunquan's complexion changes, and the color of fear is faintly visible in his eyes. Obviously, he also thought of this. If the robbery of 100,000 years ago was reproduced, it would be difficult for Qidian Mountain to be spared. After all, how many ancient forces were destroyed? Powerful, as saints and even the saints, are bleeding in the war of the two ethnic groups, let alone other forces and monks. Don't talk about Qidian Mountain. Even the entire Jingyan League. In such a calamity, it is like a sailing boat in the sea of anger, and only one wave can directly destroy the entire Jingyan League. No way. Jingyan League is too weak. The weak is only a few of the strong people in the palace. Such a force is a bit insufficient to deal with the return of the Guiyuan dynasty of that year, let alone others. But the sky collapses comes from the tall man. The current Jingyanfu belongs to the Shenwu dynasty, the demon clan invades, and the Shenwu dynasty will not sit and see it. Once this says, Ji Wu shook his head, I'm afraid that the Shenwu dynasty is also difficult to protect. Intersection. Demon invasion. The first time it was reported to Ji Yang's hands. There are 373 government in Shenyuan Prefecture, of which most of them have monsters. Many of them are under the magic of Zongmin forces, and many of them belong to Shenyuanzhou. This news came, making Ji Yang's face ugly. Demon clan. Every Zongmin of Shenyuan Prefecture can be regarded as the wealth of the Shenwu dynasty. Now the invasion of demons has caused heavy losses of the sector of Shenyuanzhou, which is equivalent to the disguise to weaken the heritage of the Shenwu dynasty. This kind of thing, Ji Yang is unbearable. Not to mention, the invasion of the demons was not only robbery of Zongmin forces, but many people were slaughtered by demons. His Majesty, now the demon invasion. Although the town country sent troops to suppress the first time, the demon clan is endless, and there are many demon strengths. At the moment, the town's Guaho sentiment, hoping that the court would send troops to reinforcement. Quote, Yin Liang, the Ministry of War, was listed, and said in his hands. Hearing, Ji Yang ordered directly. Pass the order, let the worshippers come to see you. Intersection. After a moment, Chu Daoshuan arrived. Chu Daozan met His Majesty. Shen Yuanzhou's demon invasion. Although the town country suppressed the army as soon as possible, there are many powerful monsters who are demons. State assist the town of the country to suppress the demon. Quote. Ji Yang said, the current court is different from the past. Even if the Shenwu dynasty had strict requirements for worship, for so many years, 136 people were included. There are 13 people in the half-holy realm alone. There are more than 100 people in the rest of the Taoism palace. It is just that on weekdays, there are rarely used these worship. But now, demon clan invasion. Naturally, it is time to take the shot of the worship court. The so-called raising soldiers for thousands of days. A large number of resources of the Shenwu emperor were invested in the worship courtyard, waiting for this moment. The purpose of the minister. Chu Daoshuan's expression was serious and respectful. This chapter is finished. Chapter 332 The Great Disaster is Coming. After Chu Daoshuan was ordered to leave, Ji Yang issued a strict order to monitor Zhou to prevent demons from invading. There are evil spirits in front. There are demons invading in the back. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that now is a real chaotic world. Times make heroes. The ancient world is now in a chaotic world, which may be an opportunity for the Shenwu dynasty. Ji Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He originally planned to send troops to the east region to suppress all parties and expand the territory of the Shenwu dynasty. In this situation, the Shenwu dynasty will be much more convenient to act. Of course, there are also hidden dangers. If the demons are too powerful, they will also threaten the Shenwu dynasty. With this in mind, after retiring from the court, Ji Yuyang immediately went to the Ji Yu family. "Meet father. You are here for the matter of the demon clan." Ji Yu Qingfeng picked up the teacup and spoke calmly. Ji Yuyang heard this and said with a serious expression, "Father is right. Now the demons from the ancient world are invading on a large scale. I am worried that Zhou will also be affected. Zhou has been invaded by demons for a long time." Ji Yu Qingfeng's sudden words made Ji Yuyang's face froze. Looking at the other party's appearance, Ji Yu Qingfeng spoke again. "But you don't have to worry. As early as when the demon formation was opened, I had already killed all the formations and the invading demons, so it didn't cause too much trouble." The moment the demon formation was opened, Ji Yu Qingfeng was aware of it, so he took action from a distance and destroyed all the invading demons and formations. Zhou is too small, but being small also has its advantages. At Ji Yu Qingfeng's current level of cultivation, his divine consciousness can already cover the entire Zhou. If there is any abnormal movement, Ji Yu Qingfeng can also be aware of it in the first time. This is the power of the Holy King. However, Zhou is too small after all. It can only accommodate one dynasty. If you want to truly upgrade to an imperial dynasty or even a divine dynasty, you must expand outward. On the other side, Ji Yuyang finally put down his hanging heart when he heard Ji Yu Qingfeng's words. "Zhou is as solid as a rock with my father in charge. However, the ancient world is invading in large numbers now, and it is possible that the scene of 100,000 years ago will reappear. What do you think about this, father?" Ji Yu Qingfeng's expression remained calm when he heard this. "When the enemy comes, the general will stop it, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. The disaster of demons has a long history. Although I don't know why the demons chose to invade in the Dharma ending age, since they did so, there must be a reason. At this point, we can only take it one step at a time. Although the demons are not that simple, the two races have long been in a situation of life and death. This time, the demons invaded, and the Shenwu dynasty, as the human race, should also suppress the demons first." At last, Ji Yu Qingfeng also gave a reminder. He was worried that Ji Yuyang would lose sight of the main point. In response to this, Ji Yuyang nodded. "What my father said is the same as what I thought. This time, the Shenwu dynasty will send troops to suppress the demons and take control of the various prefectures. In this way, I believe other forces will have nothing to say. Demons invade. Many territories in the eastern region have already fallen. As long as the Shenwu dynasty, under the banner of clearing out demons, kills all the demons in these prefectures, and then takes control of the various prefectures, it will be truly justified. Even if other people are dissatisfied, they will definitely not find any fault. Wait until Ji Yuyang leaves." Ji Yu Qingfeng just glanced at the information panel. Your warrior Ji Yu will mobilize the power of the entire Tianwu sect to kill the demons, and the Tianwu sect and Jingyan League are deeply loved by the people. Your warrior Ji Yu Wu was besieged by demons, and he sacrificed his blood to kill the half-saint, which strengthened the reputation of the human race. Your warrior Hong Yi issued an order to the entire Netherworld Pavilion, asking all assassins to secretly hunt demons, which changed the views of many forces on the Netherworld Pavilion. Your warrior Hong Yi successfully assassinated the 8th level demon of the Dao Palace realm with the 2nd level Dao Palace realm, shocking all parties. Your warrior Hong Yi was attacked by the half-saint demon and was seriously injured. At the critical moment, he used his trump card to escape. Your warrior, Lu Shan's family was invaded by demons. He fought bloody battles, but was eventually defeated by the demons and was brutally dismembered to death. Quote, Your warrior Zhang Quan escorted 100,000 civilians to evacuate. He was the last one to stop the demons for 3 hours, but eventually died of exhaustion. Your warrior Ji Yu was ordered to lead the Red Dust Immortal sect's strongmen to suppress the demons. With the 4th level of Dao Palace realm, he killed the semi-saint demons. His strength is unparalleled. Your warrior Wang Juns led the army to fight the demons. The There is no big problem with the information panel of the descendants of the Gu family, but the warrior panel can fully reflect how bad the situation in the ancient world is now. Thousands of warriors, all over the ancient world. And every warrior has his own ideas, which is the current situation. Since the invasion of demons, it has only been a few days, and many warriors have fallen. The one with the highest cultivation has reached the Tao Palace realm, and the weakest has also reached the Divine Transformation realm. After all the Death Warriors have high talents, and after so many years of accumulation, it is naturally no problem for them to reach the realm of Divine Transformation. From the perspective of the invasion of the devils of the past, there is only the same as the ancient land in the demon world. Maybe, this battle is likely to have a shot at the demon at the Great Emperor. Quote, Gu Qingfeng was dark. But this probability is not high. Whether in the human race or the demon clan, the existence of the emperor level is like rare. At the time of the critical, the strong on these levels may not really shot. But the battle of 100,000 years ago has explained many things. A great emperor killed the great emperor into the demon world, but returned without success. This is enough to prove that in the demon world, there are indeed demons at the world. Under the collapse of heaven, there are tall people who are holding, and the heritage has not been so simple since Taiku, but this battle is destined to spread widely. Gu Qingfeng looked up at the sky, and in his eyes, there seemed to be bloody. These blood color, it's evil. When a certain number of beings fell on the day, naturally, there would be evil. With the richness of the evil to a certain extent, it will give birth to a kind of thing called robbery. At that time, the heavens and the earth will naturally come. For big robberies, Gu Qingfeng now has different views. Tiandi resources are limited. When the number of livelihoods is as much as that the resources are not enough, the war naturally bursts out. At this time, there are more evil spirits. It was the time when the big robbery came. During the troubled times in the past, there were a lot of evil spirits between heaven and earth. Now that the demon invasion is now invasion, just a few days of work has caused the heavenly evil spirits to increase. There is no doubt, according to this situation, this life must be born from a robbery. Big robbery, also a big chance. There are bound to be a lot of tied children, which depends on who can really suppress the one and become the supreme existence. Gu Qingfeng has a premonition, and this big robbery will definitely be born from the great emperor. It's not just as simple as the great emperor. After all, in Gu Qingfeng's view, he was destined to be emperor in this life. Right now, watching other people can reach this step. Just then, Gu Qingfeng's look slightly moved, and his body disappeared abruptly. Intersection. In the ancient Beast Mountains. There is no mistake. 1619. One book. 1, a book. Blood light is filled. There is an ancient altar that appears here, and the breath of the demon is mighty, and the powerful demons came out of it. In a short time, there were no less than tens of thousands of demon gathered. I did not expect that there was a magic formation method in the ancient Beast Mountains, which almost concealed all the seats. Gu Qingfeng slowly walked out of the void, watching tens of thousands of demon in front of him. His voice was calm. His words, make many demons present in the scene, changed greatly. The middle-aged demon with a strong atmosphere is even more ugly. Powerful. When Qishan Luo looked at Gu Qingfeng, his heart was extremely dignified. He is a strong man in the half-sage, and he can enter the realm of the demon monarch who is the saints of the shoulder. In this last era, whether it is in the demon world or in the ancient world, it is the top strong. However, when facing Gu Qingfeng, Qishan Luo deeply felt the unpredictable of the other party. Gu Qingfeng just stood there, just like endless abyss, to devour it completely. The change of this scene. It made Qishan Luo more scarred. Who is your own ancient saint? Qishan Luo did not rash. Gu Qingfeng also saw the idea of delaying the other party, but he did not expose it. Gu Qingfeng, you may have heard the name of this seat. Gu Qingfeng, Qishan Luo's face was slightly stunned, and then seemed to think of something. His face suddenly changed. You are the strong people who appeared in the demon world decades ago. Yu Qingfeng. Think of it. Qishan Luo said that everything was remembered. Decades ago, some people appear in the demon world, and they are used to destroy the heavenly monster sacred land with a thunder means, killing the sage 9 heavy Qingfeng demon monarchs, so that the entire demon world is shocked. After all, in the era of the last FA, a monarch of a sage 9 is invincible. Not to mention, in the ancient times, the strength of the Qingfeng demon king was also very strong, and he had a great reputation in the ancient world. The sage 9 heaven. Not everyone can enter this level. However, powerful like Qingfeng demon king. As a result, Yu Qingfeng was beheaded. Therefore, the other party's name also spread throughout the entire demon world. One time, Qishan Luo's face was completely ugly. He didn't expect. My luck is so bad. Just when he came out of the demon world, he encountered a strong man who could kill Qingfeng demon king. Yu Qingfeng was able to kill the sage's Zhouzhang Qingfeng demon king, which shows that the other party was at least the 9 heavens of the saints, and even the big monster that entered the big holy realm. While secretly shocked in Qishan Luo's heart, Yu Qingfeng looked at the other person and stood his void with his hand. This seat is curious, why your demon clan invaded the ancient world at this time. If you can give a satisfactory answer to this seat, then this seat can wait for you to die. Quote. Silence. Qishan Luo has only silence. Seeing that this is the case, Yu Qingfeng understands that this one will not cooperate easily. So, Yu Qingfeng did not talk more nonsense. There was a power out of the finger, letting Qishan Luo's body exploded directly, leaving only a soul. Sudden change. Let Qishan Luo's soul dull. Obviously there is no prediction at all, things will develop that way. To him, keep silent, and the other party should continue to ask for asking, how can you use it directly? After Qishan Luo reacted, his body had been annihilated, and the remaining souls trembled in the wind. Rao Ming. The Qidian Luo was frightened and just begged for mercy, but was covered by a horrible power of the soul. In a moment, Yu Qingfeng just turned all the memories of Qishan Luo, and quickly figured out the movement of the demon world. The red Tianluo and other demons in front of them are from the forces called Wutu Mountain Holy Land. In the ancient times of the Wood Mountain Holy Land to the ancient times, although no emperor had appeared, it was not just a quasi-emperor. So, the heritage of the Holy Land of Wutu Mountain is strong. Even in the last era, the half-level demon has no less than 20 or 30. The Qishan Luo in front of him is just one of the semi-grade elders in the Dirty Mountain. The reason why the Wudin Holy Land is doing is because the Wan Mao Zhuting made an order to announce the opening of the war on the human race. As for the words of the ancestral court, Yu Qingfeng would not feel strange even if he didn't need to look at the memory of Anshan Luo. Because the ancestral court of the thousands of monsters is the oldest power of the entire demon world, and there are also rumors that the ancestral court of the Wan demon is the ancestor of the demon clan. Most of the people of the demon world have been to practice in the ancestral court. So, the herds of the ancestral court are really unpredictable. When learning that this was related to the ancestral court, Yu Qingfeng frowned slightly. As the ancestral land of the demon clan, the ancestral court of the Wan Dao is the world, but I don't know how many people can be. It is no wonder that the demon world will invade a lot. It turned out that it was the order of the ancestral court of the Wan Mao. Yu Qingfeng was clear. He also understands. Since this order has something to do with the monster ancestral court, it means that the war of the two ethnic groups will never stop easily. Think of this. Yu Qingfeng looked at the demons of other dirty mountains, and the cold light appeared in the indifferent eyes. Later, Yu Qingfeng slapped, and tens of thousands of demon screams did not make a noise, that is, all of them were fascinated. These strongest are just the monster of the semi-holy realm. In the eyes of Yu Qingfeng today, it is the ants that can be destroyed. As Yu Qingfeng was ready to destroy the formation method, a terrible and ancient force rose abruptly in the fierce decomposition, and then a horrible hand was found out in the fighter. Boom! The space collapsed. The terrible power seems to make the heavens dim. Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged, and his right hand was also photographed. The moment the two power collided, the palms in the formation flickered abruptly, and at the same time, a painful roar came from behind the default. This chapter is finished. Chapter 333, Killing the Holy King of Kushan. Demon King. Qingfeng looked at the formation in front of him, and his eyes narrowed, and the evil knife appeared abruptly, and he had fallen into his hands instantly. Later, Qingfeng was cut away from the air, and he was cut towards the formation. This is the first time that after the self-care of Qingfeng's entry into the Great Holy Realm, it was the first time that he really made his best. This knife, the formation method, was annihilated instantly. And at the same time, Demon Realm, in the sacred land of dry mountains. Suddenly, there was a horrible force that broke out, and the knife light of the cracking of the sky seemed to split the huge dirty mountains in half. Seeing this scene, an ancient demon king suddenly shrank. Emperor Bing. Instant. His wings behind him were rising, and his body turned into a lust to escape. But next, the knife is gone. The screams of these demon kings did not make a sound, and the body was directly split into half. Boom. Intersection. Blood of the demon king. Qidian crying. Anyone who feels that this power of the power has changed a lot, and they have shot their eyes in the direction of the dirty mountains. I saw the huge wet mountain Holy Land, which is now completely reduced to ruins. The silent sword was raging there, and the millions of demons on the sanctuary fell. This scene, make these demons strong shocked. The demon mountain demon king is dead. This is the atmosphere of the human race. Could it be that someone's great emperors shot from the air, and the town kills the demon mountain demon king? Quote. Wood mountain demon king. It was the top strong man hundreds of thousands of years ago. The opponent's strength, these ancient existences are clear. However, the existence of the demon king's level was beheaded by a mysterious strong man, and even the entire dry mountain sacred land was reduced to ruins. Such power, how can you not shock these demons? The strong men of all the demon clan are very clear that even though the existence of this shot is not the emperor, it must also be the quasi-emperor who is comparable to the demon emperor. Otherwise, the other party can never do that. However, the demon king is rare. The demon emperor is even more high. Even in the endless years of the demon world, there are not many demons that can really enter the demon emperor. Any demon emperor suppressed the existence of an era. Soon, it is the existence of the monster king level step by step, and came to the sacred land of Wutu Mountain. When he was about to enter the holy land of the Dead Mountain, he suddenly swept the scalp and could easily break the true body of the demon king. The blood had flowed down instantly. What a strong sword! Even if it is just a residue, you can hurt the demon king. What existence of the Wood Mountain Holy Land has caused? As soon as the ancient demon king's pupils shrank, the injuries in the palm of the palm recovered as soon as they breathed. But Rao is so, and he dare not enter the sacred land of the Wither. The remaining silence here is too terrible, even if the demon king forcibly enters the meteorite. The power of this sword. Make this demon king afraid. At the same time, other monsters who intend to enter the dirty mountains are also discouraged when they see these scenes. The sacred land of Wutu Mountain was destroyed. The demon mountain demon king fell. The resources of the ancient sacred land are hot. But now there is a residue of silence, and it is difficult for anyone to get involved in it. And the annihilation of the holy land of Wutu Mountain. The strong people who make other demon clan understand that even in the last era, the human race is not so simple. The invading people should still be more cautious. Nympho. In the ancient beast mountains. In the void of Qingfeng, you can see a scene of the death of the dirty mountain. Later, the broken space heal again. Everything seems to have never happened. Overlaps of the dirty mountains. It can also be regarded as a lesson to the demon family, otherwise I really think that my race can't be deceived. Qingfeng looked indifferent. Although he has the memory of the past life, he is in the final analysis and is also a man of the ancient world. In the previous life, Wei, it is impossible to affect the position of this world. Not to mention, Jiyu Qingfeng's memory of the previous life is only 2 or 3 decades, but this life has been more than 100 years, and his children are full of children and grandchildren. Race dispute. There is nothing right. Standing on the standpoint of the human race, Jiyu Qingfeng naturally tended to destroy the demon. Originally, Jiyu Qingfeng can directly enter the demon world through this array. But thinking of the existence of the ancestral court, he suppressed this impulse. Big Shengju Zongtian, it is not enough to run rampant in the demon world. When the Saint King is the level of the Emperor, and then master the Emperor's soldiers, it is not the same. Later, Jiyu Qingfeng turned and left. After a long time. Finally, the strong came. When they saw the devil's corpses on the ground, and the residual and terrifying swords, they looked at each other and saw the shock from their respective faces. The sword is horrible here, and I want to come to the world to kill the demon. Here is the ancient beast mountains, adjacent Kyushu. I'm afraid it is the one who shot. When someone speaks, look at the direction of Kyushu. The people in his mouth knew that everyone was present. Gu's family owner, Jiyu Qingfeng, the existence of the strongest man in the Dharma ending age. Only the other party can do this. Thinking of this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this person is willing to take action against the demons. Otherwise, if another demon entrance is opened here, it will be a big trouble for the East region. Especially from the remains of these demons, these cultivators have felt many powerful auras. It can be seen that these demons were not weak when they were alive. If there is no strong man to contain such a force, the consequences can be imagined. Boom, 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 the drums of war beat, and the fighting spirit was overwhelming. On the battlefield, there were millions of demons so dense that it was difficult to see the end at a glance. In front of the many demons, there was a majestic ancient city that spanned the sky and the earth. After countless years of wind and rain, it still stood here. On the top of the city, the flags were flying. The huge word, Zan, has come into view. This is the territory of the Taishuan dynasty. At this moment, Wang Jun stood on the top of the city, looking at the large number of demons in front of him. His expression was extremely cold, and the armor on his body turned black and brown, emitting bursts of fishy smell. General, the demon clan's attack is fierce. If it continues, I'm afraid we can't hold on. Beside Wang Jun's, there was a deputy general looking at the endless demons, and his expression became particularly ugly. These demons seemed to be endless, and they were born with strong physiques, which were not comparable to the human race. It has been half a month since the demons invaded. Wu Yikuo Yisho Yifa, Confucian Yibo, 6, 9, Book Yiba, and take a look. In the past half-month, the army of the Taishuan dynasty defended the ancient city and blocked hundreds of waves of demons' attacks. The original defenders had already lost most of their troops. Seeing that the number of demons has not decreased at all, it is inevitable that people will feel despair. We must persist even if it is difficult to hold on. We must stop them even if we cannot. There are hundreds of millions of people behind us. If this city is lost, the demons will surely march straight in. At that time, the Taishuan dynasty will be devastated. Why should we fear dying on the battlefield and being wrapped in horsehide? Wang Jun's naturally understood what the other party meant, so he raised his hand to stop him, with an extremely firm and resolute expression. He is indeed a military god. But in the face of absolute strength, no matter how well he strategizes, the space he can really play is limited. Especially the demons are coming in an endless stream, as if they can't be killed. It is not easy to hold on for half a month. But Wang Jun's has no idea of evacuating. As he said, this city is an important pass, and there is a vast plain behind him. If the demons are not stopped here, the consequences can be imagined. Although Wang Jun's was a secret guard and loyal to the Jiyu family, he could not allow the Taishuan dynasty to be trampled by the demons. At this moment, a demon stepped onto the city wall, and Wang Jun's fired a shot, which directly broke the demon's chest and pierced through his body. Then the gun shook, and the demon's body was instantly torn into pieces. The city is here, but the people are here. Wang Jun's roared, with murderous intent on his body, and there was no trace of his previous elegant style. Seeing the commander like this, the morale of the Taishuan dynasty was greatly boosted. At the same time, in the territory of the Taishuan dynasty, there were also smokes everywhere. Many formations were opening up the passage between the two worlds. The demons invaded in large numbers, and war reports were frequently transmitted to the court. Your Majesty, 9 half-saints of the demon clan attacked. General Wu Jin killed 3 half-saints and died of exhaustion. The 500,000-man army was completely defeated. The demon clan is advancing straight into the battlefield and has caused many casualties. Your Majesty, General Zhang Zhen killed a half-saint demon in front of the battlefield and defeated the demon clan. Your Majesty, it is suspected that a demon king of the demon clan attacked and wiped out the 3 million troops of the Taishuan dynasty in one battle. Your Majesty, General Wang Jun's led his troops to guard the Tianxiang Pass. The demon clan has been attacking for half a month. The situation is critical. I request support from the court. Your Majesty, every battle report that appeared made the atmosphere in the court more solemn. The demon clan was coming fiercely and the Taishuan dynasty was caught off guard. In addition, the demon clan was so numerous that it seemed that they didn't care about casualties at all. Therefore, since the two forces fought, the Taishuan dynasty has won less and lost more. Demon King. The Taishuan dynasty's Emperor Nangongzu, who sat on the throne, had a pair of fierce tiger eyes and a majestic face full of anger. Then, he looked at a middle-aged monk wearing a python robe and said, "The demon clan has the demon king to take action, and I hope King Chuan will take action next. Your Majesty can rest assured that a mere demon king can't cause any trouble. I didn't really participate in the war of demon invasion 100,000 years ago, which is a great regret. This time, the demon clan dares to come back, so I will definitely let them have no return. How can the foundation of my Taishuan dynasty for tens of millions of years be trampled by the demon clan?" The strong man who was respected as King Chuan had cold eyes and a cold and cruel smile on his mouth. He was an ancient strong man of the Taishuan dynasty. This time the demon clan invaded. Emperor Taishuan awakened him as soon as possible. Although it is not the Great Struggle era yet, the invasion of the demon clan is of great importance, so there is nothing to hesitate about. Moreover, in the eyes of King Chuan, waking up in the Dharma-ending era is not necessarily a bad thing. Although it is still more than 1,000 years away from the Great Struggle era. But the inner elixir bred by the demon clan is also a great tonic for the human race. It's just that the demon clan lives in the demon world. If you want to get the demon inner elixir, you have to kill into the demon world. However, even if a saint wants to go deep into the demon world, he will face many risks. In comparison, it is much easier to hunt demons and seize their inner elixir when the demon clan invades. As long as there are enough demon inner elixir, King Chuan is confident that he can directly impact the Great Saint realm when the Great Struggle era arrives. After all, he is now a saint of the 9th heaven, and he is only one step away from becoming a great saint. Seeing King Chuan agree, Nangongzu was relieved. He still had some understanding of the strength of this ancestor. Then, Nangongzu looked at another person. Wang Jun's is the military god of our Taishuan army. We must not let him fall into the hands of the demon clan. Moreover, the geographical location of Tianxiang Pass is important. If it falls, the consequences will be disastrous. For this battle, I will trouble King Sheng to come forward and lead 1,000,000 troops to Tianxiang Pass. I accept the order. The strong man who was respected as King Sheng also bowed and accepted the order. Then, Nangongzu issued many more orders, almost mobilizing all the power of the entire Taishuan dynasty. This war related to the survival of the race did not allow Nangongzu to hesitate at all. After all, if he was not careful, it was possible that the Taishuan dynasty's foundation of thousands of years would be lost in one day. And, if the demon clan was allowed to wreak havoc, even if the Taishuan dynasty would not be destroyed, it would inevitably lose the foundation of the dynasty. At that time, maybe the Taishuan dynasty will fall from the status of the dynasty. This is something Nangong Zhu absolutely cannot tolerate. Soon, the army of the Taishuan dynasty set out. This battle attracted the attention of many forces in the eastern region. 3 days later, in a certain battlefield, the Taishuan dynasty Chuanwang took action and killed a demon king with absolute strength in front of everyone, and then cooperated with the army to kill millions of demons. When the news of this battle came out, the human race in the eastern region was immediately excited. The Taishuan dynasty has raised the prestige of our human race. It is worthy of being an ancient dynasty, with a strong foundation. This battle killed a demon king and killed millions of demons. I believe it is enough to reduce the strength of the demon race. In the current situation of demon invasion, such a great victory is of course exciting. However, the demons invaded the 5 regions, and wars were everywhere in the East region. The death of millions of demons and a demon king was not enough to change the situation. But no matter what, such a great victory is a good thing after all. At the same time, in Chenyuanzhou, many worshippers headed by Chu Daoshuan also arrived. Originally, Shi Zhen led his army to face the invasion of the demons, and the pressure was not small. But with the addition of Chu Daoshuan and many worshippers, the pressure on the Shenwu dynasty was suddenly reduced. In the absence of a saint-level existence, every semi-saint's action is enough to influence the situation. Chapter 334, Realm Channel. Demon World, the ancestral home of all demons. There were demons wearing imperial robes, who looked the same as humans, sitting in the hall. The terrifying aura was spreading out invisibly, as if it was enough to suppress the eternal world. At the same time, the scene of the destruction of the Kushan Holy Land was now presented to the other party. In the shadow, there was a shocking sword energy coming from the void, which not only cut through the entire Kushan Holy Land, but also killed the Kushan Demon King on the spot. The power of that sword. The strong man of the demon clan raised his eyebrows slightly. The power of this sword. It's almost as good as the Upper Demon King. I don't know which ancient quasi-emperor of the human race was revived, or whether he used the imperial weapon to cut such a blow. It seems that the human race reacted quickly enough, and directly used such a foundation in such a short time. The Hanhai Demon King muttered to himself, with an interested look on his face. Then, he stepped out of the hall. The void shook. When the vast Sea Demon King appeared again, he had already arrived in front of the ruins of the Dry Mountain Holy Land. The remaining annihilation sword energy in it seemed to have no effect on it. The vast Sea Demon King stretched out his hand to grab the air, and saw that the terrifying sword energy that could kill the Demon King was now as docile as a sheep, allowing the former to grab it in his hand at will. The vast Sea Demon King looked at the sword energy in his hand, and the Dao Rhyme flowed in his eyes, as if he was exploring and searching for something. A long time passed. The vast Sea Demon King suddenly smiled. Found it. Immediately, the vast Sea Demon King waved his sleeves, and a virtual galaxy suddenly appeared. Then he saw his right hand slash the void, and the space in front of him was shattered. When the void was shattered, the space behind it revealed a breath different from the demon world. This breath, it was exactly the same as the ancient world. At the same time, in the ancient Beast Mountain range, where the demon formation was originally located, the space suddenly broke apart, and the terrifying crack stretched across thousands of miles, like an abyss with no end in sight. Boom! The mountain range shook. The beasts rushed. The beasts living in the ancient Beast Mountain range now seemed to have sensed some danger. The breath of the demon world rushed up into the sky, and then the wind and clouds changed, as if the heaven and earth were angry. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators in the East region at the first time. The sky was closed. Emperor Taishuan looked at the demons that Nangongsheng had just dealt with and then looked towards the direction of the ancient Beast Mountain range. His face suddenly became ugly. The heaven is angry. This is a supreme strong man who is moving forward to open up a channel between the two worlds. As soon as these words came out, Wang Juns, whose clothes were stained with blood, heard the words and looked equally solemn. May I ask Qingfeng, what is the channel between the two worlds? Hearing the words, Nangongsheng glanced at the people beside him, and then patiently explained. The so-called two-world channel is that the powerful people in the demon world forcibly opened up a channel with the ancient world. This realm channel is extremely stable, far beyond the teleportation array. It is rumored that in the battle of the demon invasion 100,000 years ago, there was an extremely powerful person from the demon clan who opened up 10 realm channels, and hundreds of millions of demons stepped out of the channels and eventually swept across the entire eastern region. If it weren't for the great emperor in the central region who took action to destroy the realm channel, it would not be so easy to really stop the war. Having said this, Nangong Sheng paused, and then spoke again. To open up a realm channel, only the emperor of the demon clan can do it. Emperor. Wang Jun's expression moved slightly. Nangong Sheng paused for each word. The emperor of the demon clan is enough to be on par with the quasi-emperor of our human race. As soon as these words came out, the celestial phenomena closed. All the cultivators of the Taishuan dynasty changed their faces drastically. Quasi-emperor. These two words have a huge impact on them. Nangong Sheng in front of them is just a powerful man of the 8th level of the saint. Even so, the other party came to the Tianxiang Pass in person and killed tens of millions of demons with ease. This kind of saint-level power is completely beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even as powerful as a semi-saint, there is no difference between him and an ant in front of him. The saint is already like this. If it is a quasi-emperor, how terrible it would be. The existence of that level, I am afraid that a breath can completely destroy the Tianxiang Pass. If there is really a demon king who forcibly opens a boundary channel, then my human race will be in danger. Wang Jun's face changed drastically. Nangong Sheng's face was ugly. If it is really the demon king who comes in person, the problem is not ordinary. If it is not handled properly, I am afraid that all living beings will be destroyed. After a battle 100,000 years ago, the foundation of the East region is no longer as good as before. Moreover, even if it was 100,000 years ago, in the Dharma ending age, there are only a handful of quasi-emperors in the eastern region who can really show off. This level of existence is considered to be the top existence no matter in which era. Their number is like a rare bird. So, at present, a demon king of the demon clan has taken action. If they are not careful, the human race will suffer heavy losses. After looking at the ancient beast mountain range for a while, Nangong Sheng took a deep breath and then looked at Wang Jun's and others on the side. You guys continue to guard the Tianxiang Pass, I'm going to the ancient beast mountain range. If the demon king is really born, it will be dangerous for King Sheng to go there. Wang Jun's face was ugly. The King Sheng in front of him was only a saint of the 8th level. If he really faced a demon king, he would be in danger. Nangong Sheng looked determined. The birth of the demon king is no small matter. As a saint of the human race, I must go there anyway. And the opening of the boundary channel this time has attracted the attention of many powerful people. It is true that the East region has declined, but it also has some foundation. If you really want to go all out, a demon king may not be able to stir up waves. Speaking of this, Nangong Sheng looked towards the direction of the imperial capital and bowed from a distance. Today, the demon king has opened a boundary channel and attempted to cause chaos to the human race. Taishuan emperor asked Nangong Sheng to allow the use of the imperial soldiers. As soon as these words came out, the sky shook. A huge voice followed. Yes. The words fell. A divine light pierced through the void. In less than a few breaths, an ancient banner appeared directly in front of Nangong Sheng. The ancient banner seemed to be only a few feet in size, but it exuded a terrifying imperial power that made people daunted. A mortal demon banner. When Wang Jun saw this ancient banner, the corresponding information emerged in his mind. This is one of the only 3 quasi-imperial weapons in the Taishuan dynasty. It is also the true foundation of the Taishuan dynasty. This time, Nangong Sheng invited the immortal demon banner, which shows how much he values the demon king who opened up the realm channel. Afterwards, Nangong Sheng waved his sleeves and put the immortal demon banner into his dantian, and then stepped on the void and disappeared in an instant. When Nangong Sheng left, Wang Jun's looked at the broken walls of Tianxiang Pass and the countless corpses of demons, and his expression became cold. Dig out all the demons, inner cores, and burn all the remaining demon bodies in pits. No residue should be left. The rest of the compatriots who died in the battle should also be buried, and the names should be registered. The injured should be treated with all efforts. The rest of the people should repair the Tianxiang Pass again, and be careful of the demons attacking again. Wang Jun's ordered in an orderly manner. Although Nangong Sheng killed tens of millions of demons this time, he had resolved the crisis of Tianxiang Pass. But Wang Jun's knew very well that the crisis of the human race was far from over. No mistakes in one sentence, one post, one content, 1/6, 1/9, one book, one bar. Tens of millions of demons. It is not the full power of the demons. The demons may come back at any time. At this time, Wang Jun's would not be careless. He could not interfere with the affairs of the Demon King, but he could still guard the Tianxiang Pass. Just right. This battle, Wang Jun's has already touched the threshold of the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm. If he uses the demon inner pill to impact the realm later, I believe that in a short period of time, it will be enough to raise his cultivation to a very high level. As for whether doing so will damage the foundation, there are not so many concerns at the moment. Foundation problem. Just wait and solve it slowly later. If you can't survive, everything is just empty talk. At this moment, in the ancient Beast Mountain range, the realm channel is opened. The terrifying demon breath escapes from the abyss. One by one, the powerful people stepped into the air and came. They looked at each other with surprise on their faces. Yang Yingtian, I didn't expect you to be alive. Humph, Taishuan old man, you are not dead, how could I be one step ahead of you? Tianyang Saint is here too. You are, the great saint of Shenyu. When another powerful person arrived, the faces of the saints of other forces changed immediately. The great saint of Shenyu. An ancient strongman from Yuha Holy Land. They all thought that the great saint Shenyu had fallen, but they didn't expect that he was still alive. However, when they saw the great saint Shenyu coming, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The appearance of a strong man in the great saint realm always makes people feel at ease. When Nangong Sheng arrived, he saw that the strong men had gathered in the ancient Beast Mountain range. He looked at these strong men who had arrived, and the corresponding information also emerged in his mind. Taishu Holy Land Taishuan Daojun. Yuha Holy Land Shenyu Great Saint. Yinyang Holy Land Tianyang Saint. Qingfeng Dynasty Yingtian Saint. At this moment, the foundation of the East region has been revealed. There are no less than 10 saint-level strongmen who have arrived. Among them, there is also a great saint like Shenyu. On the other side, the arrival of Nangong Sheng also made many cultivators look sideways. The king of Sheng of the Taishuan dynasty. In the past years, the other party's reputation was not small. Then, everyone looked at the dark abyss in front of them, and their faces became solemn. Boundary Channel. From the breath, there must be a powerful demon king in the demon world. It shouldn't be, judging from the practice of previous demon invasions. The demon clan will not use a demon king so quickly. The strong men of these forces looked surprised and doubtful, as if they didn't expect that the demon clan would let a demon king come out so quickly. A demon king. It is equivalent to the quasi-emperor of the human race. In the era when the great emperor did not appear, any quasi-emperor was enough to control the situation. Just like the battle in the East region 100,000 years ago, if the human race could have 2 or 3 more quasi-emperors, they would not even need the great emperor of the central region to take action, and they would be able to repel the demons. So, existences of this level are the real sea stabilizers. They will not take action easily until the critical moment. At this moment, the abyss shook. A tall figure suddenly appeared, and the terrible imperial power burst out, causing the sky to shatter directly. Many human race strongmen headed by Nangong Sheng all groaned, and then their bodies could not stop retreating. As for other non-sage level existences, they coughed up blood, and were severely injured just by a face-to-face encounter. Even as the only great saint level existence, the great saint Shenyu's face was unprecedentedly solemn. Even a powerful existence like the Great Saint level seemed a little weak in front of the Demon King. Demon King. The Great Saint of Divine Feathers looked directly at the other party, but there was no fear in his eyes, only a surging fighting spirit. At this moment, the Demon King of Vast Seas walked out of the abyss and stood in the void. His indifferent eyes swept over the Great Saint of Divine Feathers and others, and a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. Just some saints and ants in the Great Saint realm. It seems a bit boring. The words of the Demon King of Vast Seas made all the cultivators look gloomy. The Great Saint of Divine Feathers shouted angrily, "The dispute between the human race and the demon race has been settled for 100,000 years. Why do you want to stir up disputes? Now that the two races are at war, lives are lost at any time. Is this what you want to see? Lives are lost." Hearing this, the Demon King of Vast Seas was slightly startled, and then he smiled dumbly. "My demon clan is all about respecting the strong. If they die in the war, it only means that they are not strong enough, and there is nothing to regret about their death. Compared to these weaklings, my clan appreciates the real strong more. Besides, how dare you, a mere great saint, question this emperor? If you want to talk to this emperor, let your human quasi-emperor come forward first. As for you, go to hell." The look of the Hanhai Demon King suddenly turned cold, and he pressed down on the Great Saint Shenyu with a palm. Buzz! The heaven and earth were under pressure. The space collapsed. The strong man at the level of the Demon King just made a casual attack, and the Great Saint Shenyu felt the breath of death. This terrifying power has not really come to him, but the blood of the Great Saint Shenyu has stagnated, and he almost has the illusion of being unable to move. What about the Demon King? I will kill him if he offends my human race. The Great Saint of Divine Feathers roared, and a terrifying force suddenly erupted from his body. Then a pair of wings appeared behind him. The vast power of wind and thunder ravaged the world, and the thunder wrapped in an infinite hurricane was already blasting towards the Demon King of the Vast Sea. Wind and thunder wings. This was a quasi-emperor weapon that the Great Saint of Divine Feathers got by chance in ancient times, and finally refined it into his own treasure. It was also with the help of the wind and thunder wings that the Great Saint of Divine Feathers could suppress other top Great Saints with the cultivation of the 6th level of the Great Saint, and became the supreme power of that era. Now, the wind and thunder wings reappeared. The terrible power of the quasi-emperor weapon was activated, which shocked many saints, but the Demon King of the Vast Sea looked indifferent, as if he didn't care about such an attack. Chapter 335 Cutting Off an Arm. Quasi-Emperor Weapon. This is the treasure of the Wind and Thunder Emperor back then. What a pity. If the Wind and Thunder Emperor reappears, this emperor might be a little bit afraid of him, but your words alone are not enough. The Vast Sea Demon Emperor sneered, and the sky was broken in the blink of an eye. All the wind and thunder forces seemed to become weak in front of him. Seeing that his full-strength attack was easily resolved by the Vast Sea Demon Emperor, the face of the Great Saint Shenyu suddenly became ugly. Everyone, this Demon Emperor is very powerful, don't hold back. As soon as these words came out, the saints headed by Nangong Sheng also did not hesitate and directly sacrificed their trump cards and treasures. Boom! Nangong Sheng was seen holding the immortal demon banner, and the terrifying power was poured into it, which completely stimulated the power of this quasi-emperor weapon. In an instant, the wind of heaven and earth emerged. It seemed that the 9-day immortals and demons had descended. One after another, majestic phantoms walked out of the immortal demon banner and went to kill the Demon King of the Vast Sea. The phantoms in this immortal demon banner were the quasi-emperors of the former Taishuan dynasty who observed the great way of heaven and earth, spied on the past, present and future, captured some traces of the strongest and finally integrated them into the treasure. As the cultivators activated the immortal demon banner, they could awaken the phantoms of these strongest. These strongest had already transcended the scope of ordinary people when they were alive, reaching a level that was like immortals and demons. Therefore, the immortal demon banner got its name from this. However, the immortal and demon phantoms in the immortal demon banner also depend on the user's cultivation. If a strong man in the quasi-emperor realm takes action, these immortal and demon phantoms can even step into the quasi-emperor level. It's a pity. With Nangong Sheng's current cultivation, he naturally cannot summon immortals and demons at the quasi-emperor level. But under his urging at all costs, the power of the immortal demon banner has also recovered by half. All of these immortal and demon phantoms that appeared in the world have stepped into the level of Saint King. Boom, boom, one after another, the powerful men took action, and the terrifying torrent of power penetrated the void of heaven and earth, and instantly swallowed up the vast sea demon emperor. This scene, the great Saint Shenyu and others all looked solemn, without any joy on their faces. Because they knew very well. Since the vast sea demon emperor was an existence comparable to the quasi-emperor, it was definitely not so easy to deal with. As expected, at the moment when the Hanhai demon emperor was submerged by the torrent of power, the void trembled, and a phantom of a surging ocean suddenly appeared from the sky. Boom! This ocean seemed to cover thousands of miles of heaven and earth. The vast sea demon emperor stood in the middle of the ocean, like an emperor in the sea, with a hideous and terrifying ape phantom condensed behind him. The vast sea demon emperor clenched his right hand, and the world collapsed instantly. At this moment, all the torrents of power were directly shattered and annihilated. It's time to end. The face of the demon king of the vast sea was indifferent, and then he saw his mind move, and the sea water rose from the vast ocean, turning into a peerless divine spear occupying the 9 layers of the azure sky, bombarding the many powerful human beings below. The divine spear shattered the heaven and earth. The terrifying power covered the sky and the sun. Many powerful people such as the great saint of divine feathers looked at this attack, and their faces showed despair. Quasi-emperor. This is the existence comparable to the quasi-emperor realm. Even if they used quasi-emperor weapons, they seemed so weak and powerless in front of a true quasi-emperor. Immediately, many powerful people showed determination in their eyes, and were about to burn their blood and souls to make the last desperate fight. A figure suddenly stepped on the space and came, and then saw it blocking the peerless divine spear, and then punched out, and the terrifying power instantly tore everything apart. Even the peerless divine spear containing the quasi-emperor's attack seemed to be unable to withstand the power of this punch. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled violently. The entire eastern region seemed to be trembling. Then, the peerless divine spear broke into pieces and finally dissipated. The sudden change made the faces of the great Saint Shenyu and others change. Qingfeng. When they saw the green-shirted figure, a name suddenly popped up in their minds. Qingfeng, the head of the Gu family. The eastern region's strong men were naturally familiar with this person's existence. From the record of more than 10 years ago, this person was also a strong man who could rival the Saint King level. However, as Saint King, it is absolutely impossible to block the attack of the quasi-emperor so lightly. In other words, this Gu family head was not a Saint King from beginning to end, but a quasi-emperor. Quasi-emperor. Taizan Daojun took a deep breath and smiled immediately. He did not forget that Taishu Holy Land and Shenwu dynasty were allies. Not only that, among the 9 sons of Taishu, there is the descendant of the head of the Gu family. At present, the head of the Gu family is the quasi-emperor of the world, which is of no harm to the Taishu Holy Land. On the other side, the vast sea demon king looked at Qingfeng who suddenly appeared, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Are you the human race strongman who destroyed the Kushan Holy Land and killed the Kushan Demon King? Do you want to avenge the Kushan Holy Land? Qingfeng stood in the void with his hands behind his back, and he was not afraid to face the vast Sea Demon King directly. It is true that the vast Sea Demon King is powerful. But Qingfeng also has his own trump card. The cultivation of the Great Saint 9 Heavens has made his actual combat power reach the level of the Saint King 7 Heavens. The 3 major heavenly veins appear together. It can even break the barrier of the Saint King and truly enter the quasi-emperor level. If you use the Emperor's soldiers, even if it is the Super Demon Emperor or even the Top Demon Emperor, Qingfeng has the confidence of the battle. The Dirty Mountain Sacred Land is destroyed, it can only show that its strength is insufficient. The Emperor's shot wants to see it. Hanhai Demon Emperor shook his head slightly, but from the beginning to the end, his eyes fell on Qingfeng. The latter felt strange. Like the great saint. But it looks like a prospective emperor. Just as the realm of the other party is erratic, it will change at any time. But there is no doubt. Qingfeng can easily resolve that blow. From the perspective of Hanhai Demon Emperor, the other party is equivalent to the existence of the quasi-emperor level. If you want to see the strength of the human race, this seat is complete. Qingfeng's eyes appeared in the eyes, and the evil sword suddenly appeared, and it was a knife that split the color and earth color. 3 great heavenly Mai, emperor soldiers, both of them. The power of Qingfeng, the level of the sword, is directly forced to the level of the top demon emperor. The original indifference on the Hanhai demon emperor became much more dignified at this moment. Behind the apes behind him became more and more solid. At first, the body of human body gradually grew some black hair. War. When the Emperor Hanhai roared, his hands were carried by his hands, and a black spear appeared. The terrible power burst out, which could sway the Xinghe and let the stars destroy. Different from the fighting of the Dasheng of Shenyu. Facing Qingfeng's strong person, Hanhai Demon Emperor did not have a little hand. Take a shot. Just go all out. The strength of the upper demon emperor makes the existence of the saint realm alone. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought in the void, and a breath collided millions of times, and the fluctuations that destroyed the earth were centered and spread to all directions. The heavy space is broken and annihilated, and the large world seems to return to the chaos. This is the power of the quasi-emperor level. It really is terrible. Hanhai Demon Emperor's strength is horrible, and the emperor is not powerful. If this battle is not the Gu family, I am afraid that I will be overwhelmed by the whole army. The strong people of many people are smiling bitterly. I thought I waited for myself, not to mention suppressing the Hanhai Demon Emperor, but it was not a problem to block the other party. But until now, they really understood. How big is the gap with the emperor? At this level, even if he is a quasi-emperor, he is not an opponent. Mo said to say the emperor. Even the emperor. There is no mistake. 619. One book. 1 a book. Nothing may be threatened. After all, no matter how strong the treasure is. It also depends on who uses it again. Without corresponding cultivation, it can also really urge all the strength of the treasure. Not to mention, a superfluous emperor is infinitely close to the great emperor. The strong ones at this level are much more terrible than the general emperor. Shenyu's great expression is serious. It is rumored that Gu's owner is just the Holy King's realm. Now it seems that this is the real strength now. Speaking of which, he looked at Taizan Daojun on the side. Taizan Daoyu is a good luck. The Holy Land of the Holy Land and the Emperor Shenwu Emperor Alliance are all the mountains. Shenyu is really envious. As far as he knows. The sacred place of Yuha and the Shenwu dynasty also had some grievances, but this grievance was not big. Dasheng once did not take these grievances to heart. But now, when he really realized Qingfeng's strength, Shenyu Dasheng's heart has changed some of the original ideas. Perhaps, Yuha Holy Land should also find a way to get closer to some relationships with the Shenwu dynasty. After all, such a powerful quasi-emperor will definitely prove the great in the future. If the Gu family stepped out of an emperor, in the future, the ancient world will be the world of the Shenwu dynasty. This is not a fiction. The reason why the emperor can be called the emperor. It is because of the emperor, who can suppress the one. Don't look at some quasi-emperors who can also call themselves the great emperor, but compared with the real emperor, the emperor is nothing. Ling Yun's vision is really good. Taizan Daojun smiled slightly, and then he looked a lot more dignified. But now it is not that when there are so many times, the strength of Hanhai Demon Emperor is strong. It is still a problem if the master of the Gu family can suppress such a world demon is still a problem. If the Gu family loses, I am afraid that the entire eastern area will have to be charcoal. Quote. Hearing Taizan Daojun, everyone else was silent. With the horrible strength of the Hanhai Emperor, they naturally know the importance of this victory or defeat. It's a pity. This level of battle is not something they can intervene at all. Don't say that you have intervened. Even if you want to step into it, there is no possibility. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Because Gu Qingfeng fought with the Hanhai Demon Emperor, it was already turning into a field. If he wanted to really get involved in it, even if the existence of the Holy King's realm may not have this qualification. So, Shen Yu and other people can only stand aside now, and at the same time, be careful not to have other demons come out in the boundary channel. Nympho. Boom, boom, intersection. I don't know how long the battle was, and suddenly he heard a lot of shouts. Immediately afterwards, blood splattered. A broken arm covered with black hair fell from the void. Then, the vast sea demon king grabbed the broken arm and fled into the realm channel without looking back. Then, Gu Qingfeng's figure fell from the void, and blood was still flowing slowly on the evil killing knife. You run fast enough. Looking at the realm channel that looked like an abyss in front of him, Gu Qingfeng did not step into it rashly. Although the vast sea demon king had one arm cut off by himself, the other party was not really seriously injured. If a superior demon king really wanted to fight to the death, Gu Qingfeng would not be sure to retreat unscathed. After all, Gu Qingfeng is not a true quasi-emperor now, but he uses the power of the three major heavenly veins, which is barely comparable to the cultivation of the quasi-emperor. And the longer the three major heavenly veins are activated, the greater the burden on the body. Until now, when Gu Qingfeng dispersed the power of the three major heavenly veins, his body was slightly cracked, but soon these injuries disappeared. Hello, Master Gu. Hello, Senior Gu. At this time, many powerful human beings, led by the great saint of divine feathers, all stepped forward and saluted Gu Qingfeng respectfully. Even as powerful as the great saint of divine feathers, now had a look of awe on his face, and did not have the attitude of an old generation powerhouse at all. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. You are too polite. Master Gu cut off the arm of the vast sea demon king this time and completely repelled it. It can be said that he saved our eastern region human race from the water and fire. We are grateful. Taizan Daojun also spoke up, and there was no lack of flattery in his words. Of course, this is not completely boasting, let alone anything else. Just relying on Gu Qingfeng to cut off the arm of the vast sea demon king, this news is enough to make the other party famous all over the world. Cut off the arm of the quasi-emperor. Only a quasi-emperor can do it. A strong man of this level, no matter in which era, is enough to stand at the top. It is difficult for a great emperor to appear. Not to mention 10,000 years. Even if it is 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years, it is difficult to produce a great emperor. In the era when there is no great emperor, the quasi-emperor is the strongest. But in fact, not only is it difficult for a great emperor to appear, it is also difficult for a quasi-emperor to appear. Take the previous era as an example. The strongest of an era can only step into the realm of the Saint King, and can't even touch the threshold of the quasi-emperor. So, from all aspects, the strength of the head of the Gu family in front of him is unquestionable. At this time, Gu Qingfeng looked at the realm channel and asked in a deep voice, "This channel is connected to the demon world. Is there a way to destroy it?" The reason for asking this. That is because Gu Qingfeng can feel the stability of the realm channel. Even when he fought with the demon king of the vast sea before, he couldn't shake and destroy the realm channel. It can be seen. How difficult is it to destroy such a channel? As soon as the voice fell, the great Saint Shenyu spoke first. Once the realm channel is opened, it will be blessed by the power of the heavens of the two realms, and it cannot be destroyed except by the great emperor. Even the top quasi-emperor in the world will find it extremely difficult to destroy the realm channel. Now that the realm channel is opened, we can only let the strong guard it to prevent the demons from killing from the realm channel. There is no other way. End of this chapter. Take a leave before the new year. I was a bit busy before the new year, so I don't have time to update. Please take a leave. End of this chapter. Chapter 336. 100,000 Demon Suppression Army. Can't destroy. When Gu Qingfeng heard this sentence, he frowned. Later, he waved a knife towards the boundary channel. This sword has a blow that contains Qingfeng's entire power, and even ignores the load of the flesh, and once again urges the power of the three great veins again. But such an amazing knife is to make the boundary channel as ripples as the lake, but there is no trace of broken collapse. See this. Qingfeng understood. Shen Yu Dasheng said good. The existence of the boundary channel is not destroyed. Although Qingfeng now uses the power of the three major heavenly veins and the Emperor's soldiers are in hand, even if the strong Emperor's back and even the strong Emperor's peak, they all have the grasp of the World War I. But this level is still much worse than the Great Emperor. The peak of the prospective Emperor and the Great Emperor's realm are two levels. In this regard, the boundary channel here is a hidden danger. The demon family may invade the East China in the east. Qingfeng looked at the boundary channel like abyss in front of him, his expression was a little indifferent. Shen Yu Dasheng's head. Gu's owner is good. When the demon clan invaded 100,000 years ago, it opened up many boundary channels. All parties sent a large number of strong people to guard in these boundary channels to prevent the demon clan from taking advantage of it. However, the development of the boundary channel is not so simple. In addition to the strong ones who have at least the monster level, there is also a kind of chaotic rough from the chaos, so that the boundary channel can be truly opened up. Quote. However, chaos is precious and rare. Any chaotic rough can be used as a foundation for casting quasi-emperor, and even the material of the emperor soldiers. Qingfeng is also clear in the meaning of the great sacred words of Shen Yu. According to the other party's intention, the boundary channel is not opened by the demon clan. It is not easy for the demon to open the boundary channel without paying a certain price. Similarly, the boundary channel is also a double-edged sword. When the demon clan is strong, this is the weapon of invading the human race, but if the demon clan is weak, then the boundary channel will become the lifeblood of the demon clan. After all, the demon clan can enter the ancient world from the boundary channel, so the ancient world can also go to the demon world with the boundary channel. Later, Qingfeng looked at the boundary channel and opened lightly. This boundary channel is guarded by my Shenwu dynasty. Thank you so much for Gu's owner. Everyone heard the words, all of which were happy. The Shenwu dynasty was willing to come forward to the field of the boundary field, so it must be foolproof. After all, this one in front of him is as strong who is enough to be the emperor of the world. There are each other, unless the emperor comes in person. Otherwise, how can you threaten half a point? However, the existence of the greats level may not be able to produce 100 years. Therefore, there are such strong people sitting in the town, when problems can be guaranteed to ensure that there is no problem with the boundary channel. Intersection. A few days later, Ancient Beast Mountains World War I. It was quickly spread. When we learned that the demon-level demon opened the channel and broke into the ancient realm, the news made the five-party domain shock. Especially when the Emperor Hanhai was repelled by Qingfeng. It even shocked many monks. Removal of Hanhai Demon Emperor. It seems that in the first battle of Gaiweizhou, the one still retained a lot. In the ancient Qin family, when Qin Shangdao heard the news, his face was serious. He did not think that Qingfeng would break through the level of the Holy King of the Haixiang CC Demon Emperor in just 10 years. For the existence of Hanhai Demon Emperor. The ancient Qin family is no stranger. The opponent was an ancient demon emperor hundreds of thousands of years ago, and his strength was a lot stronger than many new demon emperors. If it is divided by the level of the demon world, Hanhai Demon Emperor is the super demon emperor. Even if it is the reincarnation of the emperor, it is impossible to grow directly to the shoulder and even suppress the super demon emperor in just 10 or 20 years. The reincarnation of the emperor is indeed not false. But at the level of the Emperor Jun, the great was only separated from the great. Even if the predecessor was the existence of the great emperor's realm, it was impossible to break through so fast. In fact, not every reincarnation emperor can eventually reach the peak of previous lives. The emperor was the second generation, but finally stopped at the level of the emperor. For Qingfeng's origin, the Hanhai Demon Emperor today is also a little elusive. But someone in the ancient Qin family worshipped under the opponent's seat and became their pro-disciples, and the relationship between the two sides was also close. Jiyu Qingfeng's strength is strong, and it is also good for the ancient Qin family. The demon invasion, the evil spirits are rampant, so the situation is more severe than the ancient period. Qin Shangdao did not do anything about the eastern domain, but focused on the central domain. Whether it is evil or demon, the birth of either party is not a good thing for the human race. Nowadays, the two sides have appeared at the same time, and the severe level of the situation is conceivable. At least, looking at the situation learned from Qin Shangdao. In the Tai ancient period, although the evil spirits were rampant, the demon clan had not intervened. At that time, Tai God suppressed the world, so that the evil spirits did not cause much turmoil. Now, Tai God has become the past. There have no overlord-level forces that suppress the five parties. Compared with the ancient period. Now the ancient world. Poor strength is not a star. It is just an evil thing, it is enough to drink a pot of ancient times. Now there are more demons, this problem is imaginative. Qilu's ancestor, 3 million miles outside the city of Qin Emperor were suspected of being born in the demon formation method, and asked the ancestor to decide. In the hall, Qin Zhenshin's voice came. The words fall. See the closed hall door open. Qin Shangdao's figure also appeared in the outside world. The problem of the demon formation method, this seat will be solved. You are responsible for guarding the Qin family and beware of other demons. This voice has just fallen. Qin Shangdao's figure has disappeared. In this regard, Qin Zhenshin bowed to lead. Later, Qin Zhenshin called many high-level Qin family to discuss some issues that responded to the demon clan and evil spirits. In just the day, there are some vacancies in the Qin family's senior management. The invasion of the demon clan was Manak. Even if the ancient Qin family was the strong of the Holy King level, it was impossible to want to be safe and sound. There is something dead. It's normal. Intersection. Ancient Beast Mountains. Boundary Channel. Here, there is a majestic city from the ground, and the dark city walls are seen, which seems to be condensed from countless dry flesh, exuding a heartworm. In fact, this city was cast by Jiyu Qingfeng. In addition to the ore of the ancient Beast Mountains, many of the raw materials are also confusing. Many half-grade demons and blood, as well as the blood left by the Hanhai Demon Emperor, finally achieved the city in front of me. Town Demon Fairy City. This is the name of this city. The moment the city was cast, Jiyu Qingfeng incorporated his own blood in it. First there is a Demon Emperor blood. Jiyu Qingfeng's own blood. The foundation of this city can be imagined. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. After all, at the level of Jiyu Qingfeng and the Emperor Hanhai's Demon Emperor, a drop of blood can overcome the stars of the mountains and rivers. It is the supreme pitch in the world, and even the endless treasure. All the city is the same. At the same time, the Shenwu dynasty also sent a large number of soldiers to guard here. Now, it seems that in the boundary channel of the abyss, the demons that are constantly coming out are constantly rushing towards the town Demon Fairy City. The Shenwu dynasty also had a major army, and slashed and killed these demons. In the main hall in the city, Ji Yuyang looked serious. Father, the demon clan opens the boundary channel here, and the steady stream has continued to send the demon clan to death. What is the intention of it? There are a large number of demons, they want to use this as a training, and they also want to exist with these demons, so as to consume my strength. How can Jiyu Qingfeng be seen? These demon plans. But so, the Shenwu dynasty can also be able to practice this opportunity. Besides, the demon Nidan is a great supplement for the monk. If it is raised by war, it may not be a bad thing. Hearing, Ji Yuyang nodded. If it is other forces, it is not so easy to want to support war with war. After all, the consumption of war is not general. In particular, the war involving the two races is an endless situation. Sometimes, The strong man who finally cultivated will fall abruptly. But Ji Yuyang glanced at Ji Qingfeng, and his heart must be the biggest heritage of the Shenwu dynasty. There is his father sitting here. Like a powerful demon, Ji Qingfeng will suppress himself. Now, Ji Qingfeng looked at the boundary channel and looked indifferent. They want to use this to eliminate my strength, but how simple it can be successful. Before it was absolutely grasped, the top strong men of the demon clan should not shot. The longer the time is delayed, the more favorable it is for me. Quote. But some of the power of the Shenwu dynasty is restrained here. Some of your original preparations will push back. Ji Yangi, the Shenwu dynasty promoted to the outside world, and it was not a big problem to slow down some. However, I plan to cultivate a true elite with the town demon fairy city as a war, as the blade of my Shenwu dynasty. Quote. If you can go through the elite cultivated by the two tribe wars, I believe it will not be disappointing. Ji Yuyang looked at the battlefield, his eyes became a bit hot. The biggest problem in the Shenwu dynasty is lacking a true elite. Like the Tiansheng army cultivated by Shijun, although it can also be described as elite, it cannot meet the requirements of Ji Yuyang's minds. He wanted to come really elite. It is enough to sweep everything. These elites can be divided into unparalleled levels, and they can sweep the world. But it is definitely not so simple to really want to cultivate this level of elite. Not to mention, the required resources are also a large amount. However, there is no shortage of people in the Shenwu dynasty, and the resources are abundant, so Ji Yangfeng has the same idea. Ji Qingfeng naturally has nothing to oppose these things. 10 days later, on the court, Ji Yuyang was the commander of the former Jiangxi division to make Zhang Nanfang reintegrate the Jiangxi division, and let him be renamed the Gen Magic Division. Immediately afterwards, he also let Zhang Nanfang lead the magic army of 100,000 towns and go directly to the battlefield of the demon fairy city of the town to kill the demon. Zhang Nanfang obeyed this command. Above the court, many people look at Zhang Nanfang's eyes full of envy, and even the Heavenly Guard command makes Nanyu Mountain a little bit exciting. After all, people with eyes can see. Ji Yuyang's command. It is to focus on the meaning of cultivating the Gen Magic Division. 100,000 town magic army. This is not that simple. Even the earliest Heavenly Guards were established, and there were not as many as 100,000 people. As for the people of the original town evil divisions, there are only about 10,000. Now, the Jiangxi division was renamed Gen Moji, and the preparation expanded to 100,000, and a large amount of resources tilted to the Gen Magic division, which meant that it was obvious. It was just that Ji Yuyang had ordered it, and no one dared to say anything. After retreating, in the royal study, Ji Yuyang faced Zhang Nanfang. I let you set up a town of the town to go to the demon fairy city of the town. What does it mean? I believe you know too. Today's court lacks a sharp knife, and a knife that allows the Shenwu dynasty to sweep the world. And the town magic army you formed is to be this knife, cultivation resources, and the court will spare no effort to provide the side of the town magic. What you have to do is to polish this knife enough in the shortest time. Quote. Ji Yuyang looked at Zhang Nanfang in front of him, and said with a lot of words. The latter heard that his expression became solemn. Her Majesty, rest assured, the minister will not live up to His Majesty. He will be the most sharp knife in His Majesty. Zhang Nanfang can be described as patting his chest to guarantee, and his heart is full of excitement. Now there is a better chance to be in front of himself. Zhang Nanfang will not give up. Hope like this. Ji Yuyang. He still trusts Zhang Nanfang. Because Zhang Nanfang was originally a Tianzhao trained by Shenwu College since he was a child, he repeatedly contributed to it. In the end, Ji Yuyang appointed him as the commander of the Gen Magic Division. Over the years, Zhang Nanfang served as the commander of the Jiangxi Division, which can also be regarded as a dedication. Of course, the most important point, it is the other party's loyalty. As long as you are loyal, even if you lack your ability, it is also worth training. Not to mention, Zhang Nanfang's ability is not bad. Coupled with the talent of the other party, it is also the top. In the less than 100 years, it has already entered the barriers of breaking the change of God and entered the Taoism palace. Such a person, Ji Youyang, is naturally cultivated. 10 days later, Zhang Nanfeng set up a 100,000 town magic army, and then led the army to the town Demon Fairy City. When Zhang Nanfeng left the country, Ji Youyang also had a situation about the demon army. I don't know how much can the 100,000 town magic army be left a year later. This chapter is finished. Chapter 337, Strange Servant. Black fog permeated, swallowing the sky and the earth. The magnificent city that originally had millions of people has now completely turned into death. Countless corpses have been sucked dry of their essence and blood, and then piled up into a jingguan and placed in the center of the city. And on top of the jingguan, there is a throne made of bones. A tall and strange figure is sitting on the throne, and a cold and bone-chilling breath is emanating. All the corpses in the jingguan are twisting strangely, which is shocking. If there are strong men from the ancient Qin family here, they will find that the figure sitting on the throne of bones in front of them is the Wei Tiandi they have been looking for. At this moment, a strong breath came from outside the city, and then an extremely domineering force tore through the black fog, exposing the jingguan made of millions of lives to the air. Evil beast, you dare to slaughter millions of human beings to build jingguan. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and kill you, this evil spirit. The speaker was a strong man who was aspiring to be a semi-saint. When the other party saw Jingguan, anger immediately appeared on his face. And behind the semi-saint of the human race, there were also many strong men of the Tao Palace realm. Human race, just blood food. On Jingguan, the Emperor Qidian looked up at the void, his scarlet eyes revealed a strange look, and his weird face showed a hideous and terrifying smile. Hearing this, the semi-saint of the human race and other Tao Palace realms all changed their faces. Immediately, these cultivators stopped talking and went straight to kill the Emperor Qidian. But in the next breath, these attacks disappeared without a trace before they touched the Emperor Qidian. And then, the Qidian Emperor suddenly stood up, and the terrifying pressure swept over like a wave. All the space affected was broken and shattered, causing the half-saint and other cultivators to tremble, and then coughed up blood and retreated. Not good. The pupils of this human half-saint suddenly shrank, and he looked at the Qidian Emperor with horror. He could suppress himself and others with just his breath. The strength of this evil spirit in front of him was at least a mid-level natural disaster, which could be comparable to the strong people in the saint realm. It is even possible to go up a level and join the ranks of upper natural disasters, with a strength comparable to that of the great saint. As for the higher level of the world-destroying level, this human half-saint did not dare to think about it. But whether it was a mid-level natural disaster or a high-level natural disaster, it was not something he and others could contend with. However, at this moment, the body of this human half-saint suddenly paused, and a blue-black palm had covered his head without knowing when. Then, the half-saint's head was easily removed, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the broken part. The Qidian Emperor grabbed the other's body and swallowed the blood in big mouthfuls. When the other cultivators saw this scene, they all felt as if they were falling into an ice cellar, and their faces were full of horror. At this moment, they all regretted secretly. They didn't expect the evil spirits here to be so terrible. If they had known that the strength of the Qidian Emperor would be so terrifying, they would never come. But now, it's too late to say anything. The only half-saint on their side was killed in an instant, and the rest of the people were no match at all. Immediately, someone trembled, and then knelt directly in front of the Qidian Emperor. Mercy, mercy. This person's face was full of snot and tears, and he didn't care about the face that the Tao Palace should have. At this moment, he knelt down and begged for mercy like a broken-back dog. When the other cultivators saw this scene, their faces were full of anger. Shen Shan, you actually begged for mercy from the evil spirit, which simply disgraced the reputation of my Wanshan sect. Even if we die, we will never beg for mercy from the evil spirit. Everyone shouted angrily, their eyes full of contempt and anger for Shen Shan. At this moment, A strange smile appeared on the strange face of the strange emperor. Anyone who kills one person and then swears allegiance to me can be exempted from death. As soon as these words came out, the original scene of scolding came to an abrupt end. Soon, there was a cultivator with a righteous face, looking ready to die. My Wanshan sect disciples are upright, how could they surrender to an evil spirit like you, ah? Zhou Junior brother, you. Before the man finished speaking, he felt a pain in his chest, and saw a sword tip piercing through his back. When he turned around and looked, he happened to see a familiar face. The latter looked at the former's unbelievable face, and his face also showed pain and madness. Brother, don't blame me, I don't want to die. Traitor, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. The man's eyes were red, and he was about to kill junior brother Zhou on the spot. But unfortunately, he was attacked first and was seriously injured. He was killed on the spot by the attacker after fighting for less than a moment. One person took action, and soon others followed suit. The righteousness in front of him was now ugly for his life. In a moment, most of the cultivators died. Only a few people were left with blood all over their bodies, and finally survived and knelt in front of the weird emperor. Looking at these people in front of him, the smile on the face of the weird emperor became more and more ferocious. Very good, you have passed my test. From today on, you will be my weird servants. Take this drop of blood, you can wait for the supreme power. The words fall. A blazing emperor's fingers, there was a black blood with a strange breath, falling in front of several people. At this step, several people did not dare to hesitate, and soon swallowed blood into the belly. I saw blood into the abdomen. A terrible force rose from them, and the bones of their bones seemed to be broken. The severe pain made them unprepared. But over time, the sound of mourning gradually weakened, and then there was a strong breath, which broke out from several people. Dao Gongjing Zhouzhong, I break through the Dao Gongjing Zhouzhong. Shen Shan looked down at his hands, and his majestic power made him have an illusion in his dream. He is the elder of the god of fantasy, and has a normal capital. For so many years, he has just been entered the Taoist palace. But now, a drop of blood of the Emperor Tiandi was to make Shen Shansho make a rapid progress, and he broke through the duality of Daogong realm to the Dao Palace 9. The same is true of others. 7 people survived. All of them were promoted to the Daogongjing 9 heavies in one breath. This makes them feel very wise to their way of relying on Tiandi Emperor. If it weren't for the weird emperor, they can't break through these levels. The Emperor of Tiandi has returned to the throne of Jingguan again, watching the 7 people kneeling below Jingguan, and his voice is extremely indifferent. You wait for your weird servant, you need to find enough blood for me. But before that, I need to build a palace, and this matter will be done by you to do it. Quote. The words fall. Shen Shan should speak evenly. His Majesty, the magic god is the southern area, it is extremely good in itself. As the elder of the god of God, Shen Shan's head now sells the magic god sect for a thorough. The other 6 people heard their words, and the eyes looked at Shen Shan a little shocked. Obviously, they did not expect Shen Shan's betrayal will come so simple. Fantasy god sect. Emperor's eyes were slightly moved, and the spin was the head. Then go to the magic god sect. Intersection. Half a day later, the miserable fight broke out in the magic god. As the southern division, the fantasy god has a lot of heritage, but unfortunately, the heritage of this level is not enough in front of the strange emperor. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. The Emperor Tiandi just shot a little, and he killed the town of the fantasy god sect on the spot, and even brought a saint to completely break. Then, it was the 7 people in Shen Shan shot and died the entire magic god. Listening to the cursing of the same door in the past, the 7 people's heart became colder. They understand. I have no way back. There is only one way to go black now. Besides, it is not entirely a bad thing to surrender to the Emperor of Tiandi. At least the other party can let him wait for the skyrocketing. He may let him go further and break through to a higher level. Think about it that. It doesn't seem to be an unacceptable thing to surrender the heavenly emperor. At this moment, in the hall of the Zongmen of the magic sect, the emperor was sitting on the main position, and he was playing with a glamorous head in his hand. The strong man and the dignitaries died miserable at this moment. Shenshan's 7 people respectfully stood in front of the emperor of Tiandi, with awe on his face, and did not dare to look at the eyes of the Lord of the Phantom. The magic god has been destroyed, but this is not enough. I need more blood to eat. The Emperor Tiandi slowly opened, and then saw that he thought about it. It was a dark token condensed out of thin air and fell directly in front of the 7 people. This token contains a bit of force, which can recover the deceased and form a driving strategy for the deceased army. In addition, I will give you a magical power to collect the blood of the world. As long as you wait for your dedication to your care, don't say the palace realm, even if he is asking the so-called great emperor, I can satisfy you. Quote. Yes, several people dare not violate the order of the heavenly emperor. Immediately, the 7 people took the order. Then I saw the weird emperor's thoughts fell, and the 7 people had an extra magical power called the blood of the blood. The only role of this gate magical power is to collect spiritual qi and blood. In addition to the blood sea swallowing surgery, there is another exercise in their minds. This gong method, it is called blood refinery. I don't know how much higher than the magical method of the magic gods, and it is extremely simple and rude. It only needs to devour the blood and blood to improve the cultivation. The role of blood refining magical power is to help weird servants to refine qi and blood. Good. Just a weird servant. This exercise can only be cultivated by turbulent servants. It is useless to get ordinary people. Blood refining magical power can let you wait for the promotion, even if it breaks the restrictions of this side. It is not a problem to become sanctified in the last era. I ask you to wait for each person to provide millions of life spiritual qi and blood every year. Quote. The emperor looked indifferent. Hearing. The 7 people in Shenshan were trembling and hurriedly kneeling to the ground, saying that it was. At the same time, they also heard another meaning in the words of the Qidian emperor. That is, they only need to complete the blood and qi of 1 million creatures every year, and the remaining part can be enjoyed by them. Since getting the blood of the Qidian emperor and becoming a Gui servant, Shenshan and his friends found that their bodies have undergone some subtle changes. They have a strong desire for the flesh and blood of creatures. Even when slaughtering the Wanshan sect, several people secretly devoured some of the flesh and blood of their fellow disciples. That wonderful feeling made them feel like they had opened the door to a new world. Just as several people were about to retreat, the Qidian emperor handed the 7 compasses to them again. This destiny compass allows you to find other creatures suitable to become Gui servants, find them, and then bring them to me. Yes, Shenshan and his friends did not dare to say much. Looking at the backs of several people, the Qidian emperor was playing with his hands, and his 5 fingers suddenly exerted force, and the head of the Wanshan sect leader exploded directly, and red and white things mixed and splashed. Emperor Qidian licked his lips and showed a sick smile. There are still too few Gui servants. It's rare to revive in this world. I want to make this world my own kingdom. In fact, Shenshan and his companions are not suitable to become real Gui servants, but Emperor Qidian did not hesitate to spend some power to force them to transform. The tragic defeat of Gaiweizhou. The few resources that Emperor Qidian had were completely destroyed. The Battle of Wangyan Mansion. Emperor Qidian was isolated and helpless, so he was severely injured by Qin Shangdao. Now, although this world is facing the end of the law, its resources are still strong. Combined with the previous 2 failures, Emperor Qidian has learned from his mistakes and plans to develop his own power first, and then integrate all the forces to wipe out the ancient Qin family, and then compete for the world. If it weren't for the Tai divine dynasty, I would have ruled this world long ago. But it doesn't matter. Even if this time goes on for countless years, it still won't change anything. The Qidian emperor can already foresee the scene where this world is completely transformed by him into a kingdom of evil spirits. The universe of the heavens. Billions of worlds. There are too few worlds like this one that have not been polluted and assimilated by evil spirits. After finally finding an opportunity, the Qidian emperor will naturally not give up easily. Especially combined with the previous experience of failure. This time, the Qidian emperor will be much more cautious. Don't look at him slaughtering the entire Wanshan sect. But in fact, such a movement has not been spread at all. And the Qidian emperor believes that when the problems of the Wanshan sect are discovered, even if he cannot fully recover his past strength, he can improve to a level that is enough to deal with everything. At that time, with the world of the end of the law now, no one can stop his steps. Then, the eyes of the Qidian emperor were closed, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. At the same time, a mysterious and strange wave emanated from him, instantly covering the entire Wanshan sect, completely covering up these tragic scenes and restoring the vitality of the past. If other people saw this scene, they would definitely not find any clues about the Wanshan sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 338. Raising Gu. Demon World. In the ancestral courtyard of 10,000 demons. The Hanhai demon emperor's expression was gloomy. The arm that had been broken was now completely restored to its original state. For a strong man at the level of the demon king, rebirth of blood is just a matter of time. It is even easier to break an arm and recover. If the broken arm is completely destroyed in the battle, then it may be a little trouble if the demon emperor of the Hanhai re-tempered an arm. After all, it is true that the rebirth of broken limbs is easy. But it is not that simple to re-quench your arms to the peak level. The body of the demon king. It has been tempered for thousands of years. Every drop of blood, every piece of meat, all contain infinite divine power. If you really want to destroy an arm, the new arm derived from flesh and blood will be fragile and cannot be compared with the peak period. This is why, the fundamental reason why the demon emperor of the Hanhai Sea would take away his broken arm. There is a broken arm. It will be much easier for him to recover. But if you don't have a broken arm, it will be more troublesome. Gu Qingfeng. I didn't expect that in this Dharma-ending age, the human race can still have such a foundation. No wonder, over the years, I have never been able to take down the ancient world. Such an ancient world is indeed rich in background and cannot be compared with other worlds. Quote. The Hanhai demon king's eyes were slightly cold. The battle in the ancient world made him deeply understand the terrifying heritage of such ancient worlds. In comparison, the other worlds in the chaos are much worse than those in the ancient world. Since the end of the war 100,000 years ago, the demon clan seems to be dormant in the demon world and does nothing. Actually, it is not the case. Over the years, although the demon clan did not attack the ancient world, many small worlds were derived from the vast chaos, and there were other cultivators in these small worlds. And these small worlds, it is to become the target of the demon clan. Say it without any hesitation. Over the years, the demon world has captured many small worlds and has accumulated such terrifying foundations in secret. This is why, after 100,000 years, the reason why the demon clan has the confidence to attack the ancient world again. But it's a pity, the first battle of the demon clan was to encounter Waterloo. Gu Qingfeng's strength made the demon emperor Hanhai feel very afraid. Although he knew that his defeat was because the other party had an imperial weapon in his hand. With the foundation of the 10,000 demons' ancestral court, there are naturally imperial weapons in existence. But the problem is, if a strong man at this level really wants to fight for life and death, even if the 10,000 demons' ancestral court uses imperial weapons to suppress him, it will still cost a great price. The Hanhai demon emperor naturally didn't want to fight Gu Qingfeng at this time and both sides suffered a loss. He is waiting. Wait for a really suitable time. A quasi-emperor cannot cause much storm. When the other demon emperors of the 10,000 demons' ancestral court revives, it will be the time when the ancient world is truly destroyed. At that time, my demon clan will sacrifice the creatures of the heavens' blood and will definitely take that last step. Quote. The demon emperor of the Hanhai was thinking of something, and his eyes suddenly became fierce, and his expression became a little excited. This era, it is the last chance of the demon clan. And this opportunity, it will also create the eternal foundation of the demon clan. Just think of this. The anger in the heart of the demon king of the Hanhai was much lowered. A temporary victory or defeat. Nothing can be decided. The demon emperor of the Hanhai looked in the direction of the realm channel, and now a large number of demons are constantly heading towards the ancient world, as if endless. For the demon clan, number is the biggest advantage. In addition, the demon clan has occupied many small worlds for so many years, and regarded it as a nest for thriving demons. So, the number of demon clan has reached an amazing level. And, in a place where other monks could not see it, a large amount of blood-colored evil spirits gathered towards the ancestor of 10,000 demons and finally fell into somewhere. Kill, the final winner of this battle will only be my demon clan. A faint smile appeared on the face of the demon emperor Hanhai, and then took a deep breath, and a large amount of blood-colored evil spirit gathered towards him. The originally depressed aura is now recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Outside the demon-suppressing fairy city, on the battlefield of the two tribes, I saw a steady stream of demons coming out of the realm channel and launching an attack on the demon-suppressing fairy city. And the human race, headed by the 100,000 demon-suppressing army, many armies turned into iron walls, blocking all the invading demons. As soon as the two sides met, a fierce conflict broke out. Under the resistance of the human race's formation, countless demons met each other, and their bodies exploded into flesh. But that's true. These demons are also fearless, continuously launching attacks on the human side. Qingfeng's eyes were slightly condensed as he watched the battle on the battlefield. The demon clan pays great attention to bloodlines. Demons with higher level bloodlines have absolute suppression on demons with lower level bloodlines. Now these demons are not afraid of death, and behind them is the reason why there are higher level blood demons in command. Bloodline says, actually, it's similar to the human race. The difference is, there is no saying that human race is suppressed. But the demon clan is different. Like a demon with a demonic bloodline, it has a natural suppression of demons with a demonic bloodline or a demon with a cultivation level below. Of course, nothing is absolute. Like two demon generals who are both in the Taoist palace realm, the former is just an ordinary demon general's bloodline, while the latter is a higher level of demon king's bloodline. Although the latter suppresses the former, it is impossible to say that it is arbitrarily driven to serve itself. After all, at the same level of cultivation, demons have some ability to resist blood pressure. But if your bloodline and cultivation are insufficient, it will be different. Now, among these invading demons, the strongest cultivation has reached the semi-saint level, which shows that there is at least a demon king behind him who is commanding. Otherwise, it is impossible to make these semi-saint demons work hard. Blood stains the robe, and swears to kill the demons. Zhang Nanfang roared angrily, and the Yanyu sword in his hand slashed down like a slash of the sky. The demon coach in the Dao Palace realm changed drastically. He wanted to avoid it but found that he was already locked by a terrifying knife intent. Without waiting for the demon to react, he felt a chill in his body, and then his huge body was divided into two and completely destroyed on the spot. This scene, let the morale of the demon-suppressing army be greatly boosted. Slay demons and eliminate demons and protect my country. Kill. Many demon-suppressing troops roared. Their blood was completely ignited, and their offensive against the demons suddenly became even more fierce. All ants dare to be presumptuous. At this moment, a semi-saint level demon sneered, and saw him step into the air. The terrifying pressure came, which was to completely kill Zhang Nanfang on the spot. But the next breath, the demon half-saint's face changed, and his body suddenly stiffened, and he stopped directly in the air. Then, I saw a palm coming across the void and directly grabbed the demon, but the other party disappeared in an instant. At the same time, in the demon-suppressing fairy city, the demon half-saint appeared here, his body trembling, and his eyes were full of fear. He wanted to beg for mercy, but under the suppression of Qingfeng's terrifying aura, it was impossible to open his mouth. The demon half-saint, let me take a look at what confidence do you have. Qingfeng's divine thought moved and directly invaded the sea of consciousness of this demon semi-saint. All the hidden memories were dug out by him at this moment. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. A blood-colored broken world. A nest made of a lot of flesh and blood. Countless corpses of human race and other creatures were hung upside down on the nest, and young demons tore upside down on the abdomen of the corpse and crawled out of it with difficulty. Then, these young demons swallowed the corpses that were nurturing themselves and crawled towards other young demons. A killing. It was already unfolding in the nest. 90% of the young demons became the food for other young demons. Final. After devouring a large number of tribes, this group of young demons finally walked out of the nest. Then, it is endless fighting. The huge world is like a farm of raising a pot, and a large number of young demons are like worms, fighting each other endlessly. When a demon gets out of his addiction in endless killing, he will be guided and truly enter the demon world, truly be accepted by the demon clan, and become one of them. The demon and semi-saint in front of us is the Jiyu King who stood out from the past. He survived the battle between millions of people, then entered the demon world, and finally grew to the semi-saint realm. Not only that, in the memory of this demon and semi-saint, Jiyu Qingfeng saw more worlds. These worlds, they all have one common characteristic. That is, all living beings are the nutrients that give birth to the demon clan. After a moment, Jiyu Qingfeng's divine thought moved and saw that the half-saint body of the demon in front of him dissipated like ashes, leaving only a half-saint level inner elixir left. No wonder the demon clan is afraid of death and injury. It turns out that there are many worlds behind the scenes to support the demon clan. The so-called demon world is not the entire foundation of the demon clan. Jiyu Qingfeng's expression was a little solemn. He didn't expect it. The foundation of the demon clan will be much more terrifying than he imagined. Chaos universe. Extensive. It is not surprising that other worlds are born. But in comparison, the human race in the ancient world only focuses on the 1 acre and 3-point land in the ancient world. When looking at the demon race, it has quietly invaded many worlds and made it its own nourishment. Comparison of the two, the gap naturally emerges. It is precisely because of the large number of worlds behind the scenes that the number of demon clans has surged to a terrible level. In this case, the demon clan launched a war, which is naturally reasonable. Too many demons. It is harmless to consume a batch. Even if hundreds of millions of demons are lost, it is just a drop in the bucket for the overall number of demon clans. But, in other words, the ancient world has a strong foundation to compete with the demon clan. If you lose to other worlds, you may have fallen long ago in the face of the invasion of demons. Then, Jiyu Qingfeng looked outside the demon Shenxian city. Those continuous demons are actually the worms raised in various worlds. Even if there are many demons at this level, the demon clan will not feel heartbroken. The demon's disaster. It's much more serious than what is recorded. With the number of demon clans, if a large-scale invasion is really done, even if it is consumed, it can consume all the human clan's foundation. Jiyu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. But, the ancient world is not without any foundation. Quantity is one aspect, but the strong are another aspect. For example, in the ancient land of Taichu, there was a sleeping ancient emperor. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the demon clan has only sent some low-level demons to the invasion, such as the strong man of the Hanhai demon emperor, and so far, only one has appeared. Then, Jiyu Qingfeng took action again and killed all semi-saint level demons in the blink of an eye. Including many semi-saint demons hiding in the dark and waiting for opportunities, they can't hide from Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes. As well as many powerful Taoist palace demons, they were directly killed by Jiyu Qingfeng. This move, the pressure on the Shenwu dynasty was reduced sharply. At the same time, after Jiyu Qingfeng killed these demons, he did not take away the inner alchemy left behind, and it was left to the monks guarding this place. Immediately afterwards, Jiyu Qingfeng poked out his right hand, and the terrifying power of qi and blood condensed into a shocking palm, grabbing it in the direction of the boundary channel. The huge palm sank into the abyss, as if he was looking for something. Boom! A powerful wave erupted from inside the realm channel, and the aftermath of destruction of the world made the surrounding void shatter and annihilation. But soon, this fluctuation just disappeared. A demon king who was comparable to the level of a saint was now captured by Qingfeng from the realm channel. The latter looked shocked, and he didn't seem to have expected that Qingfeng could directly cross the realm channel and suppress himself in the demon world. "Let me go," the demon king had just spoken, but before he could finish his words, Qingfeng had already grabbed the other person's head, and the terrifying divine thought power rushed into the other person's mind, and instantly it was domineering soul search. Even with the power of the demon king, he could not stop Qingfeng's soul search at all. But it is precisely because the other party was a demon king, and the subconscious resistance made the memories Qingfeng obtained from his soul search become somewhat incomplete. But despite this, from then on, Qingfeng also found some information in the demon king's memory. This information, it is almost the same as the semi-saint demon in front of him. The difference is, this demon king is not a demon from other worlds, but from the ancestral courtyard of all demons. With Qingfeng's domineering soul search, the demon king's eyes became distracted and his expression was dull, and he had obviously become a fool. Demon king. Qingfeng smiled disdainfully, and with the power in his palm, the demon king didn't scream, and his body instantly disappeared. Only a demon inner alchemy exudes a powerful aura can survive. With the fall of this demon king, the other invading demons seemed to have disintegrated morale, no longer as fierce as before, but retreated like a tide. Instantly, all the demons retreated. The battlefield, which was originally extremely fierce, has now become much quieter. End of this chapter. Chapter 339, Accumulating Strength. Greetings to the Supreme Emperor. In the demon-suppressing fairy city, Zhang Nanfeng changed his armor and wore a blue long gown, which looked quite elegant. But the fierce and iron-blooded power of the other party has not really dissipated yet, and the evil spirits are surging around it. This is the power condensed by killing countless demons. If such a blood-colored evil spirit is plagued by ordinary monks, they will easily be eroded by evil spirits, which will lead to their bodies falling into a state of madness and becoming cruel and bloody. But it's obvious, Zhang Nanfeng is not the case. As the commander of the demon-suppressing department, Zhang Nanfeng is tough and is not afraid of the influence of the evil spirit of heaven and earth. Commander Zhang has made outstanding performance in this battle and killing many demons, and he should have made great contributions. Qingfeng looked at Zhang Nanfeng and praised him without hesitation. In fact, that's true. Qingfeng also saw Zhang Nanfeng's performance. Zhang Nanfeng is the best in terms of command and combat power. Such a talent. Qingfeng was naturally quite satisfied. Resistance to demons is the responsibility of the Demon Suppression Department, and I will never dare to take credit. Although that said, I have always been rewarded for my merits. Qingfeng said this and directly lifted a demon's inner elixir with his qi and blood to Zhang Nanfeng. This is the inner alchemy of demons in the Saint Realm, and this thing will be rewarded to you. With your cultivation level, if you can refine the demon's inner alchemy and enter the 7th level of the Taoist Palace Realm, I believe there is no problem. There are too few strong people in the Shenwu dynasty now, and it is a luxury to not have enough foundation to resist the invasion of demons. Although I am guarding the demon-suppressing fairy city, if there is a strong man of the Demon King level coming forward, it will be difficult for me to free up. So if you want to truly resist demons, it depends on your strength. Quote. Qingfeng's words made Zhang Nanfeng, who had originally wanted to shirk his reserve, no longer hesitate and directly seize the demon's inner alchemy in the Saint Realm. Then, for convenience, he knelt on one knee towards Qingfeng, with a solemn and firm expression. Don't worry, the demon-suppressing office will do its best to suppress the demons. Even if you die, you will never take a step back. I look forward to your next performance. Qingfeng nodded, and then waved his hand to let Zhang Nanfeng retreat. Immediately afterwards, he opened the information panel and took a look. There is no major change in the Gu family's descendants. The biggest problem, it's about Gu Shu. Since the invasion of demons, the frequency of the other party being attacked by demons has increased greatly, and he has been severely injured several times and is almost dead. This is also normal. Now many powerful people in the demon clan have recovered, and there are top-notch existences like the demon emperor of the sea. In front of such a strong man, the remnant soul of the great saint on Ji was completely insufficient to see. Don't talk about a wisp of the remnant soul of the great saint. Even when the emperor's great sage was alive, it was not worth mentioning in front of the demon emperor of the Hanhai at its peak. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. The demon emperor is comparable to the quasi-emperor. The so-called great sage is invisible in the face of such an existence. But Qingfeng can't contact Ji Shu for the time being. And look at the contents of the information panel. Although Ji Shu was attacked by demons more frequently and was facing danger several times, he always had some spare energy. Visible. Survive in the demon world for so many years. Ji Shu is not comparable to the past. Check out the information panel of Death Soldiers again. The content is much richer. The demons invaded in large numbers. Many dead soldiers fought with demons, and at the same time, many sealed evil spirits also recovered one after another, aggravating the impact of evil spirits and disasters. There was a demon invasion in front of it. Later, there were evil spirits and disasters. How chaotic can the situation in the ancient world be? You can clearly see it by looking at the information panel. Then, Qingfeng closed his eyes and silently comprehended the great way of heaven and earth. When the demons invaded, Qingfeng vaguely discovered that some subtle changes seemed to occur between the world. The absolute suppression of the heavenly way seemed to have been a little loose. Regarding this, Qingfeng also had some secret speculations. The Dharma ending age. Should you end early? After all, the reason why the Dharma ending age is called the Dharma ending age is because the heavenly way in this era suppresses, allowing sentient beings to stop at the Tao Palace and not make progress. No matter how amazing the powerful you are, or your qualifications are against the will of heaven, it is still difficult to shake the way of heaven. Therefore, in this era when the future is blocked, it is called the Dharma ending end. But Qingfeng's cultivation is becoming more and more profound now, and he has some of his own views on the Dharma ending world. In his eyes, the so-called Dharma ending age is a process of self-accumulation in heaven and earth. Accumulated for thousands of years. 3,000 years of erection. It is to accumulate strength. The 10,000-year Dharma ending age is the preparation of heaven and earth for the last 3,000 years of prosperity. This goes on and on. It's like reincarnation. But now the invasion of the demon clan may be accelerating the accumulation of the heavenly way, so the Dharma ending age will naturally gradually recede, causing the prosperous era to come again. The biggest change brought about by the invasion of the demon clan is killing. If the Dharma ending age is a self-accumulation process of heaven and earth, then the true foundation of the accumulation of heaven and earth is the vast number of sentient beings living in heaven and earth. Sentient beings step into the path of cultivation, and their great power belongs to themselves, but this great power actually comes from heaven and earth. In other words, all living beings are plunderers to the world, and when they fall and their power disintegrates, they will return to heaven and earth. Accumulation over 10,000 years is actually the vast crowd who have fallen within 10,000 years, which has given the world a foundation to enter the prosperous era again. And the invasion of the demon clan caused a fierce battle between the two races, causing hundreds of millions of cultivators to rush to blood, which naturally accelerated the pace of the world's accumulation. Qingfeng's expression became serious, and he seemed to be inseparable from his own speculation. Otherwise it will be difficult to explain the reason why the demon clan invaded and the suppression of the heavenly way gradually relaxed. If the great struggle really comes early, many changes will inevitably occur. Qingfeng's face was calm. He had always thought that the great struggle for prosperity would have to wait at least more than 1,000 years. Having such a long time is enough to improve one's cultivation to a point that ordinary people cannot reach. At that time, even if you are facing the emperor directly, Qingfeng has the confidence to fight. But now, everything changed too quickly, which made Qingfeng unexpected. The only thing to be thankful for. At present, the suppression of the heavenly way is just a little relaxed, and it has not yet reached the stage of truly breaking the suppression and declaring that the Dharma ending age has completely passed. But if you continue at this speed, it will take 300 to 500 years to a shorter time, and the so-called prosperous age will surely come. At that time, not only the demon clan would have big moves, but many sleeping ancient emperors such as Taichu ancient land were afraid that they would change. Quote, "Just think of this. Gu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute panel. So far, the improvement points he has accumulated have not changed much, and he can get 10,000 points in just 2,000. As long as the increase point exceeds 10,000, Gu Qingfeng can naturally break through to the Holy King realm. Once your cultivation level is entered into the Saint King, his strength will rise. Before this, Gu Qingfeng puts his focus on the Tianmai Jing. Many battles, all of them made Gu Qingfeng understand the power of the Tianmai Jing. But it's a pity, the consumption of improving the Tianmai Jing is too high. Just when the second level broke through to the third level, Gu Qingfeng used 10,000 points to improve. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. If the third level breaks through to the fourth level, it will take 100,000 improvement points. If this number of improvement points is hit on cultivation, Gu Qingfeng can break through to the 9th level of the Holy King in one breath and almost directly win the quasi-emperor. Therefore, Gu Qingfeng also has no unnecessary improvement points in his hands, which can make the Tianmai Jing make a breakthrough. Only by relying on one's own understanding can one make a breakthrough in the Heavenly Mai Sutra. As long as the Heavenly Mai Sutra enters the fourth level, Gu Qingfeng believes, even if you do not make breakthroughs in your cultivation, your strength can be further improved. If he faces the Demon King of Hanhai at that time, it will not be so easy for the other party to retreat again. No matter how much you think about it now, it is useless. At least there is no need to worry about the arrival of a prosperous era in the next 100 years. With the current scale of the Gu family, if it really needs to be accumulated for 100 years, I think it can provide me with a lot of improvement. Quote, "But, it is time to urge some people to get married as soon as possible. Otherwise, the higher the cultivation level, the lower the probability of subsequent childbirth." Quote, when Gu Qingfeng thought of this, he immediately sent Ji Yuyang to the point of sending him back and then went into seclusion without waiting for the other party to reply. In the imperial study room, Ji Yuyang, who was criticizing the memorial, looked slightly stunned after receiving Gu Qingfeng's message, and his face looked a little strange. "My father is quite concerned about the marriage of the younger generation of the Gu family." As for why Gu Qingfeng was so concerned, Ji Yuyang didn't think much about it. After all, as an elder of the Gu family, it is normal to care about the marriage of the younger generation. Which elder doesn't want to see a family of children and grandchildren? Thinking of this, Ji Yuyang decided that he had to follow up on these things in the future. Just right, now neither Ji Yuzan nor Ji Yushu got married, and the Gu family's bloodlines all come from Ji Yuyang's lineage. So, Ji Yuyang is naturally qualified to make decisions. A few days later, Ji Yuyang ordered all the royal descendants to marry as soon as possible to continue the Gu family's bloodline whenever they reach the age of marriage. This news, it didn't shock people. After all, what the royal family values most is blood. Moreover, when Ji Yuyang abdicates in the future, all the royal children will be qualified to compete for the throne. Even if the probability of some people taking the throne is slim, it will not change the glimmer of luxury they have in their hearts. There is no hope for myself. It is impossible to guarantee that a peerless genius can appear among the younger generations, which can capture Ji Yuyang's eyes. At that time, maybe he can become the future existence who will take charge of the Shenwu dynasty. For a moment, many descendants of the Gu family got married one after another. As long as you reach the age of marriage, basically 90% of them will complete the marriage. So in just a few months, the Shenwu dynasty was celebrated together, especially in Guangyang Prefecture, which was decorated with lights and colorful colors. The lively and festive celebrations also diluted a little bit of depression brought by the invasion of demons. Good boy, this is done well. Qingfeng, who was in the demon-suppressing fairy city, looked at the contents of the information panel and smiled on his face. For several months, the information panel is constantly refreshed. Most of the content is related to the marriage of the younger generation. And then, even a few juniors made breakthroughs, which made Qingfeng's accumulation of improvement points reached about 8,500. The descendants of the Gu family get married. There are hundreds more improvement points. In Qingfeng's view, this is a double happiness. Just then, in the demon-suppressing fairy city, a powerful aura suddenly burst out, causing the huge fairy city to shake. Many monks guarding the fairy city all looked in the direction of the demon-suppressing department, with shock on their faces. This is a breakthrough in the Dao Palace realm. Such a powerful aura is rare. At present, the only one person in the demon-suppressing division entered the Dao Palace realm, that is Zhang Nanfang, the commander of the demon-suppressing division. Now there are strong people in the demon-suppressing department who have made breakthroughs in the Dao Palace realm, causing such a big noise, so you can understand without thinking that the person who breaks through must be Zhang Nanfang. Now, inside the demon suppression division, Zhang Nanfang's breath was swelling all over his body, and he could not calm down for a long time. The third level of the Dao Palace realm. The inner alchemy of the demon at the level of the saint is really incredible. Zhang Nanfang had an unstoppable smile on his face, and his surge in cultivation made him want to go to the demon battlefield to kill. This time the breakthrough. Let Zhang Nanfang deeply understand the value of the inner alchemy of the saint-level demon. So far, Zhang Nanfang did not completely refine the demon inner alchemy, but only refine part of the power. Most of the remaining demon inner alchemy was temporarily sealed in the Taoist palace by him, waiting for the subsequent accumulation to be sufficient before refining and breaking through. But even so, Zhang Nanfang broke through 2 small realms in just a few months and directly entered the third level of the Taoist palace realm. If we calculate according to normal, even in 10 years, Zhang Nanfang may not be able to break through 1 small realm, let alone break through 2 levels directly. Of course, as long as Zhang Nanfang is willing, he could completely refine all the demon inner alchemy in one breath, and then directly enter the realm of the 7th level of the Taoist palace realm. But in this way, it will inevitably cause hidden dangers of unstable foundations. And, do this, it is also a disguised burning of its own potential. If you break through the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm like this, your future achievements will be limited. So, Zhang Nanfang did not make a breakthrough rashly. He has now entered the 3rd level of the Taoist Palace realm because his accumulation of souls can only support him to break through to this level. If you go further, we have to wait until we make a breakthrough in our true meaning. Yes, the 3rd level of the Dao Palace realm, and the foundation is stable and there is no slightest view. It seems that you did not disappoint me. At this time, a calm voice came, which made Zhang Nanfang look stunned. Then he saw that Qingfeng had appeared here in the hall at some point. If the other party hadn't spoken, Zhang Nanfang would not even find out that there was another person in the hall. See this. Zhang Nanfang became more and more awe of Qingfeng's strength. Hearing the latter's words, he bowed down. I have met the Supreme Emperor. If the Supreme Emperor had not given the demon inner pill this time, I would not have broken through so quickly. The Supreme Emperor's grace is rebuilt, and I dare not forget it. End of this chapter. Chapter 340. Star-killing cannon, Happy New Year. It was at this time. Qingfeng and Zhang Nanfang seemed to have noticed something and looked out of the demon Shenxian city. I saw endless black mist suddenly surged out from the dark cracks in the abyss, and the aura of demons intertwined, which made the sun and the moon lose their color in an instant, and the sky seemed to be invaded by ink. Immediately afterwards, I saw demons walking out of the cracks in the abyss and coming towards the demon-suppressing fairy city. A large number of demons appeared. The soldiers in charge of the devil's siege will be issued an alarm as soon as possible. Woo! The heavy trumpet sounded in the quiet battlefield, and soon echoed over the demon-suppressing fairy city. The solemn aura suddenly surged. All the soldiers of the demon-suppressing army who were resting immediately put on armor and rushed to the city wall. I saw millions of demons walking out of the realm channel, densely packed and endlessly visible. It seems that these damn things can't be killed. I thought I could calm down for a while, but I didn't expect it to make a comeback so soon. When an old man spitted and looked at the army of the demon clan, he saw no fear in his eyes. The 100,000 demon-suppressing army itself is not a real new recruit, but an elite force drawn by Zhang Nanfang from various military camps. In addition, entering the demon-suppressing fairy city and launching endless battles with the demon-suppressing clan has already transformed the demon-suppressing army. 100,000 demon-suppressing army. So far, only half remains. But the remaining 50,000 people are already the elite among the elite. This elite. It does not refer to the realm of cultivation, but to the intention of fighting. So, even when the demon clan makes a comeback, the demon army guarding the demon fairy city is not afraid. The demon clan has made a comeback. After this battle, the demon-suppressing army will replenish fresh blood again. When he arrived on the city wall, Zhang Nanfang looked at the remaining 50,000 demon-suppressing army and thought to himself. As for the source of the supplement, naturally, they are other soldiers in the demon-suppressing fairy city. Say something, you're welcome. Even the most ordinary soldiers, as long as they survive in the demon-suppressing fairy city, they will be at the elite level when they are placed outside. If you want to add the demon-suppressing army, only start from this aspect. Come on, let the Ministry of Heavenly Works bring all the star-killing cannons up, and today I will give them a ruthless move. Zhang Nanfang ordered angrily. As soon as these words came out, the deputy commander of the demon suppression department next to him immediately received the order. After a moment, I saw a cannon cart that looked like a giant steel beast being pushed up to the city wall. The dark cannon barrel exuded a cold and deadly aura. There were many mysterious patterns on the hooks on the cannon carving, just like the seal carving of a god. Fire! Zhang Nanfang directly ordered. Boom! I saw the mysterious patterns on a cannon truck being completely activated, and the blue light instantly spread throughout my body. Then I saw a dazzling beam of light condensed in the mouth of the gun, which was bombarded in an instant. I saw the dazzling light burst out suddenly, and the void collapsed and sank directly. The moment the terrifying power fell, all the demons touched exploded, turning into blood mist in the sky. Boom! 10 star-killing cannons bombarded together, and tens of thousands of demons died, including demons in the Dao Palace realm. This scene, it naturally falls into Qingfeng's perception of divine thoughts. After seeing the power of the Star Zhou cannon, Qingfeng's expression was also a little emotional. You can kill the Taoist Palace realm with just one shot. If you resist head-on, I'm afraid that the semi-saint may not be able to survive. How much foundation does the Tai divine dynasty in the ancient times have? Such means similar to the combination of technology and extraordinary power are really terrifying. Quote. Good. The star-killing cannon was not created by the Shenwu dynasty. Instead, a few months ago, a strange phenomenon appeared in Zhou. The Shenwu dynasty sent monks to enter and discovered that the site was related to the Tai Shen dynasty in the ancient times. There, the Shenwu dynasty obtained a batch of special drawings and 10 star-killing cannons. Such star-killing cannons require the use of spirit stones as the source of power. A bombardment. It requires 100 top-quality spirit stones. This price. Of course it is not expensive. After all, a low-grade divine bloodstone is equivalent to tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. In other words, the best spirit stone obtained by a low-grade divine bloodstone can be activated by the star-slaying cannon 100 times. There is no doubt, this is an absolute weapon to defend the city. 10 star-killing cannons. It will make it difficult for the demon clan to make progress. And, according to the information left by that ancient ruins, the star-slaying cannon was not the most powerful weapon of the Tai divine dynasty. There are also many mysterious weapons, which are much more powerful than the star-slaying cannon. Regarding this, Qingfeng was also quite curious. At the same time, I also feel that the heritage of this ancient divine dynasty is a bit unfathomable. I thought that the Tai divine dynasty had only a large number of strong people and cultivation was prevalent, but I didn't expect that I could also master such powerful weapons. The power of the star-killing cannon in front of you is enough to illustrate many things. On the other side, the demon side, when the star-slaying cannon appeared, many semi-saint demons supervising the battle behind the rear turned pale. What kind of weapon is this? It's so powerful. It's incredible to kill the demon coach with one shot. Even if they are hundreds of miles apart, they can clearly feel the terror of the star-slaying cannon. Such power. If they face it head-on, I'm afraid the same ended. No one expected it. The Shenwu dynasty will come up with such a foundation. But soon, after 10 rounds of volleys, all movements were eliminated. I saw that the lines on the Star Zoo cannon on the city wall gradually dimmed, and the huge cannon barrels all soared, as if they would explode at any time. See here, Zhang Nanfeng understood that this was the limit of the star-slaying cannon. 10 rounds of volleys. Then you need to stop and relieve it before you can continue to use it. But even so, he was very satisfied with the power of the Star Zhou cannon. 10 rounds of volleys passed. One demon has been damaged more than half. I saw the earth cracked and shattered, and huge ravines stretched like dry riverbeds, and many demons were infected with blood. Visible, there are at least 1 million demons killed or injured under the star-slaying cannon. Activate the formation. Kill the demon. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Nanfeng ordered again. Soon, I saw many mysterious runes emerging above the demon-suppressing fairy city. The translucent barrier covered the entire city. Then a large number of thunder and lightning hurricanes broke out, sweeping towards the demon. If a monk looks down from above, he can find the entire demon-suppressing immortal city, which is actually sieging all the boundary channels. The long walls form a terrifying circle, which at first glance looks like the undulating mountains. If the demon clan wants to leave the ancient beast mountains and truly enter the Jojo or the eastern region, it must break through the blockade of the demon-suppressing fairy city. If not, no matter how the demon clan acts like this, he will always be trapped in the battlefield. To put it another way. In fact, the entire demon Shenxian city is a battlefield. The difference is, the city walls of the demon-suppressing fairy city are connected one by one. As long as the demons cannot break through the blockade, it will not be able to truly affect the entire city. When the demons invaded for the first time, the Shenwu dynasty was not prepared enough, so it could only be a close fight and rely on human lives to forcibly resist the attacks of the demon clan. But this time it's different. Months of rest and recuperation. Let the Shenwu dynasty make full preparations. Not only are there 10 star-killing cannons guarding, but the first line of defense is also portrayed with top formations. This array, it is called the 12 Heavenly Eye Formation. It is a top 5th level formation in the true sense. A large number of terrifying forces tilted out of the formation, causing a devastating blow to the demon side. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Many powerful demon clans who were hiding behind the commander turned gloomy when they saw this scene. Formation. Who would have thought? A few months later, there will be such a big change in the demon Shenxian city. The huge territory channel now makes one side a trapped beast. Just then, a drop of blood suddenly appeared in the realm channel, and a terrifying force burst out from the blood. The surging blood light rushed directly towards the formation, trying to completely disintegrate the formation. But the next breath, a big hand formed by the condensation of qi and blood came out of the demon-suppressing fairy city, easily blocking the blood attack. The blow that could disintegrate the top 5th level formation fell on the palm of his hand, but it could not shake it at all. Such screens. The hope that made many powerful people in the demon clan fall quickly. HMPH, I want to use other means in front of me, which is ridiculous. Qingfeng smiled disdainfully, and looked disdainful to the demon. Obviously, he is the one who takes action. In normal battles, Qingfeng would not interfere easily, but he would not sit idly by the power that transcends the Taoist palace realm. The bombardment of a large number of formations caused heavy casualties and injuries to the demon clan. In order to greatly suppress the attack of the demon clan, the Shenwu dynasty has poured a lot of resources to the demon Shenxian city. So, these resources are enough to support the formation for a long time. After several hours, the star-killing cannon was relieved and ended. The disappearing bright light regained the void, and the void collapsed. Several demons and half-saints had no time to react, and were completely destroyed on the spot. Boom! The body exploded. Flesh and blood fly. Such an overwhelming battle completely made the demon clan lose morale. Withdraw. The half-saint's eyes were bloodshot. Just as he was about to order to retreat, his body suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, a majestic phantom appeared here, looking at the other half-saints with a terrified face. Their voice was cold and without any emotion. Don't take a step back. Even if you use your life to pile up, you must completely break through the demon-suppressing fairy city. If anyone escapes without authorization, he will be killed without mercy. The words fell. This figure dissipated. For a moment, these semi-saints were silent. A long time. A half-saint spoke hoarsely. What should we do? What should we do now? The demon king has his life. Who dares not to obey? What's more, this is the order of the ancestral court of 10,000 demons, and you and I will not allow you to violate it. Another powerful man from the semi-saint realm shook his head, then looked in the direction of the demon-suppressing fairy city, his eyes becoming decisive. It has come to this point, and the ending we are waiting for is already destined. Since they are all dead, why don't we wait for our lives and open up a way for our clan? The words are over. The demon half-saint rose up in the air in one step, and his wings suddenly supported him, and his body slashed through the void like flowing light. Many thunder hurricanes could not touch him at all. Even the power of the Star Zoo cannon is difficult to capture. Less than one breath. The city wall is already far away. Kill. The demon half-saint's eyes showed a bloodthirsty light, as if he had already thought of the scene of climbing the city wall and then slaughtering. After all, without the star-killing cannon and formation protection, the demon-suppressing army is not worth mentioning at all. How can an army with the strongest position in charge of only a few Taoist palaces be its opponent? However, just as the demon half-saint was about to climb the city wall, a terrible aura came down, causing his movements to stop, as if he was forcibly imprisoned in the void by an invisible big hand. No, the bloodthirsty eyes of the demon half-saint suddenly became clear, and the instinct in his eyes showed fear of death. The next moment, the Star Zoo cannon bombarded. When the dazzling light touched the body of the demon semi-saint, the latter was easily disintegrated. Less than one breath. A half-saint realm is a strong man who has fallen on the spot. Needless to say, the person who took action. Of course it's Qingfeng. With Qingfeng's appearance, the demon clan showed a one-sided decline. And above the battlefield, there were black ancient banners standing, and all the qi and blood on the battlefield seemed to be pulled by some kind of traction, gathering towards the ancient banners wildly. This ancient banner is not another treasure, it is the 10,000 souls banner. Originally, Qingfeng had already handed over the 10,000 soul banner to Ji Yuyang. But this time, he took back the 10,000 soul banner. It is because on the battlefield of the two tribes, it is the best time to raise the 10,000 soul banner. The demon clan is not afraid of death and tries to force the demon-suppressing immortal city with his life. Then Qingfeng uses the lives of many demons to nourish the 10,000 soul banner as the other party wishes. Demons died. A large amount of blood and the dispersed soul power were all brought into the ancient banner. This mysterious treasure also undergoes transformation bit by bit. At the same time, inside the 10,000 souls banner, it was also a fierce battle. I saw the strangeness of the three-headed half-saint, the 9-level Taoist palace realm and the 36-headed divine transformation realm, now fighting and swallowing each other. In less than a moment, all the weirdnesses in the Tao palace realm and the divine change realm were all gone, and only the weirdnesses in the half-saint realm remained fighting each other. As time passes by, the first half-saint realm was strangely defeated and was divided up by the remaining two half-saint realms. After devouring this semi-saint realm weirdness, the aura on the remaining two strangers became much stronger, and it seemed that they were about to break a certain critical point and reach a higher level. Such a transformation made the two half-saints even more crazy. They are clear. Anyone who can swallow the other party can break the barrier of half-saint and truly advance to the level of a saint. The terrible thing about breakthroughs and promotions. Let the two half-saints use all their means. Final. One of the strangers was more skilled, and he successfully twisted off the other half-saint strangers, and then swallowed his body in big mouthfuls, causing his body to gradually change. End of this chapter. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.